Chapter 1 Flowers at the top of a high mountain, Takan no Hana. Flowers at the top of a tall mountain. A Japanese idiom used when referring to something that is unattainable, out of reach, most of the time the love of a woman out of one's league. For a man, one of the worst things to go through is being in the presence of an attractive woman yet having no chance to do anything to her. Nothing unusual about wanting to bed beautiful women, that's just how men are. But when such a desire is blocked, one can only suffer in silence, unable to satisfy the urges raging inside. One unfortunate man found himself in such position on a daily basis. His name was Sam Sanderson, a 26-year-old brilliant scientist. One of the few left on Earth. Though he had great intellect beyond what a normal human is capable of, luck had it so that he'd be stuck doing a low-level job in a small, nearly abandoned military base. And as if that wasn't the worst of it, what this job entails made his life a nightmare. "Hey, are we done here?" a female voice shook him out of his daze. Closing his eyes, Sam let out a long sigh before looking up to find a pair of golden eyes glaring at him. Standing in front of him was a girl that looked like she barely hit 15. The looks were deceiving since she's much, much younger than that. She was 4.6 feet tall, her long brown hair extending all the way to the back of her knees. Her spotless skin had an almond color, a tan she'd obtained after spending too much time under the sun. Now, no need to be rude to the doctor," said another from beside her. Compared to the first, this one looked much older, an adult in her mid-20s despite the age gap between the two being only a couple of years. The second one was 2 heads taller. Her form was much thicker and well endowed. No, that would be an understatement. Her breasts, for example, were so huge one could only wonder how she's able to stand. She'd a beautiful face with green sparkling eyes and a sweet smile that never disappeared. Her golden hair was long as well, though unlike the other one she had only went down to her plump ass. Looking at the two, Sam couldn't help but sigh. His eyes then went to third one standing nearby. She was a bit taller than the other two. Her most noticeable feature would be the long raven hair tied into a ponytail. Her body was more normal compared to the other one, with full breasts and meaty ass. Adding to that her beautiful face, silent demeanor, and the strong vibe she gave, she was the very picture of a supermodel who'd make regular appearances on some fashion magazines. "The examination is already done," said the first, her arms crossed as she continued to glare. "He's wasting our time daydreaming like that. I'm sure the doctor has a lot on his mind," said the second with a wry smile. "Do I care? I just want to go swimming already. These examinations are a waste anyways, not like we're doing much here." "Don't say that. Making regular reports is part of our duties, you know." Scene like this had become a regular occurrence, and to the one forced to watch them it was nothing short of psychological torture. 3 beautiful women stood in front of him, all dressed in a leotard like tight suits that left very little to the imagination. Everything about them seemed designed to bring out the worst in any man's heart. When faced with such outstanding beauties, even the gayest man would turn straight. However, there lays the problem. No matter how much one desired any of them, no one was allowed a single touch. It wasn't a matter of them being too good for anyone, or them being too prideful. It's simply that they are too valuable to let any man use them as an outlet for his natural desires. "All right." Taking his eyes off the 3, Sam looked down at the tablet in his hands. As usual, nothing out of the ordinary. "You're free to go, finally." The first raised her arms in celebration. 03, the HQ sent a word back after the last report," he said, pouring cold water on her excitement. "They said to use the outdoor pool less often, Iya. But I don't want to. Well, I'm only the messenger. As for you, 9. Refrain from consuming junk food as much as possible," he said, turning his sight to the blonde one. But why? It's not like I'll get fat or dash." Coming to a sudden stop, the blonde one blushed and lowered her gaze. Well, I'll try. The only one to cause no trouble is 05, huh?" Sam said, turning to the last of the 3. "You two should learn a little from her. Anyways, you're dismissed. You can keep your advice to yourself, old man." The first to go was the tan one, 03. Though she didn't like being compared to the much more disciplined 05, her mood has gone much worse after she was ordered to stay away from the outdoor pool. "Doctor, thank you for the hard work." The one he referred to as 9 bowed politely before taking her leave as well. The only one remaining in the room were Sam and 05. Expecting her to follow without saying a word as she usually does, he turned his chair and went on with his work. A minute passed as he typed his report and she had yet to leave. Another minute followed and he was starting to get worried. "Doctor," Sam was startled when she suddenly spoke. Turning around, he put his glasses back with shaking hands and smiled nervously. "It's unusual for you to speak without being addressed. Is something amiss?" 05. "No, well, yes." Sam noticed the conflicted expression she showed as she pondered her answer. It was the first time her mask had fallen. He was sure he never saw her like this. After a moment of hesitation, the girl took a deep breath. She tried to compose herself but failed in the end. The nervousness she showed was unusual as well. Not only was the way she acted out of character, to Sam, who's tasked with observing and keeping a close eye on her, she seemed strangely human. The results of the examination showed nothing. He thought to himself, eyes still on the girl. Why is she acting so strange? A few seconds passed before she spoke again. With each word that came out of her mouth, the strange feeling Sam got grew stronger. "Doctor, there is a question that has been on my mind for some time now," she said, her eyes going down. "Ask away. It's part of my job to answer any questions you might have." Looking relieved for a moment, 05 raised her head and met Sam's eyes. He had many speculations in his mind, however never did he begin to imagine what she was about to say. "Doctor, do you see me as a human?" Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 2 warning. Please do not bang the machines. Somewhere around the end of 2025 the Third World War started, however it didn't last long. A new enemy had emerged, forcing all sides to cooperate. Still, that did little to delay the massacre. Calamities. That's the name they've been known with since their first appearance. Strange beasts with no set shape or form. They change and adapt to the surroundings. However, everywhere they go, death soon follows. Humanity was driven to a corner. 50% were wiped out in a single month. Hope was lost, everyone had given up and prepared for the end. That's when a savior emerged. He called himself Odin. A mysterious man with unrivaled wisdom and intellect. Gathering what's left of humanity, he searched for a way to fight back. After many desperate battles and millions of lives lost, humanity was finally able to create weapons that could push back against the calamities. The Valkyries were androids capable of fighting against the strange monsters. In other words, they were robots with human appearance equipped with highly advanced AI. One of those AIs was now asking if Sam sees it as a human, and that terrified him to the core. "What are you saying, 05? He asked, laughing nervously. The idea of AI gaining sentience and rebelling against humans was played to the death, and when the Valkyries first appeared, many were quick to turn the conspiracy onto them. Well, since we do look like human and our behaviors and interactions aren't so different," the girl said, her gaze going down once more. "I've been wondering if we sometimes get mistaken for humans." "I see, Odin was a genius, but he was also a weird man. When he created the central processing units, the supercomputer hosting the Valkyrie AI, for some reason he decided that the weapon it'd be planted into has to closely resemble humans. Since Odin was the only one capable of creating said weapons, he was allowed to make the final choices on how they looked. There shouldn't have been any problem with something like that as long as the purpose behind it is achieved. However, one could see what's wrong with that line of thought when looking at the final result. All of the shells ended up being beautiful women, every last one of them. Odin had made the most powerful supercomputers in the world, then used it to create an army of attractive female robots. One can easily guess what his intentions were during the whole process. Listen, 05. Sam rubbed his temples, smiling weakly as he spoke. Never talk about such things again, understood, huh? But why? The girl asked, looking rather surprised. Well, if people hear that, they might think you're going out of control. And that would lead to some really big trouble. No matter how human they look, no matter how human-like they behave, the fact that this girl and those like her are nothing more than robots doesn't change. Though the actual process is a well-guarded secret, their bodies are manufactured in a lab and their personalities are pre-programmed to suit the taste of their creator. 03 was the energetic tomboy who likes sports. 9 is the caring older sister everyone loves, and 05 is the cool beauty who's always silent. Those characters are already set and can't be changed. That's why 05's behavior struck Sam as odd. Maybe she was the shy character all along? He thought. Not wanting to believe that he's witnessing the start of another apocalypse, as for whether you're mistaken for human or not, I don't think that will happen. He said. After all, no woman is as beautiful as you are. Those unable to see the difference are just delusional, I see. Having heard her answer, 05 bowed her head slightly. Thank you for taking the time to answer my question. I'll be taking my leave now. She turned around and quickly strode to the door, her long ponytail swaying behind her. For a moment there Sam was able to catch a glimpse of her face. Her cheeks were a bit red. That in itself wasn't strange, but when he thought that his previous comment might have made her blush, he felt his heart skip a beat. Maybe she's the shy type after all. The Valkyries were all extremely attractive females. One look and any man would fall in love. Sam had the rare opportunity of working closely with them, and though he had enjoyed it at first, it soon turned out to be a nightmare. After a while he realized that just looking wasn't enough. He wanted to do things to them. He wanted to spread their legs and pump them full of his seed. He wanted to push them against the wall and bang them until his thing falls off. But no matter how much he wished to, that desire is destined to go unfulfilled. The Valkyries were all extremely attractive females, but they are some of the most valuable military equipment humanity possessed as well. The way they were made didn't change that fact, and if by any chance someone tried to use them as nothing more than highly advanced sex dolls, they'd quickly get disposed. One could argue that everything would be fine as long as no one finds out. There were no security cameras in his lab, so he was free to do whatever he wanted. However, those were the words of temptation playing with his mind and nothing more. Sam knew as much because of his job. He is a major in the field of nanotechnology, and his main role was to operate machines used to examine the Valkyries and perform the necessary repairs in case they got damaged. The examinations are performed on a daily basis and the results are sent to the Human Resistance's headquarters each time, along with the data from the machines. Everything from the smallest scratch to what substance they came into contact with is recorded, and if anything out of the ordinary is detected, an investigation would be launched, I see. Having heard her answer, 05 bowed her head slightly. Thank you for taking the time to answer my question. I'll be taking my leave now. She turned around and quickly strode to the door, her long ponytail swaying behind her. For a moment there Sam was able to catch a glimpse of her face. Her cheeks were a bit red. That in itself wasn't strange, but when he thought that his previous comment might have made her blush, he felt his heart skip a beat. Maybe she's the shy type after all. The Valkyries were all extremely attractive females. One look and any man would fall in love. Sam had the rare opportunity of working closely with them, and though he had enjoyed it at first, it soon turned out to be a nightmare. After a while he realized that just looking wasn't enough. He wanted to do things to them. He wanted to spread their legs and pump them full of his seed. He wanted to push them against the wall and bang them until his thing falls off. But no matter how much he wished to, that desire is destined to go unfulfilled. The Valkyries were all extremely attractive females, but they are some of the most valuable military equipment humanity possessed as well. The way they were made didn't change that fact, and if by any chance someone tried to use them as nothing more than highly advanced sex dolls, they'd quickly get disposed. One could argue that everything would be fine as long as no one finds out. There were no security cameras in his lab, so he was free to do whatever he wanted. However, those were the words of temptation playing with his mind and nothing more. Sam knew as much because of his job. He is a major in the field of nanotechnology, and his main role was to operate machines used to examine the Valkyries and perform the necessary repairs in case they got damaged. The examinations are performed on a daily basis and the results are sent to the Human Resistance's headquarters each time, along with the data from the machines. Everything from the smallest scratch to what substance they came into contact with is recorded, and if anything out of the ordinary is detected, an investigation would be launched. Before he took the job, Sam was warned to never do as much as touch the Valkyries. He heard rumors about someone with the same job taking advantage of his position to enjoy himself. Though he only touched the weapons a few times, thinking the evidence could be easily erased, the fact that he did appeared in the examination results, which led him to the military court. It said that the man had committed suicide while in prison, while some say that Odin had used his inflicted to get him killed for daring to defile his creations. There were many variations to this story, and though its validity is questionable, Sam was smart enough to not test his luck. That said, he wished the day he'd get relieved from his position would come sooner. He was afraid the day he could no longer hold himself back would be the first to arrive. After all, he couldn't see humanity defeating the calamities anytime soon. Chapter 3, Love Triangle. Good morning. Looking up from his tray, Sam was met with the beaming smile of a certain female coworker. He hadn't noticed when she took her place on the opposite side of the table, alerting him to the fact that he might be doing worse than he thought. "Good morning, Sergeant Korakami," he said, returning the greeting. "You don't seem to be doing well, Doctor. Didn't you get enough sleep last night?" "Yes." You could say that 05's question ended up bothering him more than he thought, despite having concluded that all of it was nothing but a misunderstanding. As 05 had mentioned, the way those girls speak, behave and interact is no different from a normal human. If it weren't for their outstanding looks, they'd easily pass as normal humans, and even with that, one might not notice the difference unless being informed beforehand. Someone who knows nothing about them would probably think they're just a bunch of cute girls. Sam thought as he bit into his toast. Especially 03. She could easily pass as a normal high school student. Did something happen? The woman sitting opposite to him asked. "No, nothing in particular." Sam replied. Obviously, he had to be careful of who might learn of what happened. The existence of Valkyries was met with fear and criticism ever since they'd been revealed to the public. Humanity had suffered a lot because of the calamities, and no one wanted another apocalypse anytime soon, so all eyes were on the walking supercomputers, waiting for the moment they'd show any sign of rebellion. That said, the human-shaped computers still managed to gather a significant amount of support, and most of them had their own fan clubs. The Resistance did well in marketing them as idols, and their otherworldly appearance made it a big success. Lack of sleep could affect your performance. "We're still at a military base and any mistake could be fatal," said Korakami. "You don't have work in the morning, right? You should take this opportunity to get some rest. It's nothing to worry about." "I'll be fine, if you say so. But please make sure to not push yourself too much. Most of the time the 3 Valkyries are on standby in case the calamities make an appearance. Once the clock hits 11, they'd put on their equipment and go out to perform other duties, patrolling the surroundings of the military base and practicing their maneuvers. His job wouldn't start until they return in the afternoon, which meant most of the time his mornings were free. Normally one would use such opportunity to rest and relax before any emergency renders it impossible to do so. However, Sam had his reasons for waking up early. "Things have been quiet recently," she said. "Wish these days would continue." "Indeed. Though the longer it does, the more tense I get," Sam replied before sipping his coffee substitute. "The calm before the storm, huh? Let's hope nothing bad happens." Korakami Shizuru, a young woman of Asian descent a year younger than Sam. She styled her dark hair into a bob cut and wore big glasses with a red frame. She was a bit on the short side, thin with curves in all the right places. Compared to the Valkyrie, she might look below average. However, if put against the other female soldiers, her cuteness would shine. Shizuru was a kind and caring person. The two of them became acquainted after transferring to this military base around the same time, and ever since they'd been eating their meals together. "Well, all we can do is enjoy the peace while we still can," Sam replied. "Ah. Come to think of it, I finished that book you lent me." Shizuru seemed to get excited all of a sudden. "To think the culprit was the mayor's daughter all along. I see. Then I can assume it was to your liking." "Of course it was. The mystery was well developed and the writing was perfect. The characters were all likable too. The author must have been quite skilled, indeed." Sam nodded, remembering the book's contents. "It's a shame that they'd been lost to the war. Are there any other works by them? If possible, I'd like to borrow more." Shizuru asked, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. "I'll check the library later. I was planning to get a few books for myself as well." Due to the nature of his job, Sam didn't have many friends. Most envied the fact that he could get so close to the Valkyries, which were treated like the local goddesses of the base. He was shunned by most people, with only Shizuru not caring about it all. The only reason Sam bothered to leave his bed so early in the morning was so he could spend as much time with this woman as possible. Their posts and schedules were completely different, so the only time they get to meet is during mealtimes. He does have romantic interests, obviously, but he wasn't doing it for that. Shizuru was the only friend she had on this base, other than a certain troublesome someone. He wanted to keep that connection no matter what, but that's also why he couldn't make any moves on her. Talking about books again. Still, Sam knew that he couldn't keep going like that. He wasn't the only one who had feelings for the Asian girl, and his competition didn't seem to have any of his problems. Turning in the direction of the voice, the two were met with an energetic greeting. "Good morning, you two." "Good morning, Sergeant Clementine." Sam replied, holding back the urge to sigh. Jordan Clementeber, a young man around Sam's age as well, with brilliant orange hair that matched his outgoing personality. Unlike the weak scientist who's mostly skin on bones, Jordan was a part of the infantry and had the athletic body to go with it. His face was decent as well, which led Sam to look like a malnourished orc if they're put side by side. Come on, I already told you to drop the formalities, Jordan said as he took a seat beside Shizuru. We aren't strangers anymore. Right, Shizuru, Well, anyone with two working eyes could see that Jordan was after Shizuru. However, the woman didn't seem to like his approach that much. Anyways, sounds like you found another interesting title. What's it about? A mystery where a bunch of men die, said Sam in a dry monotone voice. Ha, that's one funny way to summarize it. Jordan forced a weak laugh, clearly catching on to Sam's annoyance. It's a mystery after all. You can't talk about it without spoiling the whole thing. Then maybe I should read it as well. The tension between the men was visible. For a while now Jordan had started joining them as they eat, trying to get closer to Shizuru. Obviously Sam didn't appreciate the third wheel, but in the end he couldn't just chase him away. Unlike Sam, Jordan wasn't afraid to flirt and didn't spare much in his effort to get the girl, even though his actions have yet to show any success. So, Doctor, Jordan began, and Sam grimaced. Any new stories about the Valkyries? Nothing, as usual, said Sam. As I've said before, just because I monitor their condition doesn't mean I know more about them than anyone else. Come on. You meet them every day, right? You should have learned one or two things by now. This was one of Jordan's strategies. Every now and then he would bring up the Valkyries, trying to lower Shizuru's opinion of Sam by mentioning how he's always with the more attractive idols. Or maybe you're leaning in, Jordan said with a somewhat sinister smile. Were you too busy feasting your eyes that you don't remember anything else? You know, everything loses its luster once you see it enough times, said Sam, his eyes lowered into a cold glare. Nowadays it's just tiring to deal with them. Ooh. That does make sense, Jordan said, glancing at Shizuru by his side. Me on the other hand, I can never get tired of looking at a girl I like. You'd have a difficult time keeping a relationship going with that attitude, Doctor. Humans and dolls are different things, Sam said, standing up and lifting his tray. Well then, I need to get going. Look at the time, Shizuru said, looking at the large digital clock near the canteen's entrance. I need to get to my post. Before Jordan could say anything, the girl picked her tray and ran away. She, the orange hair, clicked his tongue as he watched her go. Once she was out of sight, he turned to Sam, his attitude taking a 180 degrees turn. You just have to be around all the time, said Jordan with a glare. How about you stop getting in my way? I don't know what you're talking about. Sam shrugged the hostility like he did with everyone else. Anyways, she sure doesn't like being around you, huh? This wasn't the first time Shizuru would take off the moment it seemed like she'd be alone with Jordan. It could be that the girl was quite perceptive, seeing through his act and choosing to keep her distance. That gave Sam some hope. At the very least, she was fine with sitting alone with him, and that was a plus. Unable to forge a reply, Jordan continued to glare as Sam left, feeling victory for the first time in a long while. Chapter 4. You call that a disguise? After leaving Jordan seething with anger, Sam felt somewhat refreshed as he headed for the library. The base he was stationed in had many recreational facilities where soldiers could go to unwind. After all the stress of not knowing when the monsters would attack built quite fast, one such facility was the library. In this day and age, everyone preferred the much more convenient ebooks. However, Sam took a liking to the good old paper and ink. After the calamities ran rampant through the world, a lot of libraries were destroyed and books were lost. The ones on the military bases are what's still left intact, found by the soldiers who would bring back a few when they go out scavenging in the abandoned cities. Sam entered the building and a smile immediately formed on his face. As usual, the entire place was empty. Very few came here, which made it the best place to relax and read. For someone who had very few friends, this was a sanctuary where one can hide from the unpleasantness of the human resistance's military bases. This is heaven, he thought as he took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of peace. The first thing in order was to find another book for Shizuru. He went to the computers placed near the entrance and searched the author's name. A list appeared showing all the books that had been recovered. Alright then, picking a title at random, he was about to go to its place on the shelves to retrieve it. But as he got up, he noticed someone entering the building, a male soldier he didn't recognize, though from the way he carried himself he didn't seem to be that much into books. Letting out a sigh, Sam decided to ignore the stranger and went on with what he came for. First he got the book he had picked earlier, then he would go around checking random titles to see if anything sounds interesting, but the next moment he stopped in his tracks. Valkyrie. Smash! Right beside the book he had just picked was a rather thin and small paperback with a strange title. He reached for it out of curiosity, checking the cover to see what it's about. To his surprise, it was something printed rather recently, which was strange in this world where scarce resources didn't allow for such luxuries. Sam quickly flipped through the pages, and just as expected, it was one of those eroticas where the main character gets his hands on the humanoid weapons and does what he wants to them. It was obvious that such things would be made at some point. The Valkyries were treated as idols by a lot of people, and they were all extremely gorgeous women. He was sure fanfiction sites are flooded with this type of stories. Damn, this guy's writing sucks. Just from the few first pages alone, Sam began to notice typos and spelling mistakes. The whole thing looked like something made by someone who'd learned a little bit of English and went directly to writing novels. From the lack of editing, Sam began to wonder if this was just one of those fanfics in print format. What he didn't understand was why they'd do something like this for such a worthless work. This is disgusting, he said with a smile. What is? Someone asked. Startled by the voice, Sam jumped away, almost losing his balance and falling. Huh? N9. What are you doing here? He said, feeling blood draining from his face. Standing in front of him was someone he had never expected to meet outside his lab, the blonde-haired Valkyrie 9. Well, she started, shifting her gaze awkwardly. I had some free time, so aren't you supposed to be on standby in case of an attack? Sam asked. I got bored, so I decided to take a walk. Once again, Sam found himself faced with another strange occurrence. While they didn't have feelings, being androids and all, the Valkyries had pre-programmed personalities that dictated how they'd behave. The patterns of their actions were predictable once one got enough time to observe them, and that's what made it so strange when they diverged from what they usually do. Going to the library wasn't something Nine would do. Whenever she has free time, she'd take care of a small garden beside the Valkyrie's residence or hide in her room, drinking tea and eating snacks. He'd never heard of her passing time in any other way. So far she had never had an interest in books. Her coming all the way here was a problem in more than one way. You know, you can't be moving around like this, Sam said while checking his surroundings. What'll you do if someone sees you? While they had access to almost all parts of the base, the Valkyries were told to limit themselves to their own residence, which was restricted to normal staff and soldiers. Celebrities walking around like they're normal people would cause a lot of chaos that'd hinder the proper way the base worked. Don't worry, Nine said, proudly puffing her enormous chest with her hands on her hips. As you can see, I've made sure to disguise myself. Sam stared at her for a few seconds, trying to figure out what part of what she did could be considering as a disguise. She wore one of the female military uniforms. Most likely stolen, is shown by how tight the chest area looked. Her long golden hair was made into one big braid, and the final touch was the pair of glasses on her face. 9. You realize this won't be fooling anyone, don't you? He couldn't believe someone could be so stupid, especially a supercomputer with a highly advanced AI capable of mimicking human behavior almost perfectly. It won't. The Valkyrie backed away, looking utterly shocked. What did you expect? Putting a hand on his forehead, Sam leaned against the bookcase. Even if you change your clothes and hairstyles, people would still recognize you from a mile away from your silhouette alone. After all, such erotic body can't be mistaken. Sam thought, his eyes on the gigantic breasts fighting to free themselves from the tight uniform. I see. Nine said with a nervous smile, her eyes sliding from one corner to the other. Gee, glad I made sure, so stay out of sight. Then, really, with Sam's suspicion-filled eyes on her, the Valkyrie nodded repeatedly, trying to convince him she was saying the truth. I stayed out of sight just in case the disguise doesn't work. I'm positive no one saw me on the way here. If that's the case, then it's fine, I guess. Just make sure you don't get caught. After thinking about it for a moment, Sam realized that there is nothing wrong with her coming here as long as no one found out. Still, it felt somewhat unacceptable for a weapon such as her to be moving around unsupervised. Still, I got to see something nice. The uniform Nine wore was a little small for her. It truly clung to her body, emphasizing her curves, especially her huge melons and thick thighs, which were covered in stockings. If it weren't for the restrictions that would lead to his death, Sam would have taken her to some corner around here and did all sort of things to her. Just imagining it caused his wood to rise. Yay, 9 hopped in her place with a joy-filled expression. The movements of her bouncing chest were hypnotizing, but thankfully they stopped as she noticed she'd been making too much noise. By the way, Doctor. Taking a step toward him, 9 leaned down, peeking at the books in his hand. What were you reading? Backing away, Sam hid the books behind his back. The first one was fine, but he couldn't just tell her about the one where her kind get used as sex dolls even if she is incapable of understanding those things. What did you expect? Putting a hand on his forehead, Sam leaned against the bookcase. Even if you change your clothes and hairstyles, people would still recognize you from a mile away from your silhouette alone. After all, such erotic body can't be mistaken. Sam thought, his eyes on the gigantic breasts fighting to free themselves from the tight uniform. I see. 9 said with a nervous smile, her eyes sliding from one corner to the other. Gee, glad I made sure so stay out of sight. Then, really, with Sam's suspicion-filled eyes on her, the Valkyrie nodded repeatedly, trying to convince him she was saying the truth. I stayed out of sight just in case the disguise doesn't work. I'm positive no one saw me on the way here. If that's the case, then it's fine, I guess. Just make sure you don't get caught. After thinking about it for a moment, Sam realized that there is nothing wrong with her coming here as long as no one found out. Still, it felt somewhat unacceptable for a weapon such as her to be moving around unsupervised. Still, I got to see something nice. The uniform 9 wore was a little small for her. It truly clung to her body, emphasizing her curves, especially her huge melons and thick thighs, which were covered in stockings. If it weren't for the restrictions that would lead to his death, Sam would have taken her to some corner around here and did all sort of things to her. Just imagining it caused his wood to rise. Yay, 9 hopped in her place with a joy-filled expression. The movements of her bouncing chest were hypnotizing, but thankfully they stopped as she noticed she'd been making too much noise. By the way, Doctor. Taking a step toward him, 9 leaned down, peeking at the books in his hand. What were you reading? Backing away, Sam hid the books behind his back. The first one was fine, but he couldn't just tell her about the one where her kind get used as sex dolls even if she is incapable of understanding those things. Chapter 5. Well, yes, but actually no. Sam could only wonder where the beautiful Valkyrie was leading him. His heart pounded like crazy, his head playing fantasies he always dismissed as unrealistic. 9 seemed to slow down after a while, masking any sound her movements might create. He instinctively did the same, and it looked like they were sneaking around. He soon understood the reason as the blonde Valkyrie stopped behind one of the bookcases before carefully peeking her head. A moment later, she silently motioned for Sam to take a look himself. Careful not to touch the human-like weapon, he peeked around the corner, and what he saw stunned him, almost stopping his heart. It was the male soldier who had entered after him earlier. However, he wasn't alone. A female soldier was there with him. She was on her knees, her head bobbing back and forth in front of the man's bare crotch, something long sliding in and out of her mouth. Suppressing the urge to jump away, Sam slowly retreated. Turning to face 9, he noticed that she still had the innocent, clueless look, as if she didn't realize what's happening. We need to leave, he whispered as quietly as possible. But it's just getting started. Ignoring the Valkyrie's protest, he slowly moved away from the area where the two soldiers were having their fun. He then asked 9 to show him the way she used to get to the library. The two left the building through a back door hidden out of sight behind multiple bookcases. As the Valkyrie had said before, the route she used really was out of sight. It was like a blind spot in the base, out of the security camera's range. With something like this going unnoticed, Sam began to feel that the base wasn't as secure as they thought. If a stealth-type calamity sneaked its way through that part, it could slaughter every last human stationed here, and they wouldn't be able to do anything against it. Glad we're in the more peaceful parts of the front line, Sam thought as they entered the maintenance area where his lab was located. They were able to make it there without anyone seeing them, and once he sat on his chair, Sam let out a very long, full of exhaustion sigh. 9, what were you thinking? He wasn't really looking for an answer. The Valkyrie led him to the side of a couple's private time and showed him the scene as if it was just something interesting to watch. Obviously 9 had no idea of what was happening back there, nor did she know why Sam was suddenly much more stressed and exhausted than he was a few minutes ago. Is something wrong, Doctor? She asked, her voice full of concern. Yes, something is wrong, Sam said, raising his head to gaze up at her. What were you thinking? That wasn't something for other people to see. Is something wrong, Doctor? She asked, her voice full of concern. Yes, something is wrong, Sam said, raising his head to gaze up at her. What were you thinking? That wasn't something for other people to see. Listen very well, 9. He began, letting out another sigh while collecting his thoughts. It doesn't matter if you're human or a Valkyrie, what we saw there is something that people wouldn't want to be seen. Not even through the lens of a camera. You can't watch it as it happened or record it without permission. Understood? Well, some things are supposed to stay private because people don't want others to see them, no matter who or how. Make sure to avoid such situations from now on. When she didn't respond immediately, he glanced up at her once more. Probed by his gaze, 9 let her own thoughts out, shocking him with another obvious answer. They were in a public area, so, she said, awkwardly scratching her cheek while looking away. Sam facepalmed himself once more. She wasn't exactly wrong, but she wasn't right either. Those two were indeed in a public area, however they at least had the decency to hide somewhere away from the eyes of others. People being careless doesn't give others the right to peep on them while they're getting it on. Just feeling like he'd collapse at any moment, Sam leaned on his desk trying to get his point through. Make sure to leave the moment you find yourself in such situations. And without getting noticed. Understood, though that was her answer. The conflicted look on 9's beautiful face told him she's far from comprehending the reason behind his instructions. At the very least he was sure she wouldn't do any more peeping. She didn't need to understand why, everything would be fine as long as she doesn't actively look for those things. Checking his watch, Sam opened the drawer of his desk and took a small case containing a spare pair of glasses. He put them on and turned around. About to dismiss the Valkyrie who's supposed to be preparing to go out on patrol. Before he could though, his entire body froze seeing her face up close. Hey, doctor. 9 whispered with a small smile, holding a hand up to hide her mouth. If I'm not allowed to watch, how about the two of us do it instead? She looked at him with upturned eyes, a faint pink color on her cheeks. Her giant melons were about to touch him, but before that could happen the Valkyrie moved away. It was too early to feel relieved though, as the next moment she slowly went down to her knees, leaving Sam too shocked to react in any way. If my guess is correct, you need a male and a female for this, right? She said. I might not be a human, but I was made to resemble human females as much as possible. Sam watched as her hand began to move, his mind failing to keep up with everything that's happening to him right now. Good thing no one is around. She added with a giggle. We won't have to worry about anyone watching us. Time seemed to slow down. Sam begged his body to move, however no matter how much he tried it was just futile. The desk behind him prevented his retreat, and seeing the blonde Valkyrie on her knees in front of him caused his excitement to rage, leading his little guy to build a tent as he stood. And then it happened. Ah! What's this? The Valkyrie said, her hand on Sam's erection. Slowly caressing it with curiosity-filled eyes. It's stiff. Is this Wadash? Before she could say any more, Sam managed to regain a hold on his senses and quickly moved away. He stumbled on his feet and fell to the floor. Not knowing if he was in the safe, he quickly crawled all the way to the other side of the room. His heart was beating so fast he feared it would jump out of his chest, though that only lasted for a few seconds. Panic hit in the next as he realized it wasn't just a wet dream. This was reality, and he had just made physical contact with a Valkyrie. Raising a trembling finger, he pointed at the surprised 9, still on her knees in the same spot. What are you doing? Chapter 6: The Forbidden Fruit. 9 blinked repeatedly as she watched Sam point at her with a terrified expression. The usually calm and indifferent doctor had lost his composure completely, his face so pale he might have seen death itself. Doctor. His reaction to her approach was so extreme that she failed to think of anything to say. What were you thinking? Sam asked, still on the floor. Why you aren't supposed to do such things. No, you aren't supposed to touch anyone to begin with. You know that'll show in the results of your examination. Well, they'll definitely blame it on me. Cradling his head, Sam began pulling on his hair, thinking that his life was done. I didn't do anything. I always made sure to be careful. And yet, I'm sorry, doctor, I didn't really. Even though she tried to apologize, 9's words went over Sam's head as he imagined the worst possible scenario coming to life, but that didn't last for long. In his desperation, he came to the realization that he might be in the clear after all. He wasn't the one who touched the Valkyrie, she was the one who touched him. Not only that, but she also didn't make direct contact with him. Her hand brushed the surface of his pants, and they were clean ones he'd worn that morning, meaning they barely had a drop of his sweat on them, even if the examination could notice that the Valkyrie had came into contact with an unknown material or substance. Surely they wouldn't bother to look into it, especially since she was the one to make contact with it using her palm and only for a couple of seconds. It's not my fault. It's not my fucking fault, he never saw it coming. It was the first time a Valkyrie had come close enough to touch him. Even earlier in the library there was still a distance between them and not even their clothes touched. 9 blinked repeatedly as she watched Sam point at her with a terrified expression. The usually calm and indifferent doctor had lost his composure completely, his face so pale he might have seen death itself. Doctor, his reaction to her approach was so extreme that she failed to think of anything to say. What were you thinking? Sam asked, still on the floor. Why you aren't supposed to do such things. No, you aren't supposed to touch anyone to begin with. You know that'll show in the results of your examination. Well, they'll definitely blame it on me. Cradling his head, Sam began pulling on his hair thinking that his life was done. I didn't do anything. I always made sure to be careful. And yet, I'm sorry, doctor, I didn't really. Even though she tried to apologize, 9's words went over Sam's head as he imagined the worst possible scenario coming to life, but that didn't last for long. In his desperation he came to the realization that he might be in the clear after all. He wasn't the one who touched the Valkyrie, she was the one who touched him. Not only that, but she also didn't make direct contact with him. Her hand brushed the surface of his pants, and they were clean ones he'd worn that morning, meaning they barely had a drop of his sweat on them, even if the examination could notice that the Valkyrie had came into contact with an unknown material or substance. Surely they wouldn't bother to look into it, especially since she was the one to make contact with it using her palm and only for a couple of seconds. It's not my fault. It's not my fucking fault, he never saw it coming. It was the first time a Valkyrie had come close enough to touch him. Even earlier in the library there was still a distance between them and not even their clothes touched. Anger was overtaking Sam. Not only was he forced to endure the torture of watching them up close without getting to enjoy them, they were now actively causing problems for him. Sam was nearing his limit by the second. He wanted to retire as soon as possible. Seeing how furious the doctor was, the blonde Valkyrie understood that what she had done was wrong. Bowing her head a little, she tried her best to convey her sincerity as she apologized once more. I'm sorry, doctor. I acted without giving much thought to what I was doing. I will make sure it will never happen again, and make sure no one hears about it as well. Sam said. His anger having yet to die down. Understood. A second passed, then another. The two were still on the floor, neither bothering to lift themselves. As the silence went on, the blonde Valkyrie decided to speak first. She had to know the reason behind the doctor's extreme reaction, otherwise she risked repeating such careless mistakes caused by her own ignorance. Doctor, if you don't mind, I hope you'd explain to me what I did that is wrong. What are you talking about? Sam stopped for a moment, debating on whether to tell her it's attempting to engage in sexual acts with him or the fact that she could have crushed his genitals. It's in your programming that you aren't supposed to touch humans. There is nothing to explain about that. Sam retorted. Now that he thought about it again, his private parts were in some serious danger with the Valkyrie's hand on them, even if it was for just a second. I'm not supposed to touch humans? Tilting her head, 9 sounded a little confused as she asked. Was there such a restriction? Of course there is. You're a walking war machine. You can literally squash a human with little effort. Was there such a restriction? Sam recited 9's words again in his head. I mean, it's not something they're supposed to be actively aware of, but they can't just bypass it even if they knew it's there. I understand your worries, doctor. However, as I'm sure you're already aware that if I was restricted from making physical contact with humans, I would never be able to do so no matter how hard I try. The blonde Valkyrie went and confirmed what he had in mind. Still, he found it weird and outright unsettling that she lacked that restriction. It meant that this entire time she was capable of touching him and the other humans on the base, and they didn't even know about it. Doctor, you still have yet to answer my first question. 9 said, her eyes showing a seriousness he never knew she was capable of. I'm not restricted from touching humans. I understand why I might be prohibited from spying on others when they want to keep their affairs private, however, that doesn't explain your extreme reaction when I suggested that we engage in the same activity. I already told you. Slowly getting up to his feet, Sam let out an exasperating sigh. You're a powerful war machine. A frail human like me would break easily if you make any mistakes, then all I need to do is to limit my power output, right? Nine argued, refusing to back down. That at least is part of my programming. I'm incapable of physical harming humans in any way, so there is nothing to be afraid of. I see, though it sounded plausible, Sam had no way of confirming whether what she said was true or not, so obviously he didn't want to risk it. And that's without mentioning the trouble he'd be in if the higher-ups at the Resistance HQ find out about him touching a Valkyrie. I guess you wouldn't understand unless I explain in detail, huh? Sam wanted to go home. He wanted to go back to his room and throw himself on his bed, hoping everything would be back to the boring ordinary he was so used to. However, this was his reality now. Nine listened as he explained everything to her from the start. He told her about what the two soldiers were doing in the library, explained why he couldn't do those things with her and why he'd be in very big trouble if anyone finds out that the two of them attempted to engage in those acts. The Valkyrie wouldn't receive any kind of punishment and all the blame would fall on him. With that said, Nine finally seemed to understand what was wrong with her earlier behavior. I'm sorry, Doctor. Bowing her head slightly, the Valkyrie apologized once again. I'm truly sorry. My uniformed actions have caused you too much trouble. I'll do my best so something like this will never happen again, and again, make sure to not let anyone hear about it. Sam repeated himself with a sigh. I don't even know if it's safe to teach you those things. With everything cleared, Nine seemed to regain her bubbly kind aura as the smile returned to her lips. With furrowed brows, she expressed how disappointed she was at how things are, sharing some of Sam's feelings. Or so was what the AI decided to show, simulating how the Valkyrie would act if she was a real human. Too bad we are unable to do it, she said, referring to sexual activities without directly saying it. I guess that shows the boundaries between us and humans. Indeed, no one was as disappointed as Sam, and he didn't like to receive sympathy for this particular topic, especially if it's from the Valkyries themselves. He didn't like the circumstances his job put him in. However, the world won't end just because he's unable to do it with a bunch of robots. All he could do is endure. I really wanted to try doing those things, said Nine as she stood up. It's a shame, but nothing we can do about it. Seeing that the time for the Valkyrie's scheduled patrols was approaching, Nine excused herself, leaving Sam on his own, still unable to fully process what had occurred. Feeling his head pulsating with a light pain, he realized that the stress had made his exhaustion worse. Having a few more hours of free time before his job starts, Sam decided to take a nap. He had wished for the torture of his everyday life to go away, but what he got in its place was far worse. Recalling the way the blonde Valkyrie kneeled in front of him, he cursed the fate that had landed him this job. The opportunity had presented itself to him, but he could never take it. The forbidden fruit was dangled right in front of him, but fortunately, or unfortunately depending on how one looked at it, Sam wasn't so weak that he would easily fall for the temptation. Chapter 7. Out on patrol. You're late, Nine. And what are you wearing? Entering the changing room, Nine found her two fellow Valkyries waiting for her already in their battle suits. She had arrived right on time, however that didn't stop 03 from voicing her complaints as she's used to doing. Sorry about that, 3. The doctor had a few things he wanted to discuss, that's why. The old man? The young-looking Valkyrie frowned at the mention of their doctor. What does he want from us now? Couldn't it wait till after the examination? Well, we just happened to meet at the library, that's all. As she spoke, Nine removed the tight uniform she had on, freeing her bosom and revealing the leotard-like spandex she wore underneath. She then turned to her locker, proceeding to attach her exoskeleton that was inside one part at a time on the shoulders, back, arms, hips, then legs and feet. Once she was done, she noticed that she'd yet to undo her braid. However, seeing how convenient it was while changing, she decided to keep it that way, realizing it'd help her while on the move. The doctor. 05's quiet mutter didn't go unnoticed by the other two. She usually only spoke when necessary, so it took them by surprise when they heard her voice. He's a curious person, isn't he? 05 asked, emulating the way a young girl would act when being bashful. Yes. Nine said with a beaming smile. He's one interesting human. Interesting? That old man? Walking to the exit, 03 came to a sudden stop, turning to the other two with a disgust-filled expression. I've seen corpses livelier than him, he is an adult after all, said 9 as she walked past her and into the next room. Though apparently he's supposed to be around my age. Well, the age I'm made to be, not my actual age, doctor is 26. Said 05 following behind the other two. He might not look like it, but he's still in his youth. The floor below them began to move like a treadmill and the walls around them opened up with mechanical arms moving out. A few things were attached to the exoskeleton on each of the girls. Small propellers on the feet and hips, chest pieces of different sizes for each of the three, wing-like shoulder pads that pointed backwards, arm and leg guards, etc. He's only 26. 03 exclaimed. I thought he was at least 100, humans usually don't live that long, 03. Said 05. Especially nowadays with the war and whatnot, he's still so young yet he acts like a geezer. No wonder he always looks so miserable. Holding her hand out, 03 caught the handle of a large box-like case. One of the mechanical arms moved in front of her. I think the doctor is under a lot of pressure, 9 said as she took her own case, which was a bit larger. No matter how much we resemble humans, in the end we're still weapons. It's only natural that he'd get stressed from being so close to us, ha. I think the word you're looking for is coward. Said 03, no, I don't think that's the case. Said 05 as she checked the long thin case in her hands before strapping it to her back just like the other two. Unlike the other humans, Doctor doesn't give us any special treatment. The way he behaves around us is no different from how he behaves around people, and how would you know? A blinding light poured into the room as the shutters at the front began lifting. Walking outside, the three found themselves on the usual runway. It was empty with no one outside, only a few drones moved about here and there taking care of their usual tasks. The sun was approaching the zenith and the heat accompanied by the clicking sound of cicadas reminded everyone that it was the middle of summer, come to think of it. 9 began, turning to glance at the shortest among them. Doctor warned you not to use the outdoor pool often, right? Yeah, I don't really get what's the problem. 03 replied, standing apart from the others. They stretched their limbs preparing for the takeoff. Isn't it obvious? Said 05. It might not be on the same level as humans, but the sun damages our skin nonetheless. It's better to conserve resources by reducing what needs repairing as much as possible. Who cares? It's barely noticeable, so there is no point, not according to the headquarters. With her argument instantly shut down, 03 turned on her propellers and took off into the sky. Seeing the way she acted caused 05 to sigh. 9 on the other hand only smiled as she started her propellers as well. What? Noticing the blonde one's gaze on her, 05 asked with clear annoyance. Her long ponytail swayed as she began to float as well. A couple of seconds later the two were flying through the sky at an easy pace. You seem a little talkative today, 05. 9 said with her usual smile. Usually you barely participate in small talk like today, really? Yes. At most you'd make a short comment, but that's it. A minute of silence passed as the two glided through the air. The world around them seemed to gradually change and at some point everything seemed to turn red. The grass-covered plains, the ruins of an abandoned cities, the snow-covered mountain peak. It was as if everything was being displayed with a red filter over it. This was the Red District. The blood-tainted lands ravaged by the calamities and the territory currently under their control. Once they were in, it seemed like 03 had slowed down so she would stay in their line of sight. Because of that they didn't feel the hurry to catch up with her. Actually, yesterday I asked Doctor if he sees me as a human. When the conversation resumed, what 05 said was so shocking that 9 lost her balance for a moment. What? Going by the shout that came from their communication devices, it seems that 03 was still keeping an ear on the conversation, and what was his answer? 9 asked, getting dangerously close to 05 when they were still in the air. He said to never mention it again. The black-haired Valkyrie replied, the sigh that escaped her telling of her disappointment. Apparently humans are scared of that question, they hate being grouped with us, that's all. 03's voice rang in their ears. We're just tools they made so they wouldn't have to do the fighting. I think they're afraid of us hurting them. 9 said, turning to the right as she caught something in the corner of her eye. I don't know about that. 05's cheeks began to redden as she remembered when he stated his reason. He said I was too beautiful to be human. Before they could react to that last sentence, the three Valkyries all turned in the same direction with hardened expressions. D-class calamity detected, said 03. Being the closest to it, she was the first to get a scan on the unidentified flying object. It was a large cone-like shape rotating around itself slowly as it flew at a steady pace. The calamities had no set shape or form, so there was no way to know how they fight. It's one of the reasons humans were unable to do much against them at the beginning. All they could do was to take it down as fast as possible or observe it until they learn of a way to destroy it. The first option was always preferred. Keep your distance. 3. Don't engage, said 9, taking the case off her back. Pressing a switch on the handle, she carried it with the case split into multiple blocks that shuffled repeatedly until they formed a new shape. In her hands, 9 was now holding a large rifle with a long barrel that was almost as tall as her. Still in the air, the blonde Valkyrie took her stance and prepared to shoot her shot. Her eyes quickly adjusted, locking onto the target without the use of a scope. A moment passed as she waited for the bullet to charge, and once it was ready, she pulled the trigger. A ray of light shot out from the barrel, heading straight toward the unidentified object, exploding upon contact. The Valkyries kept their eyes on the smoke cloud that had formed, waiting to get a visual on the target. A few seconds later, the smoke dispersed, showing the calamity as it changed shape, having surviving 9's attack without a scratch. Chapter 8 Calamities. Red lines spread across the cone-shaped calamity, a faint light glowing through them. It gradually grew in intensity until they all connected, and once that happened, the thing crumbled into diamond-shaped pieces. Though it might have appeared as if the monster had been destroyed, the Valkyries knew all too well that it isn't the case. The pieces weren't falling toward the ground. They all floated around a small orb the size of a football, moving one by one until they were aligned into their new position. I can see the core, 03 said, prompting 9 to refocus her eyes and prepare her sniper rifle. The pieces had formed 2 rings around the orb, the outer one spinning clockwise and the other in the opposite direction. It looked like an abstract take on the sun, another nonsensical form taken by one of humanity's greatest enemies. Back away. 3. Following 9's warning, 3 light bullets flashed through the sky before hitting the target, causing another explosion. 03 used the opening to make some distance and equip her own weapon, a pair of blades with shining green edges. The long-range shots did little damage to the monster. It moved the diamond-shaped pieces just in time to intercept the bullets, blocking some and deflecting the others. When the shooting stopped, the calamity turned to face the source, but as it had its sights on the blonde Valkyrie, another one was already above it, swinging down a large halberd with the orb at the center as her target. Sadly, the attack failed to reach its mark as more of the diamond-shaped pieces moved in to block it. 03 rushed in, swinging both of her blades, but she got blocked as well. However, for that one moment, most of the pieces were occupied, which gave 9 the opening she needed to snipe the core from afar. The calamity had more than enough pieces to block all the bullets. However, it failed to notice the fourth one, which was hidden behind the third, allowing it to slip past the diamond-shaped pieces and pierce through the orb at its center. Suddenly, the force moving the pieces disappeared and the calamity came crumbling toward the red plane's bellow. D-class aren't much of a challenge. Ha! 03 muttered while watching the dead monster fall. They can't even hide their cores properly. Just then she noticed something twinkle near the ground. If she was a second too late, she would have been taken completely off guard. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, the youngest Valkyrie prepared for the impact. A moment later, something collided with her, another cone-shaped calamity. Its sharp tip was stopped by a green hexagon panel. 03 had charged her protective force field to its full capacity. Even so, the calamity was pushing her back, which was not a good sign, and so was the appearance of 2 calamities with the same form. This might be in C-class. Maybe even AB, said 9, her anxious expression speaking volumes of the severity of the situation. You too, keep your guard up. 05 moved to support 03, however another one of the cone-shaped calamities shot up at her. She barely avoided a direct hit, but that left her too busy to provide 3 with help. 3, 20 degrees to the left please. Doing as told, 03 found herself facing 9's direction. The cone was still pushing against her forked field, so it rotated as well, leaving its back wide open to the blonde Valkyrie, who found no trouble shooting the core even in that form. As expected, the base of the cone was the least protected, with the core being closer to it than the sharp tip. The cone froze and gravity did its thing, leaving the young Valkyrie free to go help her comrade. Her mistake was assuming there are no more enemies. Because of that, she was too late at noticing the lance shooting tower her from her blind spot. Its speed far exceeded that of the other three. Even 9, who was observing the situation from afar, didn't see it coming. The lance collided with 03's force field. However, since she was focused on the offensive of trying to help 05, the lance tore through the green panel and managed to pierce her skin. 3, don't worry. Gritting her teeth, the young Valkyrie turned to engage the new calamity. It's just a surface wound. An enemy capable of piercing through the Valkyrie's defensive force field was really bad news. It split into many diamond-shaped pieces, then formed the same abstract sun, although much larger and with 3 rings instead of 2. Another cone appeared from the red plains below. The 105 was fighting retreated. Each of the cones took a spot beside the larger calamity before shifting forms as well. This doesn't look good, said 03, grimacing. The rings made by the diamond-shaped pieces began spinning faster while the cores shone with a brilliant red light. The calamities turned to face the injured 03, the light they emitted growing in intensity. A bullet pierced through one of the cores, shutting it down, but before the other 2 could be stopped, beams of light shot out, bending at impossibly sharp angles as they surrounded the young Valkyrie from all direction. 3. Chapter 9. Keep your advice to yourself. Not an hour after 9 left the lab, Sam received an emergency notification on his phone. He quickly returned to his post and waited. A few minutes later, 2 drones entered carrying a coffin-like transparent pod with 03 inside. It was the worst condition he had seen a Valkyrie in ever since he started his job. Her skin was burned all over and her long hair was damaged. The exoskeleton she wore was damaged and almost nothing was left of the suit she wore for combat, but those things weren't what told of how critical her condition is. The young Valkyrie was unconscious. As a walking computer, her shell being damaged shouldn't have affected the operation of her central processor. If that part got damaged, then she might be as good as dead. What happened? Sam asked, turning to the door where the other 2 stood. While they were in a much better condition, just by looking at the state of their equipment and clothes, he realized that they had a really tough battle. We had a run-in with a B-class calamity, said 9, a shadow cast over her face. We failed to measure its true potential and the results were clear to the eye. Sam knew about the protective force field the Valkyries used in combat. It was a weightless invisible armor that protected their bodies and could withstand nuclear explosions. The fact that they sustained damage despite having it means that the calamity this time wasn't something to scoff about. Please be at ease, Doctor. 05 came forward, intending to reassure him. We've managed to neutralize the threat and made sure no other calamities were in the area. I see. Although he tried not to care, the event gave Sam a really ominous feeling. But now wasn't the time to be worrying about it. He needed to prepare for 03's treatment. You 2 can go clean yourselves and change, he said as he waved them away. We can fix you during the usual examination. For now I need to deal with this. Sam's lack of concern for their condition caused 9 to frown, though the change in her expression went unnoticed as he had his back to her. Once they left the room, he immediately got to work grabbing the tablet that was placed on his desk. This doesn't look good. It was obvious just from looking, but when he checked the results of the rough checkup done by the drones, he realized things might be worse than he thought. It was weak, but the sensors had detected gamma radiation on her skin. If she hadn't been put into that pod, he'd have been in quite the danger right now. Well, her central processor is safe at least. That was good news. It meant that although she was unconscious at the moment, she'd be able to function normally as long as her shell is restored to its normal state. Sliding his fingers on the screen, he gave the drones a list of instruction. First, they are to move to the next room where the devices used for the examination were kept. Once they're there, he wouldn't have to worry about the radiations killing him. Next, they are to remove the damaged exoskeleton and combat suit and sealing them in special boxes. Once that's done, the unconscious 03 would be left stark naked. However, he didn't really care about that right now. While the drones were doing their work, Sam went and prepared the examination device for a more thorough reparation process. The device is called air. Simply put, it was a large container made out of transparent glass-like material. Sam instructed the drones to place 03 inside it. When the mechanical arms let go of her, she was left floating in a standing position as if suspended in the air by an invisible force. Once the container was sealed, several holes opened at its base and from them a strange green liquid began to fill the interior. The liquid was a mixture of many components, however the most important of all were the billions of nanomachines it contained, which allowed for more complex procedures than what can be done by other means. Putting the tablet aside, Sam pulled his chair and sat down at his desk. In front of him were several monitors linked to the computer controlling Air. Let's start by cleaning the wounds. Going through the more detailed data gathered by Air, Sam began typing on the keyboard, entering a list of commands. It was impossible to tell if something was happening just by looking. However, the nanomachines were already on the move, removing all foreign bodies from the Valkyrie's damaged shell and cleaning the contamination as well. At the same time, a more thorough examination was being done to determine the real extent of the damage. Air was the only device capable of performing internal scans on the humanoid weapons, so it was only now that Sam was able to confirm that not much damage had been done beyond what appears on the surface. About 15 minutes had passed and everything was going well. Sam let himself relax for a moment, and as he did, 05 and 9 came back after cleaning themselves and changing their clothes. "All right then," he said. "You two didn't suffer much damage, so there is nothing to worry about. You'll be free to go once the usual examination is done." The two went to their own containers and waited for the process to start. Soon enough they were submerged in a green liquid themselves, however compared to the one 03 was in, theirs were clearer and much less viscous. All right then. Checking if there was anything he had overlooked, Sam sat back and let the machines do their work. A few hours later 03 opened her eyes. Noticing the green filter from which she saw the world made her realize where she was. Letting out a sigh, she looked down at her body to see if the restoration process was already done. The sight wasn't a pleasant one, not in the least. The new skin was pure white and lacked the tan she'd gained over time. Because of that, she looked like some really bad patchwork, and one could easily tell where she got hit. "I see you're awake." As she cursed the mess her body was in, she heard a voice speak to her. Although weakened by the liquid surrounding her, "The process is done and you're back to normal." She recognized the voice as that of the doctor. "I guess it's all right if you come out." The green liquid slowly drained from the container. One would expect it to cling to the skin because of its viciousness, however when it was gone not a single drop was left on 03. She still felt a bit sticky though, but that was nothing a bath couldn't fix. The problem was the mess that had befallen her body. She'd need a long sunbath to get it back to what it was. But with the warning she received about the outdoor pool, she was sure that Guy wouldn't stop the nagging till she'd lose her mind. When she entered the other room, she found the doctor standing by the door with a big towel in his hands. Taking it from him, she felt somewhat embarrassed that he saw her like that. Naked with nothing to hide her private parts. Of course the concept of shame wasn't something Walking Computer gave much thought to, however her programming dictated that she must act a certain way when a male sees her without clothes. "How are you feeling?" Sam asked. Doing his best to keep his eyes off her. "What do you think?" 03 said, sounding a bit annoyed. Turning around, Sam walked over to his desk and threw himself onto the chair. "You got hit pretty badly. It's actually surprising that you managed to survive, huh?" "Of course I would." Putting a hand on her chest, she proudly sung her own praises. "I'm a Valkyrie, the greatest weapon to ever grace your miserable, pathetic world. Unlike you weak and useless humans, a single calamity will never be enough to take me down. Yeah, just make sure to keep the damage you sustained to a minimum." Sam's disinterested tone seemed to trigger 03 a little, however he wasn't about to start caring now. He was way too tired for that. "Remember that we only have the three of you in this base. We can't afford to have you out of it for 9 hours every time you get hurt." Wadash. Hearing how much she had spent in the container, the young Valkyrie finally understood how much damage she had really sustained. It was enough to force her central processor to shut down. That should have been enough for her to know, "Well, I was just taken by surprise this time," she said, attempting to shrug the topic off. "I doubt this will ever happen again." "Oh, it will," Sam replied. "If you continue to disregard the warnings and keep being so reckless. This isn't some game you play. There are lives on the line here." Sam didn't understand. The character the Valkyries play are nothing but a program designed to make them seem more human. It shouldn't have an effect on their abilities and decision-making during combat. 03 being the rebellious little brat shouldn't impact her performance on the battlefield. Even so, she still got herself hurt to that extent. Even if he were to consider the strength of the calamity the girls faced, they should have been able to compose a better course of actions, one that didn't end with one of them that badly hurt. As Sam pondered over the questions, he failed to notice as the girl's body trembled in front of him. "Then why don't you go fight them yourself?" The moment his brain processed those words, a shiver ran through Sam's whole body. "All you humans do is complain. You nag and nag and nag, all while hiding at the back where it's safe. How about you go out and fight those things for a change, 03? But you can't. Looking at him with eyes so cold he could feel the temperature dropping, the young Valkyrie smiled a sadistic smile as she reminded him of the reality of their world. You're all weak, pathetic bags of flesh. Especially you, old man. Though in your case it's nothing but bones. Turning to the door, 03 went to take her leave. Keep your advice to yourself next time. I don't need you to tell me how I should fight. Chapter 10 Report. Once 03 had left the lab, Sam just sat there staring blankly at the wall. The words said by the Valkyrie were shocking and took time to process. When he was done, the terror he felt multiplied tenfolds. The young Valkyrie always had somewhat of a sharp tongue, however this was the first time she had gone this far. He felt the contempt in her voice. Her dissatisfaction with the current state was clear. That's it, Sam thought, turning to the computer to start working on his report. Something definitely is wrong with them. There is no way that was normal. If there was a sign that an AI was about to go out of control, then it would be when it starts looking down on humans while showing signs of contempt toward the way they use them. 03 refused to take his advice, believing she knew better, and though that was indeed true, the way she delivered it was worrying. As he wrote his report, Sam made sure to mention the strange behaviors the Valkyries were showing. Of course, he remembered to change a few things about what happened with 9, however, repeatedly stressed out how the walking weapons were acting out of the ordinary. Once he was done, he pressed send and got up, gathered his things, and left the lab. He didn't know how the Resistance's headquarters will react to his report. At best, they'd send some replacements as they worked on resetting the other 3. At worst, the 3 Valkyries would be destroyed to avoid any future complications. Better safe than sorry, Sam thought, feeling a hint of guilt in his heart. After thinking everything more thoroughly, Sam began to doubt about whether sending that report was really a good idea. What he failed to account for was that it wouldn't be strange for the higher-ups to pin the blame on him, saying his incompetence is what caused all of it, but that wasn't what bothered him the most. With each passing second, the guilt he felt was growing. What if the HQ takes his report seriously and decide that the 3 were a threat? Once that happens, it is guaranteed that those 3 would cease to exist as they are. He remembered 9's warm smile, 05's blushing face. Even 03, who did nothing but annoy him, the thought of her existence being erased made him feel bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done it after all, Doctor? Is something wrong? Hearing a voice addressing him, Sam looked up. It was Sergeant Kurakami Shizuru, the raven-haired Asian woman he usually eats his meals together with. The fact that he doesn't remember when he had made it to the cafeteria, let alone when she arrived, told him of how much stressed and tired he really was. Dealing with the human-like weapons really puts a heavy toll on one's mind. Nothing, Sam answered, poking a small piece of vegetables with his fork. I'm just a little tired, that's all. You didn't get much rest since yesterday. Huh? Pausing for a moment, Shizuru then added, I've heard about what happened. Is Unit 03 all right? Yes. The restoration process finished without a problem. She should have no trouble doing her duties as usual. I see. For a couple of minutes the two ate their food silently. As if tired of pretending, Shizuru let out a long sigh, showing how stressed she was as well. You're worried about it too, huh? Sam asked. You could say that, she replied. We've been on high alert in case another calamity shows up. However, it appears there was no need to. Those things keep popping up out of nowhere, Sam said, gritting his teeth. It's quite stressful. I've been staring at the radar for hours and now my neck hurts, Shizuru replied, rubbing her left shoulder, looking quite bothered. The two sighed at the same time, their fatigue becoming more apparent. Shizuru glanced over the cafeteria. Normally it would be crowded by this time, however none of the tables were full right now. A calamity appearing in their area, which is supposedly one of the safest parts of the front lines, was bad on its own. However, when the news about 03 getting severely injured spread, fear soon followed and most couldn't bring themselves to eat. It was impossible to find someone who didn't have a horror story about how they had suffered greatly due to the calamities. Just hearing that one had come so close to the base put them on edge. Well, I guess it's our fault for getting too lax, Sam said. Yep. We should consider ourselves lucky that the damage was limited to just one Valkyrie. It would have been a nightmare if all 3 of them returned in same state as 03. The base would have been defenseless until new units arrive, and until that time comes, the weak, useless humans would be left to fend for themselves. This time it was just a B-class calamity, but if the next one was any stronger then there would be no hope for them. The two finished their meal in silence. To Sam's surprise, Jordan never came to bother them. Maybe even a pushy guy like him knows when it's not a good time to be a pain in the neck. Sam decided to go back to his room to get some ice shot. He didn't know if he would be able to, but he had to at least try. He told Shizuru that he'd give her the book he'd brought for her in the morning. Not that she'd be able to read it in those circumstances anyway. Once he reached his room, he took a shower, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. As expected, he was unable to sleep. 03's words kept repeating in his head again and again, not allowing him a moment of rest. Then why don't you go fight them yourself? All you humans do is complain. You're all weak, pathetic bags of flesh. Especially you, old man. Though in your case it's nothing but bones. Keep your advice to yourself next time. Am I really that skinny? He murmured quietly, still unable to take the words out of his mind. It sounded like the young Valkyrie was tired of being told how she should fight, or maybe fighting at all. The more he thought about it, the more stupid he felt for telling her to be more careful. The Valkyries were created to fight the calamities. Their personalities don't matter all that much when it comes to battle. That side is handled by a different part of their programming. Maybe I should apologize to her, even after deciding that he was still unable to sleep. He got up and turned the light on. The first thing that caught his attention were the two books he had brought with him that morning. He picked the one titled Valkyrie Smash and smiled despite himself before opening it and flipping through the pages. It was bad. He had read most of it as he waited for 03's treatment to be done, and as expected it was really bad. Putting aside all the typos, grammatical errors, and misspellings, the plot itself was nothing but a detailed script for some porn. The protagonist of the story was a man in his 30s and is a part of the maintenance crew tasked with taking care of the weapons the Valkyries use. That alone told him that the author knew nothing about how the military bases are run. At the start of the book he'd have a few interactions with the beautiful human-like weapons then. Using their lack of experience with humans, he manages to trick them into performing sexual acts with him. The Valkyries who had learned what pleasure was fell in love with the protagonist, and from there their secret relationship somehow continued without anyone finding out. The whole book felt like it was nothing but the sexual fantasies of some horny teenage. However, despite it being that bad, Sam found himself reading through it again. The reason is simple, it was just pure dumb fun. Going through it again, he felt a smile creep on his face. He read through the first few chapters, intending to stop after a few pages, but soon he found himself flipping through them in a quick pace. Something about the book had caught his attention, so he went back to the start and began reading it again. This is chapter 11, so it was true all along. Noticing something strange about the book, Sam went back and started reading from the beginning. He took out a notebook and a pen, then started writing something down. The books had many typos, grammatical errors, and misspellings. However, something stood out about those mistakes. The words always had one capital letter at the center. Sam found it odd, so he decided to check, and indeed every error had the same thing. Sam wrote down each of the letters and one by one. It took him some time, but he was finally done. He had expected to find some kind of secret message by the end. However, what he was left with were a series of seemingly random letters. His first thought was that it's some kind of code. However, he found no clue on how to crack it. At that point his sleepiness was completely gone, and all he could think of was the strange sequence of letters. He went through the book again trying to find some kind of clue, but had no luck. He was about to give up. It all looked like one big waste of time, but then a flash of inspiration hit him. Maybe the plot itself had some kind of clue? With that said, Sam went over the book once more. The heroines of the book were named 30 and 31, two fictional units that didn't exist in real life. Throughout the book, the protagonist has sex with each one exactly 8 times. It didn't seem strange at first, but Sam soon realized it was what he was looking for. 30 and 31 were the hexadecimal representation of 0 and 1. That was the only explanation for the two being named that way. Sam tried converting the series of letters from hexadecimal to text, however, he was met with more nonsense. When that led to a dead end, he started to wonder if the code was actually written in binary. He tried taking the letters and turning them into numbers according to their order in the alphabets. Those who fell into an odd number were zeros and the even numbers were ones. Once he was done, he found himself staring at a wall of ones and zeros that looked like some random baloney that flashes on computer screens in some sci-fi movies. Dividing the sequence into 8-digit parts, he then proceeded to convert them from binary to text. A smile formed on Sam's face as he looked at the final results. It was an easy enough code that he managed to solve it in a few hours on his own, even though he didn't know much about secret codes. the hidden message wasn't something one would expect given how inaccurate the depiction of the military base in the book was. It was a series of commands written in the programming language used in Air. Guess there is no way I'll be able to sleep now. Sam had no idea what those commands did, but he wasn't about to wait till morning to find out. The chance of them causing him trouble was present. However, his curiosity overruled his judgment and he found himself changing and about to leave for his lab. It was the dead of the night, so not many people were out. In fact, beside those on night watch, everyone else were trying to get some sleep after the stressful day they'd been through. The base was eerily silent. The dimly lit grounds made Sam feel like he was in an abandoned city after the end of the world. Even a grown man like him was afraid of something jumping out of the shadows to take his life, and in a world where strange monsters roam, nothing guaranteed that it will never happen. Sam arrived at his lab and immediately got to work. He turned on the terminal he uses when examining the Valkyries. He then opened a command window and started writing what he had discovered from the book. Just as he was about press enter, he stopped himself to rethink his actions. Was he really sure it is okay to do something like this? Operating air is his specialty, his job. However, he never learned about such series of commands and didn't know what it would do. He doubted it'd do something to damage the device though. Anyone knowledge enough to know about it wouldn't be so stupid as to try to render it unusable, and Odin, the guy who made it, wouldn't add something in it that would result in that. It's probably some Easter egg that crazy guy put in. When tasked with making weapons to fight the calamities, Odin went and created an army of beautiful women. Sam was sure the genius had fun doing that, and for that reason he imagined him hiding some stuff in his other creations to surprise those curious enough to dig deeper. Well, thinking about it won't get me anywhere. Normally Sam wouldn't be so stupid as to go ahead with something like that. His cautious self should have warned him against it. However, exhaustion was affecting his judgment and cognitive abilities, and because of that he pressed the button despite his worries. The commands were executed and a new window appeared. It had 3 folders in it named Air, Valkyrie, and Freya. While the first 2 weren't so surprising to see, Sam had never heard anything about the third folder. His curiosity piqued and he went to click on it. Inside were 4 files: blueprints, Unit BHTCNA-05, Unit BHGTDWM-9 and SFAB-03. Sam recognized the names of the last 3. They were the full names of the Valkyries he had been responsible for ever since he started his job in this base. Sam was tempted to click on them. However, what drew his attention even more was the first file with the name Blueprints. Don't tell me. Swallowing audibly, he clicked on the file and opened it. It was a compilation of documents with the title Project Freya at the top. He began scrolling down slowly, carefully reading every line of text, carefully analyzing every picture he came past. His eyes slowly widened as he realized what he was looking at. Those were the blueprints of the Valkyries. Or to be more accurate, they're the plans detailing the creation process of the shells hosting the central processors, which in turn host the AI programs dubbed the Valkyries. Sam couldn't help but slowly back away. If those are the real deal, then he had just stumbled upon one of the most protected military secrets to date. Something like that would sell for billions, as it would allow anyone to create the humanoid weapons. If anyone learns that he did, it wouldn't be surprising if he just disappeared one day without a trace. That said, he wasn't about to let it go now that he had discovered it. Most likely it's already too late. He can no longer pretend that he didn't see anything. Damn. Even if I know how to, it's impossible to get the materials to make one. Hours passed as he went through the document. Little by little he began to understand how those human-like weapons were created, what makes them tick, and how they're able to hold their ground against the calamities. Everything Sam knew before was either something he had read on the official papers released to the public, heard from others in the field, or stuff he had deduced on his own from working with those 3. While most of it wasn't exactly incorrect, the info he found in that file were much more detailed and explained a lot of things. One question a lot of people had asked was why the Valkyries had to been made in the form of a human female. As Sam read through the document, he soon arrived at the answer to that. Project Freya aims to create artificial wombs to help repopulate Earth once the crisis has ended. It was a note at the very end of the documents, written by Odin himself. In it he spoke about how those in power feared the population decline brought by the massacres the calamities committed. They expected the numbers of humans to be much lower once the war ends, which would make it very difficult for humanity to go back to what it once was. To help with that, they asked him to create artificial wombs to lessen the burden of pregnancy on the surviving female population and help recover the numbers of humans as fast as possible. Sam couldn't help but break into a fit of laughter once he reached that point. Odin, who was working on the Valkyrie AI at the time, saw that request as the perfect opportunity to execute a plan he most likely had since the very start. Why settle on just a digital version of the woman of your dreams when you can make her real? Why settle for an artificial womb when you can create the whole body? Every single person knew what Odin's intentions were when creating the human-like weapons. However, that note just proved it, and Sam couldn't help but laugh. What the genius of a man and the savior of humanity wanted all along was to make the women he fantasized about real, and in order to achieve that he had the surviving human population provide him with everything he needed to do so. Project Freya is the plan to create not artificial wombs but artificial women, ones that can replace the originals in many ways, including being sexual and romantic partners. So it was true all along. Haha, Chapter 12 Dream, Doctor. We can no longer, we were made for this, Doctor, I know you want to. Doctor, Sam couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. In front of him were the three Valkyries, 03, 05 and 9. They all looked down at him with flushed faces and moist eyes, their mouths releasing hot breaths each time they tried to speak a word. He didn't know when it happened, but at some point all their clothes were gone. He had seen them many times in the thin leotard-like battle suits. However, with the exception of 03, he never got to see them naked before. What are you staring at, pervert? 03 said as she approached him from the left. Her face was bright red. He had never seen her get so embarrassed before. She looked so cute his heart almost stopped. Doctor. 05 came front the right. She pushed her ample chest onto his arm and turning his face toward her. I want you to look at me. Closing her eyes, she puckered her lips as if asking for a kiss. Foo-foo-foo. We can finally do it, right, Doctor? 9 was kneeling between his legs, smiling as she undid his belt. No need to hold back anymore. Let it all out. The blonde Valkyrie released his tool, then buried it between her giant marshmallows. Sam felt that he was about to finish right then and there. The situation was beyond his understanding. He didn't know what led to all of them being there. Trying to comprehend what was happening to him, he started to look around. All his excitement suddenly died as he realized what was really going on. This must be a dream. He thought as his mood suddenly soured. His first clue should have been the naked Valkyries giving him looks full of sensuality. However, he didn't figure it out until he noticed that they were in his room and on his bed. Doctor, not long after he did, he came to the realization. Sam felt himself coming back to his senses and his eyes began to open. What greeted him was the sight of 05. This time, however, she was wearing the usual leotard-like blue suit. Not that it made her figure look any less alluring. She was leaning down as she called for him, her cheeks slightly red. He remembered the dream he was having before waking up, and that causes his wood to rise. The reason behind the dream was most likely what he had read last night. Project Freya. Tasked with creating artificial wombs to help repopulate Earth, Odin decided it would be better if he created artificial females instead. He had already programmed the Valkyrie AIs with personalities to his liking. He then created bodies to suit the characters he had in mind. It was unclear whether the genius already had his way before letting the military have them. But one thing for sure was that the human-like weapons had a purpose other than to fight for humanity's sake. 05. Did I fall asleep in the lab? Sam said as he looked around, doing his best to keep his composure. It seems so. 05 said as she took a step back. He had spent last night going through the files he had discovered, but apparently at some point exhaustion caught up to him and caused him to collapse. Thankfully, the computer's power-saving feature was set so that it would turn off after a while. He wasn't sure how the Valkyries would react if they saw what he had discovered, but it would be for the best if no one finds out. Where are the other two? Sam asked. Not seeing the blonde or the short one. They will be here soon. 05 said. They had an argument earlier and are trying to settle it before coming here. It seems 9 is really angry about something 03 had said. 9? Angry? Sam couldn't imagine that happening. He always took her for the bubbly, caring older sister with a smile that never left her face. He was sure her angry expression would be more cute than terrifying. Just then he remembered something he had read in her file, and that caused a smile to creep on his face without him noticing. Doctor? 05 looked at him as if to ask, what's with the smile? Is something wrong? He asked, forcing his expression back to normal. Sam got up from his chair and stretched his limbs. Sleeping in a place like this was pure torture. His body was aching all over. Wait, as if his brain had finally booted up, he turned to look at the Valkyrie, then at his wristwatch. It was already 1500 hours and the Valkyries had returned from their daily patrol. Sam felt his heart sink as he realized his blunder. He had stayed awake throughout the night even though he was already lacking sleep, that led to him collapsing. Because of that, he had missed two important things: the breakfast and lunch he usually has with Shizuru. The door opened as he began to panic and forced him to hide his emotions. The one who came in was 03, and the moment their eyes met she turned away with a humph. 9 soon followed. It only took a glance to know something was off about her even though she still had her usual smile on. 05 said those two had an argument. Putting aside the absurdity of two AIs arguing and getting angry at each other, Sam couldn't begin to imagine what might have caused that. Well, that can wait for now, he thought as he let out a big yawn. I'll apologize to Shizuru later on. Not that I need to. It isn't like we have some agreement about those meetings. I'll go wash my face and get some coffee, Sam said as he headed for the door. Sorry, but could you wait for a few minutes? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 13 Experiment 01. Part 1. Once Sam returned to the lab, it was time for the usual examination. On the surface, the three were clean without a single injury, meaning they didn't run into a calamity like they did the other day. An initial scan had already been performed to make sure there had been contamination. The process itself was nothing but a routine checkup just in case they missed something and to send the report the Resistance HQ requested. Alright, Sam said as he put his extra large coffee cup on a nearby table. Sorry for the wait. Let's get this done with. Tisk. For some reason 03 clicked her tongue, prompting everyone to look at her. She turned away looking annoyed but said nothing, which was rather unusual. Normally she would berate me for wasting their time. Sam guessed it had something to do with the argument she had with 9. He was curious about what the blonde Valkyrie said that made the young one seal her sharp tongue, but he chose to leave it for another time. Those two are in a bad mood, so, he thought, glancing at the three one by one while working the tablet in his hands. Guess that leaves 05, everything is ready. You can go in now. With Sam giving them the go, the three Valkyries went to the next room and each entered the device they usually use. As they floated inside them, the transparent containers closed, and once they were sealed, the viscous green liquid began to fill the interior. Their legs were submerged first, then soon their torsos, and once it got to their necks, the Valkyries closed their eyes and entered a state of slumber. Well, two of them did, at least. Doctor, is there some problem? 05 asked, turning left, and right after noticing that she is the only one whose container had yet to close. Don't worry, 05. Sam said, looking at her from behind the one-sided glass wall. There is something I wanted to discuss with you first. Do you mind coming here? Although confused, the Valkyrie with the long ponytail went back to where the doctor was. She stood in her usual spot and asked the obvious question, Doctor, wouldn't it be more efficient if you asked me earlier? She said, glancing at the two in the other room, floating in the green liquid with their eyes closed. Or you could have waited until after the examination. Sam looked at her for a few seconds, then averted his gaze. While she wasn't exactly wrong, Sam had a reason for going through things in the order he did. Coughing into his fist a few times, he turned to the Valkyrie with a serious look and answered her question. The reason I did this is because I don't want anyone to know about it. He turned to glance at the two in the next room, then went on. For the time being, it would be for the better if the only ones who are aware of it are you and me. 05. The Valkyrie was silent for a moment, unable to guess what it is that required such secrecy. Only one thing came to mind, and what Sam said next was the confirmation she needed. It's about the time you asked me if I saw you as a human, Sam said, hearing that only seemed to further confuse 05. The doctor had told her to never mention the topic again, yet here he was bringing it up. She wondered if she was in some kind of trouble, regretting the time she had asked that question. I have been thinking about it for a while now, Sam said. It is a big philosophical question. What makes us human? Why can't you, someone who looks like us and has cognitive abilities on a similar level, be considered human? 05 could only stare blankly at Sam. After all, he seemed to have misunderstood her question, even though she had already explained herself. She wanted to know if people sometimes mistook them for humans, and if she could blend in normal society without anyone noticing. that question was born from the way Sam treated the three of them. The Valkyries only interacted with a few other humans, but compared to them, Sam was the only one who acted the same way as he would when interacting with people, which led to her wondering if he is unable to see the difference. 05 had no desire to be recognized as a human. In fact, her programming prevented her from cultivating such desires. However, it seems that didn't stop humans from doing so. Whether it was out of moral obligation or fear, after letting it bother me for the past 2 days, I came to the conclusion that I didn't know enough to completely dismiss the idea. Sam said. That's why I want to do a little experiment. An experiment? The Valkyrie tilted her head as she repeated the word, yes. Sam said with a nod. In order to make up my mind, I need to gather more information, and to do so I need your help in this experiment. 05 stayed silent for a few seconds before nodding. She didn't see any problem with her assisting him, so she was quick to agree. If it is something within my power, then I don't mind, she said, showing a rare smile Sam had never seen before. It made him hesitate a little, but he didn't come this far just to stop now. Then let's start with something simple, he said, pausing for a few seconds. At the moment, all I have is sound and visual information. In order to get a more accurate image, what I need are those gathered through my other senses, such as touch, smell and taste. I see, the Valkyrie replied, sounding as confused as before. To do that I need to make physical contact with you. Getting over the first hurdle, Sam went on. Are you okay with that? It was then when 05 realized for the first time that she had never touched any human before. It wasn't something out of the ordinary, but the fact that it didn't happen seemed rather strange. For reasons she didn't understand, she started to feel nervous. However, logic told her that there was no problem with her agreeing to his request. And so she did. Sam watched as the Valkyrie started fidgeting nervously, giving him shy glances before nodding. Odin, you really are a genius, Sam thought, carefully observing the cute way 05 acted, which was programmed into her for this kind of situation. Sam slowly walked over to her until only one step separated them. The Valkyrie lowered her head, unable to look him in the eyes. She didn't know it herself, but her face was already red. The artificial heart in her chest was beating at a pace far quicker than what she was used to, making her feel a bit scared. As she waited for the moment his hand would fall on her skin, Sam went behind her and began running his fingers through her long ponytail. Though it's far silkier, this feels no different from normal hair, he said. It felt no different from normal hair. Obviously it's not, however Sam could tell it's not the same as the synthetic hair used in wigs. He couldn't believe Odin went to so much ruble just for the details. Glancing behind her to see what he was doing, 05 saw Sam take a few strands and bring them closer to his face. This scent, it's no different from normal shampoo, Sam said after taking a few whiffs. Turning around quickly, the Valkyrie answered in a flustered voice. Well, we used the same product as other soldiers. I see. She didn't know why, but seeing him sniff her like that made her feel weird, although she didn't really mind it. What bothered her the most was how hot her face was getting and her rising heart rate. The only time she had experienced such phenomena was when fighting the calamities. However, unlike those times, she didn't feel uncomfortable. For a moment Sam had all his focus on the silky black hair in his hand. He knew the Valkyrie were offered the same stuff as other female soldiers, but he thought that they'd at the very least get some special care products just for them, since they aren't exactly normal soldiers. Letting go of the long ponytail, Sam decided to move to the next step. He had already crossed the line, so he had nothing to worry about, but that didn't prevent his hands from shaking. Chapter 14, Experiment 01. Part 2. When Sam placed his hands on her shoulders, 05's body jolted a little. He had expected such a reaction and moved slowly, carefully, doing his best to make her relax. He gently caressed her exposed skin. Its softness amazed his mind. Sam didn't touch every woman out there, but he knew for sure the smoothness he was feeling right now was unmatched. Just like her hair, 05's skin was similar to a human's. The warmth coming from it felt natural, the temperature of her body slowly rising from excitement. He couldn't help but think, once again, how amazing Odin is for managing to create something like this. The man didn't joke when he said he would recreate the entire female body. Actually, he went even beyond that, as no real women would be this beautiful naturally. No doubt he thought that, since he's doing it anyway, he might as well make them better in every way. And since he intended to use them to replace women as romantic and sexual partners, Sam was sure that doing it with the Valkyries would be as good as it could get. I need to calm down, Sam thought, noticing his growing excitement. One step at a time. Who knows what kind of mess this would create? I need to stay patient. He had only touched her shoulders so far, yet his whole body is demanding he spreads her legs already. But Sam knew rushing things wouldn't get him anywhere. The time he had was limited and there is only so much he could do before it runs out. Moving on to the next step, he grabbed 05's shoulders and pulled her toward him. Surprised by the suddenness of his action, the Valkyrie looked behind her, only to turn away blushing when she saw the doctor's face so close to hers. The cuteness of her reaction warmed Sam's heart. He always thought of her as the cool beauty who was never fazed by anything, but what he was seeing now confirmed what he had read in her file the previous night. In the personality section, 05 was described as an extremely shy girl. She doesn't know how to start conversations and is bad at keeping them going. The way she carries herself causes people to think she's just a quiet and serious person. But in reality, she's just bad with people, and the only way to see through her stoic act is to get close enough to become her partner. Does this mean we are that close? Sam, though, as he felt her back on his chest. Well, the only one who would be able to do this is someone she'd date. If she was a normal human, Sam was just a little taller than her. Though he was a bit skinny, his body was toned enough to show the contrast between him and the Valkyrie's feminine form. As he looked from over her shoulder, his target came into sight. Though they weren't as big as 05's breasts were larger than those of the average woman, and since they were compressed into her tight battlesuit, he was sure they're even bigger once they get outside. Sam's hands had stopped shaking for a while now, so he had no trouble reaching for them. Same as before, 05's body tensed up when a part of her got touched for the first time. Sam carefully moved his hands on the surface until she calmed down. When he heard the sensual hot breath she was leaking, he allowed his fingers to slowly dig into the soft buns. Listening to the Valkyrie's excited gasps, Sam carefully massaged her chest, making sure to enjoy every moment of it. The softness didn't betray his imagination. Looking from afar, one would think they were just balloons full of air, but Sam now knows that isn't the case. They were as thick as one would expect from a woman's breasts. When he lifted them from below, he learned how heavy they actually were. According to the blueprints, they are even capable of producing milk. He wanted to free them from the tight suit so he could feel them better, so he could get a taste. However, he decided to leave it to another time. After all, fondling them like this felt good in its own way. Ha MMN. 05's moans grew louder each time he put more strength into his hands. He watched the shape of her chest change as he squeezed it, knowing he could keep doing this all day and not get tired. Sadly, time didn't allow for that. He decided to move on to the next thing he wanted to try, so with a final squeeze he slowly let go of the giant melons and moved his hands away. Sam allowed a few seconds for 05 catch her breath. She turned to look at him, her face flushed, her eyes hazy and almost closed. Her expression was so alluring he almost had his heart stolen. Sam began to fear that, if he isn't careful enough with his experiments, he might end up falling for the Valkyries for real. Many already did, and they never got to see them up close. He had to keep his mind straight and remind himself that this wasn't a real woman he was dealing with. Doctor. 05 spoke, stopping to take a deep breath before asking, Are we done with the experiment? Sam stared at her for a few seconds, enjoying the way she looked at him. Smiling, he then placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her around before pulling her into his embrace once more. No, he said, feeling the warmth of her chest as it got pressed against his. Not yet. His hands moved on to the next item on the list, starting to play with the Valkyrie's bottom hills. From the way 05 reacted, it seems that part of her is much more sensitive. She started to pull on his shirt, resting her head on his shoulder as her voice grew louder. It seemed like she was about to climax at any point now, but Sam didn't want to end it. He felt that he didn't have everything he needed yet. Relaxing his hands a little, he thought about what he should do next, and when 05 looked up to see why he stopped, the idea came to him right away. Without hesitation, he brought his face closer to hers and joined their lips. 05's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she closed them and turned herself into the sensation. Separating only for a moment, Sam began kissing her again. Not long after, he got his tongue involved, pushing it inside her mouth and tangling it with hers, all the while playing with her ass. when he finally let go of her, 05 seemed to have lost her senses, staring blankly in a drunken state. A couple of seconds later she snapped back to reality and her face flushed with shame. Sam leaned in and kissed her one more time. He then let go of her and stepped away. Is it over? 05 asked, holding a hand to her burning chest. Yes. This should do for today, Sam said with a nod. Now, we better start your examination. Remember, we don't want anyone to learn about this. The examination wasn't on a timer, so it wouldn't end until he does something on his side. Though that meant they could go on for a while longer, Sam was worried that the other Valkyries would wake up and think something was off. For no one to notice what he had done, he needed to be careful to release all of them at the same time. 05 looked a bit disappointed, but that lasted for only a second. She soon regained her calm expression, though her cheeks were still a bit red. Nodding once, she turned to walk toward the other room. Once her container was sealed and the viscous green liquid enveloped her, Sam sat down in front of the terminal and cracked his knuckles. This is the part where the real work begins. Chapter 15. This changes everything. Among the folders Sam found using the command list from the book, one had something that would completely change his life. It contained hundreds of files, each with a date in the name. Each date had 3 copies, one for every Valkyrie on the base. Sam immediately recognized the file names. They were the same as the ones on examination data files he usually sends out with his reports, though those were unreadable, requiring a specific program to open them, which he didn't have access to. The ones he was looking at were different. When he clicked on the last one, which belonged to 03, it opened in an application he never saw on the terminal before. It seemed like a text editing software, though what's more noteworthy was the text it was editing. At first it looked like random lines of code, but when he hovered the mouse cursor over it, few lines were selected at the same time as if they were grouped together. Clicking on them summoned a new window. It showed an image of a simple female-shaped silhouette painted in black with only one circular red spot on the left flank. Beside it were a few lines of text, and just by reading them Sam understood everything about the files. 03 had suffered many injuries in her last outing, so the latest file was quite long. Each group of lines detailed what spot got damaged, what kind of damage it was, how long it took to clean and restore, how much energy and resources went into it. The file also confirmed what Sam had already known about the device's capabilities. It listed all the foreign substances 03 had come into contact with since the last examination, which included things from the components of the juice she drank to the chemicals in the shampoo she used. It even listed every last microorganism in the pool water the Valkyrie swims in, naming every last germ that touched her skin or entered her body. Sam was amazed by how much Air is able to find out, even though it was something in his field of studies. He could never imagine how he would go about creating something so precise and complex. The folder named after it contained the data it collected. Each one had the results of the examination done on the date in its name and served as a more detailed report than the one he's forced to write each day. As he went through the lines of code, Sam started to wonder what made those files different from the ones he's used to, beside that they can be opened, that is. It was then when he noticed that there is a list of options on the top left corner of the file, one just like what you might find in a text editing software. To his surprise, the files weren't read-only. He is able to edit, add and delete the lines, allowing him to alter the results of the examination. Sam couldn't believe what he was seeing. He went down to one of the files from a year ago, the time when he had just started his job as the Valkyrie's doctor. Picking one and opening it, he went through the contents quickly. It didn't contain much, meaning that particular day was a peaceful one. After a moment of uncertainty, he went ahead and started messing with the file. It was from an old examination, so no one would notice. Probably. He deleted the lines showing a few things the Valkyrie had eaten. He could guess that it belonged to 9 just by the fact that they were all snacks. Once he erased a few, he went to save the file. Beneath the save option was one that said, "Create encrypted copy." When he clicked on it, a window appeared asking him to choose where in the terminal storage he wanted it to be placed, and the default location, to his surprise, was the folder containing the files he's supposed to send out. The created file couldn't be opened because it was encrypted. Most likely the tools to remove the encryption are only available in the Resistance's headquarters where the file would be sent. It was impossible for him to check the content, however, since it was a duplicate and a file by the same name already exists in that folder, causing a 1 to appear beside the new one. Sam was sure the edits he made were saved. Moments after learning those things, the idea struck him. He could finally do it. He could do it with the Valkyries and get away with it. Suddenly the whole world seemed to change for Sam. He had suffered for well over a year, forced to meet with those otherworldly creations every day, unable to even touch them, but that had changed now. He could finally do it, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of the people at the top finding out. No, this is far too convenient. Even through all his excitement, Sam managed to get his thoughts in order rather quickly. His eyes turned to the book who led him all the way to this discovery, Valkyrie Smash. The book was clearly made just to deliver the secret code. Even if someone found it and somehow cracked the code, the only ones who would be able to figure out its purpose are those who have my position, which makes it useless in the hands of most people. The book was randomly placed in the library and I just so happened to find it. If it was intended for me, whoever placed it there did a really poor job at delivering it. Sam still had many more questions, the answer of which he couldn't even begin to imagine. The main one was, why would anyone want to leak such important information? What's their goal? The most likely culprit would be Odin, but Sam had a feeling the man would want to keep such things a secret. Also, no one could put their hands on his creations and get away with it. Whoever it is, Sam feared that they're watching his actions, waiting for him to use the knowledge he obtained from the book. The entire thing might be just a trap designed to get him into trouble, though that most likely isn't the case. After all, there are much less troublesome ways to ruin his life than such an elaborate plan. But even with that said, it was a far too great an opportunity for him to dismiss based on mere speculation. The book had opened a door for him, and on the other side was something he always desired. For the time being, it looked like he could satisfy himself and get away with it. That's all he needed to know. The intentions of whoever made the book will reveal themselves later. Even if harming him might be the goal, Sam decided to take the gamble. Mainly because he couldn't see himself sitting on this power and doing nothing with it. Chapter 16, Erasing the Evidence. Once 05 got inside air, Sam sat down and patiently waited for the examination process to be done. Since she was the last one to enter, it's only natural that the other two would be done before her, which would have proven to be quite the problem. Thankfully, until Sam enters the release command for all three devices on the terminal on his side, the Valkyries would be stuck inside in a state of slumber. If they all come out at the same time, it would be much less suspicious. A few minutes pass and the examination ends. Stepping out of her container, 03 walked to the first room while stretching. She then turned to Sam with predictable complaints. "Hey, old man. That took much longer than usual, didn't it?" she said, turning to look at the clock on the wall. "Can you not waste my precious time like this?" Sorry about that," Sam said, giving them the excuse he had prepared just in case. "I dozed off for a few minutes, TSK. This is why humans dash." 3. Suddenly the young Valkyrie seemed to freeze in her place. 9 was looking her way. The smile she wore was nothing like the one Sam was used to. It sent the chills down his spine, and it seems 03 felt the same. "I'm sorry, Doctor," 9 said, a wry smile replacing the scary one. "We know you are working hard for our sake. Please make sure to get proper rest so your health doesn't suffer." Oh yeah, it was the first time Sam had seen her like that. When someone who's usually all smiles and positive energy gets angry, they become really scary. Add to that the fact that she's a superbot and the bad feeling only grows stronger. So what 05 said about them arguing was true. Sam glanced over at the Valkyrie with the long ponytail. Their eyes met for a moment and she averted her gaze, cheeks blushing red. Her adorable actions were getting to his heart, so he decided to let them go before anything happens. "All right," he said after clearing his throat. "Nothing out of the usual today. You are free to leave, finally." As usual, 03 was the first to leave. 9 followed after apologizing for the young one's behavior, and 05 was the last, although it seemed like she had something to say. Once he was alone, it was time to write the usual report, but before that he had something very important to do. Something that will most likely be a part of his daily routine from now on. Entering the command list from the book, he summoned the window with the 3 secret folders. He went directly to the one named Air and clicked on the latest file that had been created, the one belonging to 05. As expected, the file contained many more lines than usual. He went through them one by one, and once he was done, it was time for the editing. The file contained detailed records of every time Sam had touched 05. Every time he caressed her shoulders, every time he squeezed her ass and breasts. One line even mentioned when he ran his fingers through her hair. Unlike in 03's file from the day before, the spots marked on the silhouette representing 05 were colored blue. Sam guessed that it has something to do with the amount of damage and the needed repairs in each case. Blue must mean it's safe, even so it still gets recorded, even places where they didn't make direct contact due to clothes were recorded. Air didn't leave out a single detail. Taking a deep breath, Sam went to the beginning and began deleting the lines that told of what he did to 05. The process went quickly and he soon arrived at the last few. Those were about a substance 05 had swallowed earlier. It was composed of 99% water plus some other components like electrolytes, mucus and human white blood cells among other things. Sam began to remember the passionate kiss he shared with the Valkyrie. At that time he felt like all the suffering he went through in the past year was worth it. He enjoyed every second of it and the thought of getting to do it again filled him with excitement. But seriously, Sam thought as he deleted the line telling of how 05 had swallowed his saliva. That thing sure doesn't know some stuff or better left out, having deleted all the suspicious lines. Sam went through the file once again. Just to be safe he did so one more time while looking at an older report to see if he missed something. When that was done he went to the folder where the encrypted files are saved and deleted the one automatically created by the terminal before saving the new one. Alright. Only one more thing. Once he was done writing his daily report he attached the encrypted files and was about to click send. The uneasiness he felt was to be expected. Still, it wasn't like he could go back even if he wanted to. Sending the email proved to require quite a bit of courage, and once he did he was forced to experience the uneasiness of not knowing whether his plan will succeed or not. Chapter 17. Nothing would make me happier. I'm 99% sure that whoever checks the reports won't notice anything, but, just as he leaned on the back of his chair trying to relax, Sam heard the door to the lab opening. The one coming in was none other than the Valkyrie with the long ponytail. Now that her job for the day was done she had changed into her uniform, or to be more accurate she wore it over her battlesuit in case an emergency happens. It was a black sailor uniform with long sleeves and a gray scarf. The skirt went halfway down her thighs and the black tights she wore underneath enhanced the allure of her long legs. Rather than a military uniform, what the Valkyrie wore was more like a cosplay. It looked fascinated, yes, but Sam couldn't shake the feeling that something like that wasn't appropriate for the world they were in. The design spoke about the taste of the designer, and knowing who he was Sam found it only natural that they turned out like this. As he looked her up and down, Sam's eyes met those of 05, leading to her turning away with cheeks flushed red. He wanted to thank Odin for letting him experience something like this, but the genius of a man would probably lose it if he hears about what happened to his precious doll. Is something wrong, 05? Sam asked, feeling a smile creep on his face. Well, the Valkyrie was lost for words, twiddling her fingers as she tried to come up with something to say. The dedication put into the character was admirable. If he didn't already know, Sam would have never suspected that the woman standing in front of him was actually a robot. That's right, she said as if she had just remembered, but her voice slowly died near the end. I wanted to ask about the results. Come again. It's about the experiment. Her face seemed to grow redder with each word she says. I wanted to know if you learned something. I guess you would be curious, huh? It involves you, after all, Sam said as he got up. But first, let me ask you one question, 05, yes, do you wish to be seen as a human? Sam asked something he had thought about repeatedly before coming up with his plan. If, hypothetically, let's say I decided to recognize you as a human, what would you do? The flustered expression the Valkyrie had slowly faded and she turned to look at Sam. She stared at him for a few seconds before lowering her gaze as if contemplating his question. A couple of minutes later she finally looked up and gave her answer. Nothing. 05 said matter-of-factly. Even if you do recognize me as a human, Doctor, it won't change the fact that I am a Valkyrie, a weapon created to fight the calamities and to defend humanity. There was no change in her tone as she said all of it. It was as if she wholeheartedly believes in every word, but the reality is that statement was most likely an answer pre-programmed into her kind. One that can't be changed, right? Sam said, slightly relieved after hearing that. Now that he has found a way to overcome the obstacles stopping him from enjoying the 3 female-shaped weapons, he took the time to feast his eyes on 05's beauty to his heart's content. Though it made him want to indulge himself a little more, Sam realizes the importance of taking things slowly, one step at a time. He has to be careful with each one all so he could safely enjoy the fruits of his labor without fear. Noticing that she had grown uncomfortable under his gaze, Sam decided to give 05 the answer she was looking for. He had expected her question from the start, of course. And because of that, he already had an answer prepared. Now, to answer your question. Pushing himself off the chair, Sam stood up and walked toward the Valkyrie. To tell you the truth, I learned quite a lot. He stopped just to step away from her, then extended his hand and gently caressed her right cheek as she looked down, trying to hide her bashfulness. Your hair and skin don't just look like those of a human, they also feel the same, Sam said. Though it would be very difficult to find a human who's as perfect as you are, 05 felt the heat go up to the tip of her ears. Her embarrassment was growing and she had no idea why receiving praise for her outward appearance would result in that. Let's see. I learned that your chest is too heavy. If you were a normal human, it would surely have caused you a lot of shoulder and back pain. Also, your body has some fat in all the right places, though I don't know if it's really fat. Stopping for a moment, Sam then added one more thing. Lastly, I learned that your saliva isn't poisonous. That was a lie. He had already read that in the blueprints, otherwise he wouldn't have risked kissing her at all. The spit created by the Valkyries wasn't identical to that of humans, however it was close enough, and none of the components were a risk to his health. I see. 05 nodded before looking up, flashing a rare smile. Doctor is amazing. To be able to learn all of that from just a little physical contact, this much is nothing. Closing his eyes, Sam cursed his heart for skipping a beat just now. I need to perform many more experiments before I can have a definite answer. There are more experiments. 05's eyes widened, her back straightening as if she was hit with a surprise. Oh, of course. Startled by her sudden reaction, Sam unintentionally retreated his hand. There is a lot more to learn, after all. For a moment he thought that the Valkyrie was bothered by what he did to her, that she felt happy now that it came to an end, and was worried that there is more. He was too busy enjoying himself and never considered how she felt at any point. The thought of him making her uncomfortable didn't cross his mind. His fears disappear when she looked up at him with determination in her eyes, her cheeks flushing even further as she spoke. Then please feel free to use me again, 05 said, placing a hand on her ample chest. If I'm able to be of help to you, doctor, nothing would make me happier. The declaration made Sam's eyes go wide. Defying his expectations, the Valkyrie had offered herself for his experimentation. Obviously she had no idea of how one could interpret what she said, however the way she looked at him made her intentions clear. It was then that Sam came to a sudden realization. Wait, did I actually make it? Sam thought, remembering what he read in 05's Valkyrie file. Is she already mine? Chapter 18. Even if it's not for the experiment, among the 3 files Sam had discovered through the commands from the book, the one named Valkyrie was the most complex and difficult to comprehend. Well, at least the first file, just like the one in the Freya folder, the first file was a blueprint titled Project Valkyrie. It went through the process of creating the central processor housing the Valkyrie AI and how to program one. Sam was a major in the field of nanotechnology, however, even with that he found it impossible to keep up with what he was reading. After giving up halfway through, he still came out with a better understanding of the supercomputers. Once again realizing what a technological miracle they are, the similarities with the file in the Freya folder didn't stop there. After reading through the way the hardware is created, the first thing that followed were the thoughts of Odin as he came up with the idea for his invention. Apparently the Valkyries were never intended to be a military project at the start. Dissatisfied with the reality of female nature, the genius decided to create the perfect AI partner, or partners, to satisfy his craving for love. Same as before, he had to rely on military funding his projects, which is why he had to make them useful for war. One would think it's the other way around, but apparently the Valkyrie AI is supposed to be a romantic partner first and a weapons operation system second. Sam couldn't help but facepalm himself when he learned that humanity's most advanced military AI is actually just in secondary function to a girlfriend simulator. But something like that is to be expected. The one making those things is Odin after all. Anyways, Odin, who didn't like the way real women operated, decided to make AI partners to serve as his lovers. With that said, it was obvious that he wouldn't be making their personalities hyper-realistic, otherwise it would defeat the purpose. They had to be to his liking, checking every box on his list. To achieve that, he went and modeled them after fictional characters from the entertainment and media he always had an interest in. Japanese anime, manga, and games, that's right. Humanity's hope, the genius whose creations keep the race going, the mysterious individual whose efforts pushed back the calamities. That Odin is a fucking weeb, the giant tits should have been a dead giveaway, was what Sam thought when reading the documents. Of course, many had suspected such a thing when the Valkyries were revealed, however, there was no way to confirm it with the man himself never making a public appearance. Now that he knows the truth, Sam felt the respect he held for the man drop. That said, he didn't really fault him for it. In the end, the man saved what's left of humanity. The least they could do is let him have his desires. Well, I guess he isn't the only one benefiting from them. Sam looked at the blushing 05. Her maiden-like behavior was something missing from most women nowadays. Even before the calamities appeared, it's clear that she was made to match certain preferences, something she has no control over and is one of the things that separate her from human females. And that's what makes her so appealing. One of the main reasons for her existence is to satisfy a man's cravings. It would be dehumanizing to force such a concept on real women, but it wouldn't matter if it's an artificial one. In the Valkyrie file with her name 05 was described as a shy girl who doesn't show much emotion and appears cold to the public in her attempt to look normal. It was clearly stated that the only way to see through the act and get her to show her true character is to become someone she's romantically interested in, or, to be more precise, for that person to become her master. She's an IA created to serve as a lover, so the only one she would show affection to would be someone with that status. Since he got her to drop her cold act and behave in a way she doesn't show other people, not to mention how she asked him to continue their intimate interactions, Sam was sure that the Valkyrie had chosen to be with him. She chose him to be her master. Is this even possible? Sam thought, his eyes locked on with 05's. He thought that all the Valkyries that had been created so far were made so that only Odin could be their master. Knowing the reason he made them for, the thought of the genius allowing other people to get them never occurred to Sam. Come to think of it. Sam held his chin in thought. If no one beside Odin is allowed to become their master, would she have allowed me to fondle her earlier? Even if touching gets a pass, wouldn't kissing her be a no-go? In his excitement to finally get to have a taste of the gorgeous female weapon, Sam had failed to give the matter more thought. If Odin had implemented something in her so she would react violently to other men, his life would have ended without him knowing. Guess that man isn't as easy to read as he seems, Doctor. Apparently Sam had been in deep thoughts for quite some time, which prompted 05 to shake him out of it. Looking at her again, the idea of trying to confirm whether his hypothesis was true came to mind. Without much hesitation he approached the Valkyrie and put his lips on hers. He waited until her stiff body relaxed before separating, then with a smile he asked, even if it's not for the experiment, do you think we should do these things from time to time? The Valkyrie stared at him for a few seconds, eyes wide open. Her blushing intensified until her entire face was tomato red. Lowering her gaze, she said nothing and simply nodded. That was all the confirmation Sam needed, and with her still in his arms, the two continued to make out for a few more minutes before deciding it was time for them to head out. Chapter 19. Take a hint. Once he had his fill of 05's lips, Sam gave the Valkyrie a few instructions, then returned to his room and took a long shower. While at it, he decided to empty his reserves a little, believing it to be the last time he would ever have to rely on his right hand for something like that. When he was finally done, he started to feel his hunger. Skipping 2 meals proved to be too much for him. Thankfully, the time he usually eats dinner at was approaching, so he decided to head for the cafeteria. I wonder what's on the menu today. Sam was in quite the good mood, even with the fear of his deeds being discovered poking at the back of his mind. He didn't care that much anymore. After all, the Valkyrie named 05 now belonged to him. Well, technically she still is the Resistance's property. As he walked, the rumors he heard before getting his job came to mind. The what about someone with his position abusing it to have fun with the Valkyries? Could it be that he got eliminated because he succeeded in becoming the master of one of the Valkyries? It wasn't difficult to imagine the military not wanting just anyone to get that power, even if it's Odin. That could be the reason why they warn those who work closely with the weapons and eliminate anyone who oversteps their boundaries. But does the military even know about such things? It all depended on Odin and how much he had told them. They should already know about the robots serving as artificial wombs as well. It's difficult to imagine that part going unexplained. From there they could guess that the AI has the ability to serve as a romantic partner, but that alone isn't enough of a hint about its deeper secrets. It's not like the Valkyrie announce who their master is. Well, I still have a lot to learn myself. As that thought crossed his mind, Sam entered the cafeteria and picked a tray. Tonight's dinner was mashed potatoes and roasted chicken as the main dish, some vegetable soup, tofu salad, and some pudding for dessert. Once he got his food, the first thing Sam did was look for a free table, but as he did, he saw a familiar face waving at him. "Good afternoon, Sergeant Korakami," Sam said as he arrived at the table. "This is a strange occurrence," Shizuru said with a smile. "Usually you would be the first to arrive. I'm sure I arrived a little earlier than usual, so it's more strange to see you here," Sam replied, returning the smile. "Indeed. I managed to finish work a little earlier today, so I thought I should get my food before a certain someone ruins my appetite." Sam knew exactly who she was referring to, though usually she wouldn't be so harsh when mentioning him. "Did something happen?" he asked. The smile on Shizuru's face suddenly disappeared. A couple of seconds pass and she lets out a long sigh before putting some of the salad in her mouth. "Doctor," as she spoke, the female sergeant's mood seemed to have changed for the worse. "Where have you been this morning?" It seems I collapsed in the lab while working," Sam said. "Guess pulling another all-nighter when I was already exhausted was too much." The Asian girl looked up at him with wide eyes. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, it was just exhaustion, that's all," Sam replied. Shizuru seemed relieved for a moment, but soon she began to sulk again. "I already warned you that you wouldn't be able to function properly without good rest," she said as she fixed her glasses back to their place. "Yes, and I understand," Sam said, poking some of the chicken with his fork. "It's just that I had something important to take care of, that's all, something important indeed." He was too busy making a life-changing discovery that would make his life much easier from today onward. But he wasn't about to tell her that, obviously. That secret isn't something he would ever share with anyone. When neither followed up with anything, the two continued eating their food silently for a while. "Did something happen while I wasn't around, Sergeant?" Sam asked, deciding to address the elephant in the room. "Make a guess," Shizuru said, bringing the fork to her mouth. Sam kept his silence for a few seconds, then turned to look around him. He already had an idea of what's wrong. "I don't see Sergeant Jordan." "Well, after what happened," letting out a long sigh, Shizuru then followed. "I doubt he would be approaching me anytime soon." "Did you finally reject him properly?" Sam asked. "It wasn't easy, really," Shizuru replied. "He didn't take it nicely. I can see that happening." It all took place during lunch when Sam was passed out in the lab. Jordan approached Shizuru as usual, but seeing that Sam wasn't there for the second time that day, he started badmouthing him more and more in an attempt to make himself look good. Unable to take it anymore, Shizuru snapped at him, saying she was trying to polite before and that she's done putting up with him. Making it clear that she had no interest in him at all, she then went and told him to stay away from her unless he wanted a report to be filed against him. Everything happened publicly and many were there to witness it. Jordan was furious and started throwing insults like a kid. He then left while promising that she would regret rejecting him very soon. "Who would have thought you're capable of such things?" Sam said once the story was finished. "Even I have my limits," Shizuru replied. "I only assumed it before, but..." "You really don't like him, huh?" "Well, he just isn't my type. And his inability to take the hint is infuriating." "Oh, he did take the hint." Swallowing the last bite of his meal, Sam moved on to the dessert and picked the cup of pudding. He just didn't give up. "I hope he doesn't do anything foolish." The two finished their meal uninterrupted for the first time in a while. Since she didn't have to leave abruptly, Sam offered to walk Shizuru back to the female dorms before going back to his room. As they walked, a strange atmosphere began to surround the two. Sam felt nervous for some reason, but then he noticed that the Asian girl seemed to be on edge as well. As they approached the point where they would be going their separate ways, Shizuru came to a stop. "Is something wrong?" Sam asked, glancing around them trying to see if anything is amiss. Well, struggling to speak at first, the girl cleared her throat with a cough, then looked directly at Sam. "Doctor, you are currently single, right?" Chapter 20 Proposition, Valkyrie Smash. Chapter 20 Proposition, previous chapter, next chapter, ads by Pub Future. "You are currently single, right?" The question took Sam off guard and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. "Yes." "I'm surprised you figured it out," he replied sarcastically, trying to hide his nervousness. Though it would be easy to jump at conclusions, Sam was careful not to let himself do so. The intent behind the question might seem clear at first, however he feared the possibility of it being just misunderstanding. Unless the girl confirms it herself, he didn't want to make assumptions. "Well, I guess that you wouldn't be eating with me if you had a girlfriend." Shizuru replied, having taken what he said seriously. The same goes for you, doesn't it? Sam asked. Rejecting Jordan would have been much easier if you were dating someone. Exactly. That's why I have a proposition. Looking him straight in the eyes, Shizuru's cheeks took on a faint pink color as she spoke. How about we start dating? When his suspicion was confirmed, Sam's eyes were lowered into a sharp glare instead of going wide, but that only lasted for a moment. Hoping the girls didn't notice it, he tried following with an obvious question. Sergeant Kurakami, where did this come from all of a sudden? It's not that he wasn't happy about it. The woman he's been interested in for quite a while was now suggesting that they start dating. However, something felt off about it. Well, we're both single and... Well, the last words didn't reach Sam's ears. Shizuru began fidgeting, her head lowered as she felt her face heating. It seemed like she didn't know what she was saying before, and the embarrassment just caught up with her when Sam asked her that question. After a few seconds of silence, he figured that the conversation would probably take a while, so he invited her to a small park on the base where they sat awkwardly on a bench for a while. When you didn't show up for breakfast, finally getting over her bashful, Shizuru began talking. I realized for the first time that we never had agreed to meet during meals. Sam said nothing. He was aware of that fact, obviously. After all, she was the reason he always made sure to eat at a specific time. What he didn't consider was that the girl would be bothered if he missed one of the meals. It felt a bit lonely and made me think, what will happen if we stop eating together? That's why I suggested that we start dating. Shizuru explained. We can set time for when we meet and tell each other when we can't be there. So we wouldn't wait for nothing. I see. Sam said, but he knew as well as she did that such a reason was far too weak for them to start a relationship. We can do those things even if we aren't dating, though. Well, being in a relationship would solve a lot of our problems, and I also want to spend more time with you. Turning to his right, Sam found the Asian girl staring at him with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed red. We don't know if this peace will last, she said, inching closer to him little by little. Shouldn't we try to experience a normal relationship while we still can? Seeing the intensity in her eyes, Sam couldn't help backing away. Isn't this what I wanted all along? Why am I hesitating? Just then 05's face flashed in his head and everything became clear at that moment. Kurakami Shizuru was an attractive young woman, however when compared to the gorgeous creations that are the Valkyries, she suddenly becomes average at best. To Sam, who now has the opportunity to enjoy something made to surpass the original, he no longer felt excited at the thought of getting a human partner. And that didn't sit well with him. I completely agree with you, Sergeant Kurakami, Sam said with a nod. Though I have to say, even if we don't know how much time we have, won't being hasty about such matters backfire on us later on? He was sure that a big part of it is so she could reject people like Jordan. Because of that, he couldn't help but think it wouldn't work out between them and didn't feel like taking her offers seriously. Doctor, could it be that you don't see me as a potential partner? Turning away from him, Shizuru asked. That's not. Sam spoke, getting the feeling that he was messing up. Wait, shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Sam knew very well what it means for a guy to get friend-zoned. Too well, in fact. Because of that, he never thought their relationship would develop beyond being acquaintances or friends. Just because the girl never showed any sign of having romantic interest in him, well, compared to Jordan, you're far better, Shizuru said. You're always calm. You aren't very talkative, and most importantly, you like reading as much as I do. Is that so? Finding it hard to believe that such things could be considered attractive, Sam's reply lacked enthusiasm. You might not know this, but you rank pretty high on the list of potential husbands for many of the female staff. Seriously, well, the list focuses too much on your job and income, so, yeah, I think I get it. Basically, he was a safe bet for marriage. They didn't really care about being in a romantic relationship with him, they just want to exploit him for his resources. But I'm not like that, Shizuru quickly added. I seriously want to get to know you better, Doctor. I want us to spend more time together and, once again, as if realize what she said a bit too late, the girl's face flushed red. I thought I didn't think of you that way, but covering her face with both hands she spoke in low voice. Maybe I do after all, even if she didn't say it directly. Her words so far could easily be interpreted as a love confession. Sam's mood soured a little. He wanted to feel happy about it. He really did. But after what 05 said when offering herself for his experiments, Shizuru's words seemed a bit dull. Even if the two of them started dating, he felt that he wouldn't be able to love her properly all while enjoying the 3 weapons in secret. That said, Sam had no reason to reject her. It would be too suspicious for him to do so. Not only would it ruin their friendship, it would draw unnecessary attention to him. Wait, maybe I can use this to my advantage. Chapter 21 Bad Timing. If he excluded the Valkyries, Shizuru was the woman he wanted the most. If they're talking about a potential partner, then she's at the top of the list. By dating her, not only would he a better cover up for what he does to the weapons, he would also secure someone to be with when the war comes to an end. Sam wasn't such an idiot that he would think that his playtime with the Valkyries would go on forever. As soon as the war ends, the weapons would definitely get collected, and to make use of their secondary function as artificial wombs, they most likely would end up as playthings for the wealthy, and he would never get the chance to touch them again. Well, coughing a little to clear his throat, Sam then gave his answer. I will be in your care from now on, I guess. Hearing that, Shizuru's eyes slowly went wide as she turned to look at him. Really? She asked. Are you sure you're okay with that? Well, I would be an idiot if I don't accept. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sam looked away and scratched the tip of his nose. I can't believe it. Barely able to contain her excitement, Shizuru stood up. To think just asking would be enough. You say that as if asking is the easy part. Sam replied, does this mean we are a couple now? The girl asked, well, yeah. Starting now, I guess. Sitting back on the bench, Shizuru giggled a little before going silent. She was clearly in a good mood. Her smile was more radiant than usual, her profile all the more beautiful. Sam felt his heart skip a beat. The feeling he had moments earlier was now gone, and he no longer felt that his relationship with the Valkyries would be a problem. Even if her appearance isn't on par with the perfect walking weapons, in Sam's heart Shizuru was now on the same level as them. As he watched her humming TK herself, the girl suddenly turned to him looking a bit confused. What do you think couples usually do? Beside, even if you ask me, everything happened so abruptly that they didn't really know what to do. We can't really go on dates here. Guess those romance novels won't be of any help to us. She added with a sigh, well, we can dash. Just then Sam felt how phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and checked the notifications, his mood taking a swing for the worst in less than a second. Is something wrong? Seeing the change in his expression, Shizuru asked, yeah, it's nothing important. Sam said, his annoyed expression betraying him. Still, I have to take care of it. The timing couldn't have been worse. He had just obtained a girlfriend, yet that message decided that now was to be right time to arrive. I see. Shizuru said, looking a bit down. Well, we can always cont and dash. Before she could finish the sentence, her mouth was suddenly sealed. Shizuru was frozen still. Sam's movements took her by surprise, allowing him to steal a kiss before she could react. After a few seconds, he finally backed away, leaving the girl stunned by what had just occurred. Come on, Sam said, turning away to hide his expression. I will walk you back first. Saying nothing, two of them got up and headed back to the dorms. The kiss had helped better his mood, and as they walked, Sam could only think of one thing: that wasn't so bad. Today, the 25th of July, 2035, was the best day in Sam Sanderson's life. He discovered a way to have fun with the Valkyries, got to enjoy making out with one of them, and he started dating the woman he had his eyes on. All he had to do was go back to his room for the night and it would have been perfect. He just needed to place his head on the pillow and fall asleep. That way the day would have been complete. Sadly, that message came. It was a summoning from the base's commander, and while he had reasons to fear it more than the average soldier, Sam knew what it's most likely about, and that only served to drag his mood into the ground. Once he walked Shizuru back, he went to the administration building and stood in front of the commander's office for a couple of minutes, fighting urge to just leave. He took a deep breath, then knocked on the door. When no answer came, he twisted the knob and went in. The first thing that hit him was the stench of alcohol. It was so unbearable that he went directly to the window and opened it. Once he let some fresh air in, he turned to look at the desk where a mountain of whiskey bottles were stacked, along with some vodka here and there. As if woken up by the cold night breeze cleaning the air inside the room, something emerged from between the alcohol bottles: long silky white hair, a tall figure with an ample bosom, round ass, and slender legs. The uniform she wore was blue in color, the 4 stripes on her shoulders telling of the position she held. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Red irises slowly turned in Sam's directions. If anyone else had witnessed that scene, they would surely think they saw a goddess. however by now her looks no longer had an effect on Sam. "Doctor, the woman cried as she threw herself into his arms. "He left me, doctor. He actually left me, yeah, that's horrible, I can't believe it." Sam's voice was monotone, lacking all emotion. Even though he was being hugged by a crying gorgeous woman, his heart was as calm as monk meditating at the top of a mountain. Alice Schneider, the colonel in charge of the 46th military base located at the far end of the frontier around what was once known as South Africa. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, competing even with the Valkyries themselves. The success she had achieved in a short amount of time was record-breaking, earning her the reputation of the Iron Maiden who would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. That woman was now crying her eyes out on Sam's chest, and with this happening more times than he could count, he no longer felt anything when it does, he said. He said that he found someone else. Sam listened to the same story once more. Her fiancé had broken the engagement, again. His reason being that she's always away for work and that he could no longer put up with it, deciding to find a woman who wouldn't prioritize her career over him. This was the 5th time it happened. And the reason was the same in each one. Being responsible for a military base meant that Alice had to be present at all times, and with the 46th base being the furthest from any human settlement, it meant the time she gets to spend with her now ex-fiancé was far too limited. It was the curse of success, and being a woman who had just reached her 30s, Alice felt it more than anyone else. Her desperate search for a marriage partner always seemed to end with failure. And each time that happened, Sam is forced to comfort her after she drowns herself in alcohol, trying to ease the pain of being left alone. "I wonder how she would react if I told her I got a girlfriend," Sam thought as he gently patted Alice's hair. "It would be really funny if she killed herself because of that." Chapter 22. Too deep into the zone, he cheated on me, Alice cried, clenching Sam's shirt as he slowly patted her head. He cheated and didn't even feel bad about it. Alice was Sam's childhood friend, the neighbor's daughter he had played with when they were kids. Despite being 5 years older than him, the two spent quite a lot of time together. Obviously, that led to him harboring one big crush on her. However, she never noticed his feelings, always treating him as her cute little brother. Eventually, his feelings for her died. Cremated, then scattered in the wind. He gave up right after she got her second fiancé a few years ago, realizing that she would never see him as a man no matter what he does. But there lays the problem. Alice sees Sam as her little brother, so she has no trouble throwing herself at him. When the alcohol brings out the crybaby inside her, she always relies on him to get over it. This is torture. Just like his job so far, Sam is forced to endure the torture of having a beautiful woman so close to him but still being unable to do anything to her. The crush he had did die, of course, but his instincts as a man will never go, and he still gets aroused when she is in his arms like that. The two of them sat on the couch with Alice leaning on his right side. She had taken her shoes off and snuggled close to him, sobbing as he gently rubbed her back. Any sane person would think they're a couple if they saw them like this. However, the truth is that poor Sam was so deep into the friend zone that she never saw anything wrong with acting this way in front of him. "Hey, doctor, tell me." Alice spoke, her tears having eased a bit. "What should I do, even if you ask me?" Sam let out a long sigh. "Also, I already told you to stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, Ia. But I like calling you doctor." "You're a doctor, aren't you, doctor? Now you're talking nonsense." At some point, Sam noticed that everyone had started to refer to him as doctor. While it does describe his position as the Valkyrie's physician, the reality was that it's just nickname the other soldiers gave him because of his appearance. Sam never leaves his room without the white lab coat on his back. Add to that the glasses he wore, his silent attitude and cold demeanor, and he looked like the stereotypical scientist one would see in movies and TV shows. In the 46th military base, Sam was a sergeant, much like Korakami Shizuru. However, everyone referred to him by doctor, and when Alice heard about it, she started calling him by that as well. "Who cares about that?" Alice suddenly snapped, going into her angry drunk phase without a warning. "What I want to know is why I always end up alone. Why can't I lock a husband already? All my friends have kids. And I'm here trapped in this boring wasteland." I don't want to sound harsh, but... Looking away for a moment, Sam spilled a bucket of cold water on her. "You did this to yourself, you know, what?" Alice looked up at him, her red eyes all the more terrifying when she glares. "Well, you should have known that a job like this isn't suitable or someone looking to get married, especially for women. Sam explained. First of all, long-distance relationships don't work. You're always busy, and most men wouldn't like that. Second, your standards are way too high. Your success makes it so that the only men that interest you are those at the top of the top, and all of them have options so they won't put up with you. That's right. No matter how beautiful Alice is, she is still human. Beside her looks, she has nothing that other women don't have. A man with status and wealth would definitely choose a much younger woman who would be much less of a headache than Ms. Colonel over here, didactea. Switching back to a sad drunk, Alice began bawling her eyes once more. You're too cruel. How can you do this to me? No, you did this to yourself. Sam replied, looking down at her as she buries her head into his chest. Is there no hope for me? Why is the world so cruel? The world is cruel, all right. He thought, wishing this headache would end soon. Why do I have to endure all of this? The answer was quite simple. Even though Alice had broke his heart and never even noticed it, Sam could never abandon her. He simply owed her too much. Even his current job was something she got for him. Even if she is like this right now, Alice is a capable woman with connections that reached far and wide. The least he could do in return for the many times she had helped him was to put up with her when she is in this state. Tell me, doctor. What should I do? The moment she asked that question, Sam breathed in relief. It was finally coming to an end. You could start by lowering your standards. He said. How about you try dating someone from the base? Don't be an idiot. Alice said, her voice growing quiet. There is no way. I would. Date. A subordinate? Well, suit yourself. You're the one running out of time here. Doctor. So cruel. A few seconds of silence pass and weak breathing sounds were heard. Once again Sam let out a long sigh, glad that it had finally come to an end. He looked down at the woman resting on his chest. Even after passing out drunk, she still looked like a model posing for a photoshoot. For the first time in a long while, Sam began to feel his heart throbbing while watching her as she slept of his chest. The silky white hair, the slender body with rich bosom and plump ass. The innocence of her sleeping face. Well, I already have a beautiful girlfriend, so, stepping on his heart, Sam decided it was time to leave. He picked the sleeping beauty and walked toward a corner of the office where a door was located. It led to a small room with a closet and a bed on which he placed the woman, staying behind for a few seconds to watch her as she slept. If only did she realize how he felt for her long ago, maybe everything about this would have been different. She wouldn't have to worry about marriage and he wouldn't have to suffer so much helping her get over broken relationships. No, that's not it. Chapter 23. Maybe I should just. Sam put a halt to his thoughts, reminding himself that it was all his fault. He didn't have the courage to confess to her. Alice never saw him as a man, yet he refused to do anything about it, continuing to orbit around her all while his resentment built up each time she picked another guy over him. Now that his feelings for her died, only self-pity was left, and the idea that he might have a chance once she gets rejected caused him to feel disgusted by his own mindset. I can't help but wonder. Sam thought, reaching with his hand to brush a few strands away from her face. What could I have done to make you notice me? Alice was a strong and capable woman. Only men at the top of human society were able to catch her interest. Sam was nowhere near that level, lacking everything from wealth, status, and looks. If he had confessed to her back then, she would probably have shut him down so badly he would never have recovered from it. Not much has changed since then either. Look at you, sleeping peacefully even while I'm still around. Sam whispered, his eyes still locked on the sleeping Alice. Am I so worthless that you never considered me as a danger? Anger was building up in his heart. This was supposed to be the perfect day. He got to enjoy one of the Valkyries, and the woman he was interested in asked him out. He wished he had ignored that message. If he did, then maybe he wouldn't have had to go through all of this. And it was all her fault. Maybe I should just array.peu. He said. Would you start seeing me as a man then? The sleeping beauty offered no response, obviously, and though he never had a drop of alcohol, Sam was starting to act weirdly. He reached with both his hands and unbuttoned her shirt. His actions lacked hesitation, even when he was fully aware that he's about to commit a crime. She wore a black sports bra underneath, something unexpected of a woman of her type. Glancing up, Sam checked if the woman was still asleep. However, the moment he saw her face as she slept peacefully, all the dark thoughts suddenly disappeared. "What am I doing?" Sam gritted his teeth. Even when she's helplessly lying in front of him, he is still unable to do anything. The resentment he felt swelled inside, but it wasn't directed toward Alice. She has done nothing wrong. The only one at fault was Sam himself. His cowardice was his fault and is alone. The only one to blame here is himself. Alice was innocent, she owed him nothing, and he realized that. In fact, he was the one owing her a lot. More than he could count. He would never be able to pay his debt no matter how much he tries, yet here he was about to harm her just to satisfy the anger boiling inside him. Did I really get over her? Sam thought, doubts about his own feelings resurfacing. Letting out a long sigh, he fixed her shirt and stood up to leave, but before he did, he turned to take one more look at her sleeping face. This was supposed to be a perfect day. He got to kiss a Valkyrie, then the woman he was interested in. Alice sending him that message ruined it all, and once he leaves that room it could never be fixed. Sam didn't want it to end like that. He didn't want his past failures to be the thing that ruins his present and future. If there is one thing he could do to avoid that fate, he had to do it or go to bed full of regret. As he stared at the sleeping beauty, her rosy lips came into sight. They looked strangely glossy, as if they were inviting him in. Before reason could get a chance at stopping him, Sam leaned down and kissed Alice. It only lasted for a second, the stench of alcohol ruining it all. But once it was done, he felt the weight on his shoulders dropping and his anger fading away. "I will let you go with this much," Sam said as he stepped away. But only this time, understand, obviously, no answer came from the sleeping beauty. His heart was beating faster with each second, and as his excitement grew, he finally retreated, fearing what he might do if he stayed in that room any longer. The day might not be perfect, the last couple of hours were nothing but a pain. Still, if he had to describe it, Sam could confidently say it was one of the best. A few seconds pass after Sam left the commander's office. Alice's eyes suddenly snapped open and she quickly lifted herself up. She stared at the entrance to her bedroom for a while, then, once her hazy mind confirmed that everything that had just occurred wasn't a dream, her face blossomed into a brilliant shade of red. She held her burning cheeks in both hands and tried her best to understand what happened. She drank until her head started spinning, summoned Sam so she wouldn't suffer alone, cried and complained until she was too tired to go on, then pretended to be asleep so he would put her in bed because she was too lazy to get up herself. This wasn't the first time it happened. So far everything went the same as it did for the few dozens times she tried to wash away her sorrows using alcohol. But what happened afterwards was the anomaly. Was he about to? Usually Sam would leave as soon he puts her in bed. She heard him complain once or twice, however most of the time he just gets out as if he couldn't wait to do so. "Maybe I should just you," the words rang in Alice's head. This time was different from the others. Sam tried to strip her, and even though he decided to stop, it was clear he intended to do a lot more than that. Then, just when the danger seemed to have passed, she felt his lips fall on hers. Alice was in shock. It came out of nowhere. She never even considered the possibility of something of this nature happening. The only reason she continued to pretend being asleep was that the shock froze her, leaving her unable to react. Sam was like a little brother to her. She still remembers seeing him as a baby sleeping in his mother's arms. That innocent child was about to assault her a few minutes ago. Alice started trembling from both horror and embarrassment. "Am I so worthless that you never considered me as a danger? Would you start seeing me as a man then?" Remembering what he said, Alice began to notice the huge blunder she had made. Sam was a man now. An adult male just like any of the others. He was no longer the little brother she used to play with. And the same goes for her. She's now an adult female. Even so, she has been inviting him to meet in private without considering the implications. Suddenly all the times the two of them hugged and cuddled flashed through her mind, the ones from when Sam was a teenager being especially clear. Alice took her pillow, buried her face in it and screamed until she lost her voice. Even after that, her embarrassment was still going strong. "Now that I think about it, he seemed strangely upset whenever I told him about my engagements." Alice, though, reminiscing about the times she forced him to celebrate with her. Was he jealous, perhaps? That one kiss was enough to sober her up, and for the rest of the night Alice couldn't stop herself from thinking about him. Sam didn't know it himself, but that night he had finally achieved a goal he had long since given up on. He finally made Alice recognize him as a man. Chapter 24: Dating in a military base. Morning came and Sam woke up feeling rather refreshed. Remembering the events from the previous night, he couldn't help but let a giant grin creep on his face. Somehow he had managed to get a kiss from 3 of the most attractive women on his list. And that wasn't all of it, a new life had opened its doors for him. He managed to obtain a cute girlfriend. One of the Valkyries is now his plaything and the other 2 will soon follow. Before he knew it, Sam already had a harem of his own. His only regret was that he can't make Alice a part of it, but he knew that would be asking for too much. I wonder who I should play with today. He was in such a good mood that he started humming to himself while showering. Guess I will give 9 a try. I have been looking forward to banging her ever since I saw her for the first time. He started to recall the time she kneeled in front of him preparing to give him a blowjob. That thought alone was enough to make him hard, and his excitement only grew from there. I need to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he forced the lewd thoughts out of his mind and wore his usual calm and stoic mask. No matter how happy he was, Sam knew it would be for the best if he didn't let it show. Coming out of the shower, he heard a beep from his phone. Chizuru had sent him a message saying she'll wait for him at the spot they parted in last night. Despite his efforts, Sam began to grin once more. He quickly wore his clothes, put on his glasses and lab coat, then left his room. The meeting spot wasn't that far away, and soon enough he was able to spot the short Asian girl. It seems she saw him as well, waving in his direction with a big smile on her face. "Good morning, Dr. Sergeant Kurakami." Good morning. Shizuru's radiant smile was even more brilliant this morning. After silently staring at each other for a few seconds, she suddenly looked away, her embarrassment evident by the red color reaching the tips of her ears. "Shall we head to the cafeteria?" Sam asked, enjoying the sight of his bashful girlfriend to the fullest. "Yes. Let's." The 2 turned around and began to walk. The silence was a bit awkward but enjoyable nevertheless. Sam had dated a few women back in college, but this was the first time he felt so much fun. By the way. Breaking the ice, Chizuru brought up something she was waiting to tell him about. Apparently the military has some rules about intimate relationships among soldiers. Really? Sam raised an eyebrow. Yes. Well, most are what one would expect in a professional workspace. Something about public morals and such. I see. To summarize everything, those in a relationship aren't allowed to show it in public. They must treat everyone with the same professionalism. That means we just have to go about things the same as we did so far. Right? Sam said. I don't really see a problem with that. The 2 reached their destination and got their food. It was early in the morning, so there weren't that many soldiers around. Sam's favorite table was empty, so they walked over to right away, but before they sat down an idea popped into Sam's head. "Sergeant Kurakami, can you move to the other seat, huh?" "Why, yes." "No problem." Instead of sitting across from each other, Sam asked Chizuru to sit at the edge of the table while he took the chair beside her. With the wall on her left and Sam on her right, Chizuru had nothing to worry about, even if a certain someone decides to show up. Or so were Sam's thoughts. About to bite into his toast, he noticed that his cute girlfriend was looking at him from the corner of her eye. "Is something wrong?" he asked, and nothing. Picking up her cup, she blew over the steaming hot milk, then took a sip. Sam didn't let it bother him and turned his focus to his food. A few minutes later, he began to feel that something was strange. Whenever someone new enters, they look in his direction and their eyes would go wide. Some continued to stare for a few seconds before going to get their food, others didn't look away even after taking their seats. "Is it just me, or are we getting more attention than usual?" Sam said, taking a sip of his coffee substitute. "Well, it's to be expected." As she spoke, Chizuru refused to look up from her tray. When he turned to look, Sam noticed the steam rising from her head, making him realize that he might have done something to embarrass her. Could it be? Looking around the room, Sam noticed that they were the center of attention and most of those present were looking their way. Did they already find out about us? Being the subject of scrutiny ever since he started his job at this base, Sam had developed a habit of sitting with his back turned to the rest of the crowd. By doing so, he avoided looking at anyone while eating his meals, but now that he changed the angle, he was forced to notice things he didn't see before. You don't know?" Chizuru turned to him with a look of surprise. "Know what?" It wasn't the first time the 2 of them sat at that table. The only difference was that Sam had changed his seat. For a moment he thought that it might be something else, however turns out he was right on the spot. You see, corner seats like these are usually taken by couples. As she spoke, Shizuru was fidgeting a little as she did her best to not cover her face with both hands. Whenever a duo sits in a place like this, it's as if they're telling the others to leave them alone. But we sat here many times before, didn't we? Sam asked. Even if he was used to ignoring the crowd, he was sure that people never gave them those looks before. Also, a certain someone joined them quite frequently. If such rules really existed, then no one would have bothered them before. Well, when you take that seat instead of the one you're used to. It's as if you're declaring that I'm your girlfriend now, is that so? His intentions might have been different, but in the end the results he got were far better than he had expected. And as if to confirm his conclusion, Jordan entered the cafeteria a couple of minutes later and froze when he spotted them. Sam had to fight the urge to smirk, but he must have failed to suppress his smile as the orange-haired man stormed out soon after their eyes met. Chapter 25 Apology. Though a lot has changed in one day, the way Sam spends his time wasn't affected all that much. Shizuru still has to go to her post, and the Valkyries were busy doing their own thing, so he had free time all the way till the afternoon. He decided to drop by the library as usual, picking a book and reading through it to pass time. Doing so reminded him that he has yet to give Shizuru the book he had brought for her. It had completely escaped his mind after he discovered that crime against literature called Valkyrie Smash. To his disappointment, unlike that time, 9 didn't show up at the library. He hoped that he could lead her to the lab where he would start another experiment of his. But apparently today wasn't it. On a separate note, the male and female soldiers he and 9 peeped on that time still came to the library to have their fun. After thinking about it for a while, Sam realized that they didn't have much of a choice, as the rooms in the dorms were shared among the soldiers and only a select few had rooms of their own. Sam was one of those lucky few. His position as the Valkyrie's physician gave him a slightly higher status than the other soldiers, so he enjoyed a few privileges the others didn't have. The 46th base was too far from most human settlements, which led to only the most necessary resources being transported there. Being in a relatively safe part of the front line, it wouldn't be strange for it to be abandoned at some point to conserve resources, which means building bigger constructions would only be a waste. Once the front line is advanced and more land is reclaimed, there might be some efforts to restore one of the nearby abandoned cities, but until then the soldiers stationed at the 46th base are forced to withstand the boring, cramped lifestyle. After a while, Sam headed to his lab, making sure to get a cup of coffee on his way. He still had a lot of free time, so he decided to spend it reading more of the Valkyrie's blueprints. Just when he turned on the terminal, he noticed someone peeking into the room. 03. Realizing she had been caught, the young Valkyrie tried to hide. A few seconds later, she made her way inside looking rather embarrassed. Is something wrong? Sam asked. The girl stood in her place, fidgeting a little. It was clear that she had something to say but was too embarrassed to do so. There is something I wanted to talk to you about. After much struggle, she finally managed to squeeze out those words. However, it seemed that she would need a lot more time to go on. Good timing, Sam said as he pulled a chair from the corner of the room. I also have something to talk about. He offered the seat to 03, who looked rather surprised, then sat across from her. Sam took a few moments to appreciate the Valkyrie's cuteness. She wore the same cosplay-like uniform as 05. However, unlike the much more mature and well-endowed Valkyrie, 03 was smaller and less developed, making her look a lot more like a schoolgirl. When thinking about it that way, Sam felt a little bad about wanting to have his way with her. He couldn't deny the fact that she was designed to be under 18. Sam wasn't so keen on committing that kind of crime, no matter how appealing he thinks she is. However, in the end he convinced himself that she's nothing more than a well-made robot. It would be pointless to try and apply social constructs to her, not to mention, no matter how much she weighed, she would never grow up into an adult. She will always look like a 16-year-old girl even 100 years from now. We'd sure have no moral compass, Sam thought as he remembered what Odin took as a reference when creating the walking weapons. Well, maybe we should be glad he didn't go any lower than this. First of all, I want to apologize for what I said the other day, Sam said, watching as the girl's eyes slowly widened. As an average human, I'm not very knowledgeable about fighting the calamities. You, a Valkyrie who's been made for that purpose, must be aware of the best actions to be taken on the field. It was pretty presumptuous of me to speak on the matter when you're more of an expert than I am. Not seeing his apology coming, panic started to show on 03's face. He didn't know why she came, but it was an opportunity he didn't want to waste. After all, among the 3 Valkyries, she would be the one most difficult to capture. Well, as long as you understand, the young Valkyrie said, unable to look him in the eyes. I also came to apologize. I realized I have been too harsh that time, so. Sorry. In her Valkyrie file, on top of being an energetic athletic girl, 03 was described as a tsundere, someone with a harsh personality that has difficulty showing their true emotions. It stated that the process in which one wins her over is slow and takes a significant amount of time. She would eventually warm up to the one she chooses to become her master before starting to show affection toward him. In order to achieve his goal of getting to play with all three Valkyries, Sam realized that he would have to invest a lot of time into the short one. There are no shortcuts to take as well, since the file made it clear that any type of rash advances could damage the relationship one has with 03. Now that I think about it, 05 was way too easy. Sam didn't really know how he managed to capture the Valkyrie with the ponytail. She had just fallen into his hands when he attempted his experiments. The same couldn't be done with 03. She's clearly more complicated and won't just choose anyone. Thankfully, since he's pretty much the only one the Valkyries interact with, Sam didn't have any competition to be afraid of. All he needed to do was to slowly work on his relationship with her until she eventually recognizes him as her master. And to do so, the first thing he needs is to fix their relationship and show the Valkyrie that he cares about her. 3. Getting up from his chair, Sam knelt before the Valkyrie and looked up at her. I might have worded it the wrong way before, but I really wish that you would be more careful out there. The girl looked at him with wavering eyes. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, she couldn't bring herself to argue back. She hung her head in silence, waiting for him to finish his speech. However, the words that followed were different from what she had in mind. That day, when I saw you being carried inside on a stretcher, it really pained my heart, despite his questionable intentions at the moment. Sam's words had some truth to them. One simply can't avoid feeling uncomfortable seeing the mutilated body of a young girl. The fact that they were sending what looked like a helpless girl to a merciless battlefield felt morally wrong, even if she has the ability to rip an adult man apart with her bare hands. 3. I want you to return home safely each time, Sam said, reaching out and taking the Valkyrie's hand into his. If it was up to me, I wouldn't send you out at all. However, we have no choice but to rely on you. That's why I want you to promise me one thing. Waiting until she looked him in the eyes, Sam told her his wish. Promise me that you won't do anything careless, and that you'll always make it back. For a few seconds, 03 didn't know how to respond. She looked rather conflicted, her eyes moving from one corner to the other as she bit her lower lip. Having reached her conclusion after a while, the Valkyrie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, Sam somehow felt her determination as she declared with a smile, I will do my best. Chapter 26 Reply. Soon after 03 left, Sam went back to what he was doing. However, the moment he turned on the terminal, he noticed something strange. It was an email notification. The only reason he would see one on the terminal used to operate air is if the Resistance HQ has questions about his reports. That thought alone caused him to panic, and he quickly moved to open it. A quick read made him realize that although he was in the safe at the moment, he wasn't exactly out of trouble. The message was a reply to the report he made the other day when 03 got injured. In it, he expressed his concern over the Valkyrie's recent strange behavior, like how 05 asked him if he sees her as a human, or how 03 seemed to look down on them. The reply he received was unexpected. Whoever wrote it questioned Sam's competence as the Valkyrie's physician, telling him to stop watching sci-fi movies. They said he lacked basic knowledge about the humanoid weapons, which isn't exactly wrong, as his main job is to operate air. He didn't really need to know much about the Valkyries to do so. What's wrong with this guy? Sam thought. He's being quite rude. The reply went on to address the concerns he had. However, their answers were quite vague, probably because they didn't have access to the Valkyrie files. They told him that he had nothing to worry about unless the weapons start talking in a language that doesn't exist or stop speaking at all. He remembered reading something about that in the Valkyrie project blueprints. There were a number of restrictions put in place that made sure the AI's base program doesn't change. He didn't know if it was 100% safe. However, if the weapons were really going out of control, they would probably show more malfunctions instead of asking philosophical questions. As for when 9 touched him, the reply stated that there are no restrictions preventing the Valkyries from touching people. Staff are usually prohibited from making physical contact. However, there is nothing preventing Valkyries themselves from doing so. Of course, there are restrictions preventing them from using their destructive power on humans. And if they were really malfunctioning, then he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Sam realized how rash he was in sending that report. Back then, he didn't know anything about the 3 weapons, so when they started acting out of the ordinary, he just panicked. Now that he got his hands on Valkyrie Smash and learned their secrets, he felt stupid for thinking that those three were about to start another apocalypse. It wouldn't be funny if a bunch of sex bots decided to revolt against humans. Sam could only laugh at the idea. Thankfully, his report wasn't taken seriously. They also didn't seem to notice anything strange about the other reports, which means he got away with what he did to 05. That said, the fact that they sent a reply meant they were reading his reports. Even if he was in the clear at the moment, he had a feeling that he should take things at a slower pace, one experiment at a time. When he was done with the email, Sam noticed that it was time for lunch, which means another date with his Shizuru. You seem to be in a really good mood. 3. It was noon and the three Valkyries were outside doing their usual patrol. As they flew through the sky, 9 noticed that the youngest among them wasn't as grumpy as she was the day before and decided to ask right away. Things were somewhat awkward between the two. When she heard of what 03 had said to their doctor, 9 got mad for the first time since ever. She demanded that the young one apologizes, however she refused and the two LF them had a fight. That didn't stop 9 from asking though. She seemed to get over her anger far quicker than one might think. HM? Well, normally 03 wouldn't answer such a question honestly, however she was in an especially good mood that day. Actually, I went to see the old man earlier. Oh. And? Did you apologize? Well, I intended to, but smiling wryly, the young Valkyrie followed. For some reason he ended up apologizing first. Why? 9 didn't understand. Just so you know, I did apologize afterwards. 3 decided to make that part clear before her fellow Valkyrie misunderstood. Apparently he realized that telling us to be careful when fighting was stupid, since we know that better than anyone. Alright, as weapons made in order to fight the calamities, the Valkyries are able to discern the best course of action based on the data collected in real time. Even if their main function is something entirely different, the AI's combat capabilities are the best they could be. It takes a great level of ignorance to think that anyone would know how to fight the monsters better than them. That said, there is nothing that could be done if the enemy surpasses their capabilities. Even if they're humanity's strongest weapons, there is a limit to what they can do. What 5 said before. 03 spoke, her expression clouding a little. I think I get it now. The Valkyries were weapons created to fight the calamities. They might look and act like humans, but in the end they're nothing more than AI loaded into a human-shaped shell. Doctor is a nice person, isn't he? 05's voice came from their telecommunication devices. She was handling the scouting today, so she was flying ahead of the other two. I think he's just an idiot, said 03, letting out an exasperated sigh. Treating us like humans, worrying about our safety. Only an idiot would do things like that. Well, I wouldn't deny that he's a bit on the weird side, 9 said. She then shifted her attention to something else, looking down at the red fields below them. That aside, don't you think we can recapture this area soon, now that you said it? But we had that attack just the other day, right? Said 03. Doesn't that reset our count? It's the first calamity we faced in months. 05 replied. If we go on for another week without any attacks, we could ask the commander to see if we can get permission to cleanse the area. It would be great if we can rebuild one of the cities. A bright smile spread on 03's face as she considered the possibility. Maybe then we could get to have some fun instead of being trapped in that boring base. Even if we get the humans to build a settlement nearby, I can't imagine the higher-ups giving us permission to go there. 9 said, smiling wryly. Humans can be cruel sometimes, the 3 sighed, remembering how most humans see them. Chapter 27 Experiment 02 Part 1 The Valkyries finished their work without any incidents. It was another peaceful day, something that had been the ordinary with very few calamities showing in the area guarded by the 46th Resistance Base. Returning home, the first thing the 3 weapons would do is go through the daily examination. Even if they encountered nothing during their outing, it was their duty to undergo the procedure just in case the initial scan performed upon their return had missed something. I see you faced no problems today, Sam said as he checked the tablet in his hand. Nothing out of the ordinary, 9 said, but then her eyes went wide as she remembered something important. We managed to reach a new city this time. This one was still intact, 03 said, sharing 9's enthusiasm. There isn't a single building destroyed. It's as if the calamities never touched it. It's quite rare. What Sam found more amusing was that the young Valkyrie was talking to him normally instead of expressing her annoyance at everything he does. Though I've heard of such a thing before. Apparently places that were evacuated entirely before the calamities arrived are always left intact, really? 03 asked, yes. As you already know, the calamities only target humans. Apparently they don't bother with anything else. Though we still don't know why they paint everything red. The red substance covering most of the territories under the calamities rule was a mystery. A closer inspection revealed that it's composed mainly of something closely resembling a virus which only affected humans. At the moment there was no way to fight it once it infected someone, and because it did nothing to other living creatures it was decided to consider it as another type of calamity. Hey, how long would it take to get the city back to what it was? The young Valkyrie asked, looking at Sam with eyes filled with excitement. Sadly, I can't say for sure. Sam replied, feeling a little bad for stepping on her hopes. It's relatively peaceful around here, so one would think it's the best place to rebuild. However, it's still too far from the other settlements and the resistance doesn't have enough resources to allocate to this area. Is that so? That said, we might be able to convince the HQ to send over a cleanser. If we retrieve enough farmland and prove its usefulness, it would only be a matter of time before normal civilians move here. At the moment there are only a few Valkyries who have the power to remove the red virus. Those are called cleansers, and the only time they get deployed is when the calamities get pushed back and the resistance regains more land. Their only job is to completely eradicate the red virus to make the land habitable for humans, so the lack of calamities alone isn't enough? 05 asked. Even if everything has been peaceful, well, except for the other day, we are still in the front line. Until we're completely sure everything is safe, we can't risk bringing civilians here. Noticing that the three weapons didn't seem too happy about what he said, Sam decided to move on, telling them to get into air. Each Valkyrie entered her container and soon enough the viscous green liquid filled them. However, one had yet to close. 9, could you come here for a moment? When she heard the doctor call her, 9 got nervous, thinking something wasn't right. Leaving her container, she went back to the previous room where the man was waiting for her. Standing in her usual spot, she began by asking if she did anything wrong. No, I just had a few questions, Sam said as he walked over to her. It's about 03, Did she perhaps say more mean things to you? The blonde Valkyrie asked. The opposite, actually. She apologized earlier this morning. I suspected that it had something to do with the fight you two had. Yes, the other day she just started bad-mouthing Doctor out of nowhere. When I asked her what's wrong, she told us about the conversation you had with her. As she spoke, 9 looked rather infuriated. Even though Doctor just wants the best for us. I can't believe she would be so rude to you. Well, she already apologized. I doubt she would discard her sharp tongue anytime soon. But don't be too hard on her. That's just the way she is, I see. Feeling that the conversation had come to an end, 9 expected the man to tell her to return to her container. However, what happened next came as a complete surprise. Doctor, without a warning, Sam reached out with his right hand and grabbed one of her breasts. A moment later he was squeezing the second one as well. Doctor, what are you doing? Looking up from the hands playing with her chest, 9 tried to question Sam, worried that he had just gotten them both in some really big trouble. You are forbidden from touching us, remember? Won't we get in trouble because of this? Taking his focus off the giant melons for a moment, Sam looked the blonde Valkyrie in the eyes. You don't have to worry about that, he said. I've learned that, as your physician, I'm given some permissions others don't have. Is that so? 9 found it difficult to believe. She looked down at Sam's hands. It was weird to have him touch her like that, however soon she found herself enjoying the sensation. A smile spread on her lips, and a moment later something clicked in her mind. Doctor, does that mean we can try that? Sam knew what she was referring to right away. He smiled back at her as if to confirm her guess. He then brought his face close to her, stole her lips without hesitation. For a moment 9 was frozen still. However, in the next she learned the pleasure of kissing and began to desire more and more. Sam didn't hold back, using his tongue right from the get-go. Before he knew it, the Valkyrie already had her arms around his neck, her chest pressed flat against his. A minute or so passed before the two separated. However, that didn't last, as the Valkyrie pulled him in and started kissing again. He could get his fill making out with her at another time though. Intending to use what little they have right now for something else, Sam pushed the Valkyrie away, and as she pouted he explained to her what's going on. Today we will be doing an experiment. We don't have a lot of time, so, Sam said, holding the Valkyrie by the shoulders to prevent her from suddenly jumping on him. How about we try what we saw that time in the library? The moment he mentioned it, Nine's eyes widened and her excitement spiked. Not wasting any second, she immediately went down to her knees. In front of her face was Sam's crotch, a large bulge having formed on it. Chapter 28 Experiment 02 Part 2. Sam was already hard after getting to play with Nine's gigantic breasts. However, when he saw her on her knees in front of him, his excitement reached new levels and he immediately unbuckled his pants. The Valkyrie watched, eyes filled with anticipation, as the doctor finally revealed his tool. She wasn't an expert on human anatomy, especially the male side, so she didn't know how important size was. With that said, when she compared Sam's with the only other tool she saw thus far, the one belonging to the soldier they peeped on in the library, Nine was surprised to see such a significant difference. So this is Doctor's male part, she said, leaning forward a little to get a closer look. Does the shape differ between individuals? Though it's much thicker than that of the soldiers we saw the other day, I would say yours is a bit shorter, Doctor. Sam felt a heavy hit to his chest, causing him to recoil. The blonde Valkyrie clearly had no idea what she was talking about. However, hearing her say his rod is small did hurt quite a bit. Wait, I'm pretty sure it's not that small, Sam thought, looking down at his own penis. I would say it's average. He tried to rationalize what Nine said as just an observation. Also, she did mention that his was much thicker, so it wasn't like he completely lost the competition. 9. It's rude to comment on the size of a man's organ, he said with a forced smile. Sorry. I didn't really know. 9 replied with a flustered voice, annoyed and getting tired of the wait. Sam inched closer to the Valkyrie, placing his tool right in front of her lips. You don't have to be concerned about its shape or size, Sam said, staring down at 9 with half-lit eyes. After all, mine will be the only one you'll ever experience. The blonde Valkyrie looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly a bit shocked. A moment later, however, a smile spread on her face as her expression became more coquettish. Yes, of course, she said, her hand moving to touch the fully erect rod. Doctor is the only one I can do this with, after all. She began to slowly stroke before wrapping her delicate fingers around it. I just have to follow the same steps as that female soldier, correct? Yes, Sam said, his entire body having frozen for a moment when he felt her grip. Then, moving her eyes down to the target, 9 moved it up a little and placed it on her lips. Then, without much hesitation, she gobbled the entire thing in one go. Sam felt a spark move up his spine, his whole body stiffening. It had taken him by complete surprise. He had never expected that the first thing she would do to be deep-throating his entire tool in one go. It took quite a bit of concentration to not ejaculate right then and there, and just when he started to feel the warmth of her mouth, 9 moved back, her lips sliding on the shaft as she slowly took his thing out. Taking it in her hand once more, she began stroking it up and down, the saliva covering it acting as a lube. How does it feel? Dr. 9 spoke, smiling as if she already knew how he felt. Why, it feels good. Keep going, then. Same as before, 9 didn't hesitate when bringing the rod to her mouth. She began from the base, slowly running her tongue along the shaft all the way to the tip, where she would stop to suck on it a little. The way she gasped for air spoke of her arousal. Her movements were slow and precise, almost as if she already knew what she doing. When she said she would follow the same steps as that female soldier, Sam didn't have enough time to think it through. What 9 did was imitate the actions of a much experienced woman. Because of that, she ended up skipping the part where she has to learn stuff, making it seem as if she knew what she was doing even though it was her first time touching a penis. MMN. Either way, Sam couldn't deny how incredible it felt. A Valkyrie was licking and sucking his rod as if it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Watching that beautiful creation from above, the pleasure he was experiencing was magnified, and he soon found himself about to climax. As if catching on to that, the 9 went down, sucking on his balls while tightening her grip, moving her hand faster and faster. A moment later, white fluid erupted from the tip, shooting up before splattering all over 9's face. Letting out an extremely sensual sigh, 9 backed away and looked up at Sam with a smile. That was incredible, Sam said, looking down to see the Valkyrie's sullied face. You're really good at this, 9, is that so? She said, her smile deepening. I'm glad you enjoyed it, doctor, as she remembers the female soldier would usually stop for a while once the white fluid comes out. Though she did the same, the Valkyrie didn't know much about it, so she just decided to ask, by the way, doctor. She said, shifting her attention back to his rod, which had shrunken a little after releasing his load. What is this white liquid? It smells strange, but I don't think it's urine. It was a bit awkward to explain. For a woman who had just gave oral sex to not know what it was, Sam found it quite weird. It's sperm. The male seed, ah. So this is what causes females to get pregnant? 9 said, clasping her hand together in realization. Yes, that's correct. Not much time had passed, but Sam's tool was already rearing to go. Noticing that, 9 gasped before smiling. She was already aware of what that meant. Not waiting for Sam's permission, she began working her tongue, cleaning the sticky stuff leaking from the tip. She then stopped for a moment to swallow, gazing at the penis, which was now covered in a layer of saliva instead. Moving on to the next step, she remembered. 9 shoved the whole thing inside her mouth before slowly taking most of it out. She then began bobbing her head back and forth, pushing the thick rod all the way to the back of her throat. 9 was completely engrossed into the act, so much that she had failed to notice the leak in her groin. Before long, the penis began to twitch again, and the next moment another eruption occurred, with everything being released inside her mouth as Sam held her head in place while thrusting his hips forward. Left with no other option, the Valkyrie gulped down every last drop. A few seconds later, Sam Finall began to relax, letting go of her head and backing away. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. He apologized, seeing her hold a hand to cover her mouth, a difficult expression on her face. Sam didn't really feel bad about finishing like that. Quite the opposite, in fact. He quite enjoyed ejaculating directly inside her mouth and planned on doing it whenever possible. However, the Valkyrie herself didn't seem to like it that much, or so he thought, until she regained her coquettish smile a couple of seconds later. That was close, she said, placing a hand on her chest as she heaved a satisfied sigh. I almost spit it out by mistake. Hearing that, Sam couldn't help but smile. Chapter 29, Experiment 02. Part 3. When checking 9's Valkyrie file, Sam was surprised to find nothing that could help him become her master. No hint was provided in the personality section. She was described as the big sister type who cares for those around her. The file said that she would definitely make a good mother and wife. However, it never mentioned anything about how to make her into one. Sam had no idea on how to go about making her his plaything. However, he didn't have to think too hard about it. After all, she had already came to him once with the intention to partake in erotic acts, Dr. 9 said, panting with as she smiled at Sam. Does it feel good? Yes, really. Really good, I see. The Valkyrie was still on her knees, this time using her giant breasts to service the doctor, who was sitting on his chair, his pants having fallen off. But honestly, to think there are so many ways to stimulate the male organ, she said, bringing her attention down to his crotch, which was hidden underneath her chest. Those two in the library didn't do this even once, probably because she didn't have a chest. Like yours, Sam was having a difficult time keeping his thoughts together. Though she was still wearing her tight combat suit, the softness of her marshmallows was still mind-numbing. Now that you said it, 9's chest was way too large compared to that of the average female human. Most of the Valkyries had oversized breasts, however she was one among the few who had such a comical size that couldn't possibly work normally. They are so big that Sam's rod was completely buried between them. 9 had to lift them from below due to their sheer size, which took a considerable amount of effort. However, seeing Sam's reaction increased her excitement, and she was trying her best to make him come once again. It wasn't before long that the sticky white fluid erupted, and after a couple of seconds it began filling her cleavage. A lot came out this time too. That was the third one. However, Sam didn't feel satisfied yet. After unloading that much, his reserves should have been empty, making it difficult to go on. However, for some reason his rod was already preparing for the next round. Less than a minute after he finished, Sam stood up and pushed the chair away. 9 noticed his spear and knew it was already time for the fourth round. This time, however, she didn't have to do much herself. Sam reached out with both hands and grabbed her gigantic milkers, their shape having changed a little as her nipples seemed to have hardened. He gave them a good squeeze, then pressed them together. He then proceeded to slowly insert his hard cock between them. Watching him carefully, 9 straightened her back so that she would be at a more optimal height. She remembered seeing something like this back in the library, although a bit different. And as if to confirm her guess, Sam began moving his hips at a pace that quickly increased. The Valkyrie didn't understand why, but it felt different from when she was the one moving. Her heart was beating much faster and a certain part of her felt awfully itchy. Before she knew it, her hand had slid between her thighs. It was then when she noticed how wet her crotch area was. Nevertheless, she began massaging her nether, and the next moment her nerves were suddenly flooded with a feeling she had never experienced before. Her fingers moved in accordance to Sam's pace, and with a last thrust the two of them climaxed at the same time. Sam held on to Nine's breasts as his rod pumped his sticky white substance between them. Nine was panting uncontrollably, her mind a bit hazy after experiencing that kind of pleasure for the first time. Pulling her hand from between her legs, Nine looked at how drenched it was. Sam, having pulled his thing out, backed away to catch his breath. When he let go of the giant marshmallows, the sticky liquid trapped between them flowed down her stomach and onto her thighs. It wasn't his intention, but the Valkyrie was now covered in his semen from head to toe. "I see you came as well," Sam said, noticing her stained hand. Nine tilted her head at him, not understanding what she was talking about. How do you explain this?" Sam stopped to think. It was another thing one usually didn't need to explain, so it was difficult to do so, but he tried his best anyways using what he already knew. "Remember how your muscles tensed up this entire time, especially around your..." "Well, down there," he said, pointing at her nether. Nine followed him with her eyes, which widened the next moment as if she understood what he meant. "Coming is when that tension gets released. It's also called climaxing," it felt. "So go OD," Nine said, looking down at her soiled body. "Is that so?" It was impossible to know if the Valkyries actually felt sexual pleasure, as they aren't exactly human. However, according to the Phrygia file, they were all made to be the best sexual partners. Their bodies are programmed to react the same way a normal female would, which meant that at the very least they should be able to recognize how they're supposed to feel when experiencing the right stimulation. That was what made them so different from the average sex doll. Doing it with the Valkyries would surely feel like doing it with a real woman, although many times better. Excited to move on to the main dish, Sam turned to look at the terminal and the reality immediately hit him. "Let's end it at this today," he said, his shoulders slumping. "They have already ran out of time, eh?" Nine looked up with a start, her expression turning sour. "But we have yet to dash. Let's leave it to another time. You still have to go through your examination, then how about we continue after?" Sam stopped to give it some thought. He took a towel he had prepared beforehand and gave it to the blonde Valkyrie. He then used another one to clean his thing. "No, it would be for the best if we leave it to another day." After ejaculating 4 times, it was inevitable that he would go into sage mode. The idea of going on after the examination was appealing, however he had something else in mind for when he would eventually cross the line with Nine. First he needed a bed. He wanted their first time to be somewhat special, so doing it in the lab felt a bit lacking. He wanted to go at it for a while without having to worry about time, so it would be ideal if they could meet at night. That said, he had no idea on how to go about achieving that. It would be impossible to sneak her into his room without anyone noticing, and humans were prohibited from entering the Valkyrie's quarters, so he couldn't go there himself. Maybe I should just ask her to come here after dinner time, Sam thought as he considered his options. In the end, he decided to worry about it later. "Understood," Nine said and began to sulk. She used the towel to wipe herself, then returned it to Sam, who threw it in a bag immediately. As she walked to her container, Sam reminded her to keep what they did a secret just in case. The examination ended a few minutes later and the 3 Valkyries left like usual as if nothing had happened. Sam moved on to editing the examination results, erasing anything suspicious from Nine's file as well as 05 since they continued to make out after yesterday's report was sent. With that, the second experiment came to an end. Chapter 30: Good News and Bad News. Once the examination was done and the report was sent, Sam's day went on as usual, except for him having to stop by his room to shower and change his clothes. He spent the afternoon reading a book, then met with Shizuru for dinner. Alice didn't call him that night, which he thought was odd. However, he doubted that she would commit suicide just because her engagement was broken, so he went to bed without checking on her. After a night of sound slumber, morning soon came. Same as the day before, he went through his routine, ate breakfast with his girlfriend, then went to the library. Everything had been normal until that point. Just when he sat down with his book. However, he noticed a certain orange head enter the library. "Sergeant Clementine. Fancy seeing you here." Sam said, his voice full of sarcasm, "We need to talk." Jordan said, glaring down at him while desperately trying to hide his anger, "Take a seat then." Seeing how relaxed Sam was, with his eyes still on the book even when being talked to, only served to fuel Jordan's hate. Nevertheless, he pulled one of the chairs and sat down facing the doctor. "I'll get straight to the point." The orange head spoke. "How did you two get together? For a moment I thought you were going to threaten me into breaking up with her." "I'm not that petty," Jordan said. "I know when to give up." "Then you should have done so much earlier," Sam said, looking up from the book. "You should have known from the start that she wasn't interested, yet you continue to persist. She was single, so there was always a hope." "I see." "Well, I wouldn't fault you for that," Sam said. "In fact, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your actions, I would have never got my chance. Everything you did made me look better in comparison, and if you didn't annoy her so much, she wouldn't have agreed to dating me." Jordan stared at Sam for a few seconds, seemingly dumbfounded. Then, a moment later, after he processed everything carefully, he snapped, standing up and slamming his hands on the table. "You bastard, what are you getting angry about?" Sam said, returning the glare. "After doing all of that to make me look bad, you think you have any right to complain?" "You're an adult, for God's sake, learn to behave like one." Jordan had no response. After growling for a few seconds, he turned around and stormed out of the library. Sam let out a long sigh and put his book down. "What an idiot," he said, taking his glasses off before massaging the bridge of his nose. As if to add on to his annoyance, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw that he had received a message from none other than the base's commander. Damn it, he didn't have much to do at the moment, but he still found it annoying to have to deal with his weeping childhood friend. Returning the book he was reading to its place, he left for the administration building, and soon enough he was standing in front of the commander's office. He knocked on the door just in case, and to his surprise he received a response, "Come in." Going by the tone of her voice, Sam didn't need to see the woman to know she wasn't in the same state as that night. Well, it's the middle of the day after all, Sam thought as he twisted the door handle. Even if she'd lost her fiancé, she wouldn't dare drink while on duty. When Sam entered, he saw Alice sitting behind her desk looking over a stack of papers. She was sober, as he had guessed. The way she focused told him the contents of what she was reading were quite important. "Sergeant Sanderson, you're already here," Alice said, taking her eyes off the papers for a moment. "The fact that you bothered to use my name, am I right to assume this is an official meeting? Take a seat." The way she coldly ignored his statement gave Sam a bad feeling. Taking a deep breath, he walked to one of the chairs in front of her desk and sat down. "Word came from the HQ that our Valkyrie physician sent a weird report," Alice said, each word oozing seriousness. "It said that the weapons were acting strangely." "Now, Sergeant Sanderson, why am I hearing about this only now?" I actually forgot that I sent it," Sam replied with a nervous smile. "Oh. But you don't have to worry. Turns out it's all just a mistake on my part. Well, you would have known if you reported to me first instead of informing the headquarters." Slamming her hands on the table, the white-haired woman stood up and pointed a finger at the doctor. "Do you even realize the amount of shame you've caused me by sending such a report? I was the one who recommended you for this job. Anything you say or do will reflect directly on me." The report made it sound as if the Valkyries were gaining sentience and overcoming their programs, which is something that could only happen in science fiction movies and novels. The people at the HQ probably had a good laugh reading the report that implied the AI were going out of control. Sam was stunned. He had never seen Alice so agitated. Still, a moment of thought allowed him to get a better grasp on the situation and how to respond. Glaring back at the base's commander, Sam shut down her argument right away. "Ma'am, you know the details of my job, right? I'm tasked with Operation Air, performing the examinations and sending the reports to the Resistance HQ, unless you specifically order it. Delivering such information to you isn't my responsibility. What are you dash? If it bothered you so much, I could let you check the reports before sending them out." Sam interrupted with a sigh. "However, you have to understand that this wasn't a part of my responsibilities before, so you have no right to complain to me about it now." "Well, that's not exactly wrong." An awkward moment of silence passed as the two spoke nothing to each other. Sam understood that he was a bit rash when sending that report, however no one could fault him for it. He was dealing with highly advanced AI loaded into weapons that could break humans with by effort. The worst-case scenario was too easy to imagine. That said, Alice wasn't wrong to tell him that he should have checked with her first before informing the HQ. She is his superiors and deserved to know what's going on in the base she's responsible for. Did something happen? Sam asked, seeing the difficult expression on Alice's face. It's clear that she's on edge, so much that she yelled at him a couple of minutes ago. It was too early for her to get over the broken engagement, so the way she's acting was out of place. Alice's eyes swam from one corner to the other, and after pondering it over for a while she finally decided to tell him. The formal announcement will be made tomorrow anyway, she said, closing her eyes and letting out a long sigh. We finally managed to reclaim Western Europe. Sam's eyes went wide only to be lowered in the next. Why are you talking as if it's not good news? That's because, pausing for a moment, the commander looked him in the eyes and delivered the news in a dry, shaking voice. We lost the 2nd Resistance Base, along with the 7 Valkyries stationed there. Chapter 31 Ragnarok Heralds, we lost the 2nd base. Sam was speechless. The shock from the news he had just heard was just too much. Surely you've seen footage of it before, right? Alice said. Jormungandr, the giant sea serpent, yes. 3 days ago it suddenly left the North Atlantic Ocean and invaded France. The 2nd base was preparing for such an attack for years, with 7 Valkyries being stationed there. However, after a ruthless battle they were all wiped out. But you said Jormungandr was heavily damaged. The commander interrupted. Reinforcements arrived late, but they were able to finish it off. Sam had to take a few seconds to let the news sink in. Jormungandr was one of the monstrosities called the Ragnarok Heralds. They were the 5 S-class calamities that brought the end of the world, erasing entire countries in a single night, killing billions soon after their appearance. Those existences had the ability to wipe the planet clean of humans. The only reason humanity survived was that, after their first emergence, the Heralds stepped back and did nothing, giving the resistance a chance to form. Taking one down was a big win for humanity. However, the thought of those logic-defying monsters being on the move again rang countless alarm bells in the heads of those still sane enough to understand the implications. What about the rest? Sam asked, his voice slightly shaking. The other 4 didn't change their movement pattern, neither before nor after Jormungandr, Alice said, sounding awfully relieved. We are still safe for the time being. However, just like with the 2nd base, we don't know for sure. It would be idiotic to think things will stay the way they are. The 46th base is located in what once was called South Africa. The region didn't have many calamities lurking around, and the base didn't experience any direct attacks ever since it was established. In addition to that, they were as far away from the Heralds as one could be. Nevertheless, the way calamities operated and the patterns of their actions were a mystery. No one knew where and when they will make their next move. Jormungandr was the sole reason why Western Europe was empty for a long while. Now that it has been defeated, the resistance has finally reclaimed 2 continents, reshaping the front line so it would encompass the entire western coastline of both Europe and Africa. It was a really big win. That said, losing 7 Valkyries was a really heavy blow to humanity. The weapons weren't something that could be mass-produced on demand, and it took quite some time for a new batch to come out. 7 of them being destroyed along the 2nd Resistance base will leave a scar that wouldn't heal for quite a while. 7 are gone, huh? Sam lowered his gaze as he thought. Bringing out a mental map of the current locations of the Ragnarok Heralds, Fenrir and Nidhogg are still in the same areas in Russia and East Asia, while Jotnar and Fafnir resided in South and North America respectively. The later 2 weren't much of a concern at the moment as the sea stood in their way, though no one knows whether it's actually blocking them or they just don't want to cross it yet. It's one of the reasons each of the bases along the western African coast have at least 3 Valkyries. Fenrir and Nidhogg are a much bigger headache since their territories are directly connected to the ones controlled by humans. The bases on that side of the front line have up to 10 Valkyries and are situated close to each other in preparation for when the monstrosities resume the war. I would say 7 is a cheap price to pay for such a victory, Alice said, crossing her fingers with her elbows on the desk. Though the amount of human casualties leaves much to be desired, what concerns me isn't our losses. Sam could only raise an eyebrow at her statement, not understanding where she was going with that. The white-haired woman gazed at him for a while before sighing. She then closed her eyes and explained, 4 of the 7 Valkyries in the 2nd base are from the same generation as 03. She said, observing Sam's reaction carefully. Having read the report you sent out, something immediately caught my attention. 03 wasn't just the youngest Valkyrie in terms of appearance. She was also from the latest generation that had been produced 2 years ago. One of the characteristics members of this generation shared was their more realistic proportions. In addition to all of them looking and acting like teenage girls, you said she has been especially rude in recent days. Alice looked at the paper with the report before glancing up at the doctor. To tell you the truth, during my last visit to the headquarters I heard rumors of this happening in other bases where those units were stationed. The second was one of them. That doesn't sound very good. Sam commented, the feeling he got when 03 lost her temper that time coming back much stronger. It said that they're just behaving according to their personalities. And that alone shouldn't affect their combat abilities. However, many share your concern that they have been crossing the line recently. Now that 4 of them have been lost, it's only a matter of time before fingers get pointed at the others. Well, the reply I received made it sound like I'm the crazy one. Sam looked back on everything that had happened. The small argument he had with the young Valkyrie scared him quite a bit. It also led to her having a fight with 9, who rarely ever gets angry. But the two have reconciled afterwards, so he had concluded that it was just the young one being a little rebellious. Though I understand where you're coming from, I don't think there is any problem with the Valkyries, Sam said, recalling 03's determination as she promised him that she would survive. Yesterday 03 came and apologized for what she said. I think we just don't know how to interact with the AIs properly. Odin created them a certain way for a reason, so maybe the way we treat them is reflected in how they behave around us. A hint of annoyance appeared on Alice's face as she leaned on the back of her seat. Odin, huh? I don't know what that idiot was thinking when making those weapons. I mean, couldn't he make them more efficient instead of that? Well, it's difficult to guess what goes on in the mind of a genius. Sam couldn't help but roll his eyes at his own statement. Same as what Alice just did. Everyone knew why the Valkyries were created that way. There was no need to read the secret files to make a guess. Anyways, even if it's just a rumor, we can't just ignore the potential danger we might find ourselves in. Straightening her back, the commander took a paper and slid it toward the doctor. That's why I have a little job for you. Reading through the documents, Sam's eyes slowly widened. He then placed a hand on his mouth, fearing the smile that started to form on his face. It seems that his luck has yet to run out. Chapter 32, New Mission. You're raising the level of my security clearance? Sam said, doing his best to hide his true reaction, in this base at least. Alice said with a smile. I want you to keep an eye on the weapons and make sure they aren't showing any weird signs. Aren't you being too paranoid? I don't think they would be able to function normally if there is a bug in their AI. Well, this is just a safety precaution. We don't want anything catching us by surprise, not that we could do much even if we knew. Sam replied, following it with a sigh. It's not like they could just replace the Valkyries that lose control. Looking at the AI blueprints, it would be a complete disaster if the restrictions placed on the weapons are broken. They would stop functioning entirely, and since each one is unique and no backups exist, they would have to build a new one from the ground up if they want a replacement. I'm already aware that you have a lot of free time. Taking another piece of paper, the commander held it up for him to see. I'm not ordering you to spend every waking hour monitoring them, however I would appreciate it if you check on them until they go out on their patrol. The paper contains Sam's schedule, which puts him on standby for almost the entire day, with the examination being the only duty he had to take care of. With that much free time on his hands, he had no excuse. Not that he wanted to anyway. The increased security clearance means that he can now enter the Valkyrie's quarters, one of the most restricted areas on any of the Resistance's military bases. It was a section that only the commander could enter as far as he is aware, with only rumors about what goes on in there circulating among the soldiers. One thing he could be sure of is that the quarters contained bedrooms for each of the Valkyries. Bedrooms mean beds, and there is one thing he wanted to do on them, and it's not sleeping. Sam began to feel that something odd was going on with his life. No one person could have this much luck. Just when he thought that he would need a place where he could peacefully enjoy banging the 3 weapons, the commander calls and gives him the keys to their rooms. It's almost as if the whole thing is scripted. Maybe some kind of hidden camera prank aiming to expose his deeds. Or it could be an elaborate plan to ruin his reputation. Well, I guess I already did that. He had already done things he wouldn't normally get away with. If there really is someone out there watching and waiting for him to do something he isn't supposed to do, then they should already have all the evidence they need to destroy him by now. But Sam wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't jump at the opportunity just because it was presented to him. Alice should already know that he hated his job. It wouldn't make sense for him to suddenly accept this new mission without pushing back against it. Do I really have to do this? He said, pretending to grimace. You know I don't really like interacting with those things, right? Well, we don't have much of a choice. The commander said. You're the only one whose job concerns them, so it's only natural that you have to be the one to do it. This will be a major pain. On the inside, Sam was dancing. He was already starting to contemplate which of the Valkyries would be the first. You really don't like being around them, huh? Alice commented. I heard they're really popular. To think you actually aren't a fan of theirs, admiring them from afar is one thing. Sam let out an exasperated sigh. But working with them isn't as good as it might sound, really? You might not know this since you're a woman, ma'am, but being subjugated to the temptation on a daily basis isn't good for one's mental health. Are you saying that? You want to sleep with the weapons? Alice asked with a nervous smile. I would be lying if I said I don't. Sam said, his expression unchanging. I'm still a man, you know. I see. It was only after a few seconds that Sam realized what he just did. Putting aside how creepy it sounded, he had told Alice directly that he was a normal man that has the same thoughts and urges as anyone born with a penis. It was something he wanted to do ever since he realized he had a crush on her but was never able to. To think he would one day just blurt it out in a formal conversation when she's acting as his superior. Looking up to confirm Alice's reaction, he realized that he had really done it. The white-haired woman was looking away, her face flushing red. His statement reminded her of what happened after he took her to bed the other night, and she couldn't stop her professional mask from falling off. Right. I guess you really are a man. Alice said, sounding rather flustered. I guess I sometimes forget about that. Sensing the awkwardness spreading, Sam decided it was time to leave. But before he does that, he needed to confirm his duties, so, all I have to do is check on the weapons from time to time and report to you if I find anything weird, HM? Ah. Why, yes. That's right. Well, I better get going then, Sam said as he got up. I want to get lunch before they return from their patrol. I see. Taking a deep breath, the commander tried to calm herself. Well, I will be looking forward to your reports. For some reason, the hurry Sam was in to leave made Alice feel a hint of anger. She watched as he reached the door, but just when he was about to open it, she was surprised to see him stop. By the way, Alice. Sam turned around, his eyes carefully studying Alice's reaction and expression. How are you feeling? Blinking at him repeatedly, the white-haired woman tilted her head and asked, What do you mean? Well, usually when your engagement gets broken you would cry about it for a week. Sam said, recalling the half a dozen times it had already happened. You didn't call me yesterday, so I was starting to get worried. Once again, the only thing Alice could think of was what had happened that night. However, seeing the concern on Sam's face washed away her embarrassment, allowing her to respond normally. You don't have to worry about that, she said, her lips curving into a warm smile. I'm over it already, really? Her response caused him to raise an eyebrow. However, if she was hiding the truth, then she was doing it pretty well, really. Alice said, waving her hand as if shooing him away. Now, you better get going. Weren't you in a hurry a moment ago? Well, if you say you're fine then. Sam still had some doubts but decided to trust what she said. Once he closed the door to the commander's office, Alice was finally able to relax. She let herself slump over her desk, pushing the piles of papers aside. The conversation they had played in her mind on repeat. She was sure she was doing just fine until he started talking about sleeping with the weapons. At that point, the mask hiding her true feelings slipped off and the embarrassment she had been suppressing resurfaced. Alice was sure Sam doesn't know that she knows what he did the other night. However, it was clear that he felt something was off, which is why he decided to end the conversation right then and there. But he really is a man, huh? Alice said, the image of her childhood friend appearing in her mind. Does that mean he wants to? Chapter 33 Investigation. While Sam was having his meeting with the commander, the three Valkyries departed for their usual patrol. Today they were aiming to go beyond the city they found the day before, expanding their range further to make sure no calamities were lurking in the vicinity. Hey, how about we stop by the city for a bit? 03 asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You know we can't do that, 3. 9's voice came from the communication device, sounding somewhat tired. we should focus on our mission. 05 added. Also, there isn't much to do in the city since it's painted in red. We can't take anything back with us. Today the young Valkyrie was the one responsible for scouting and recon. 9 was a sniper, so she always stays at the back. That meant 05 and 03 had to take turns leading the advance. I mean, we don't really have to bring anything back. 3 said, her cheeks puffed. We can just check things then leave them there. Well, there is no problem with that, but 9 was hesitant to give her approval. The Valkyries had an invisible force field that, when active, prevented outside components from sticking to their bodies, which meant they don't have to worry about carrying the virus back with them to the base. The same can't be said for anything else though. Unless a Valkyrie with the power to purify comes and cleanse everything, it would be really dangerous to bring anything from the red areas back to the base. This is no fun. The young Valkyrie began to sulk. We can't go to the city now, and we can't after the humans come to live in it. Why do they get to do the fun stuff when we are the ones doing all the work, now? You know it's not up to us to decide such things. 9 said, maybe we should search the city once more. 05 spoke, M5, we only did a quick check last time. I believe a more thorough investigation is in order to avoid any surprises, as expected from 5. 3 exclaimed, having regained her excitement instantly. We will be passing by every day, so it would be for the better to make sure nothing is hiding there. Well, if you say so, seeing the logic in their arguments. 9 decided to give up. She is the one staying at the back after all. If they miss something and it sneaks on them from behind, she would be the one forced to deal it. The 3 weapons hastened their pace so that they would have enough time to investigate the city properly. 3. Stay put till we get there. 05 instructed. Once they reached the destination, the young Valkyrie landed near the center. According to the old maps, the city was called Pretoria, apparently one of the 3 capitals of the nation that was once called South Africa. Overtaken by curiosity, 03 did some research of her own when they returned to the base the day before and learned a lot of things about the city. Like how it was known for being an academic city housing multiple universities and research centers. It also hosted a certain important sports event at some point before the calamities appeared. To think 2 million people used to live here, the place was empty. Abandoned. It was the exact definition of a ghost city. Seeing it like this made it difficult to believe so many humans used to live there. I wonder how they managed to evacuate all of them in time. 9 said as she landed a small distance behind, it is indeed strange. 05 said, her feet touching the paved road. Such a mass exodus should have left more chaos. It's been nearly a decade since the calamities wreaked havoc on the planet. Even so, the streets of this city were strangely clean and organized. There are signs of neglect and lack of maintenance, however, for a place that was abandoned in a panic, it looked strangely in order, rather than being evacuated. 5 said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. It feels like everyone just disappeared into thin air. Now, if that was the case, then we would have known already. 9 said, leisurely walking ahead. Don't tell me you're starting to believe in those occult stuff humans keep inventing despite scientific advancements. We are fighting unknown enemies with powers beyond our imagination. We can't say for sure whether such calamities exist or not. Their size and shape might differ, but at most they all use the same beam attack. 9 said. Besides, what would a calamity gain from keeping a city intact while massacring humans? The ponytailed Valkyrie offered no response. 9 only smiled at her and added, if a calamity really did something here, then we should be able to find some signs soon, right? Suddenly the 2 turned their heads to the left, having heard a strange noise. Turns out it was just the young Valkyrie opening the shutters of a store on the roadside. The 3 weapons hastened their pace so that they would have enough time to investigate the city properly. 3. Stay put till we get there. 05 instructed. Once they reached the destination, the young Valkyrie landed near the center. According to the old maps, the city was called Pretoria, apparently one of the 3 capitals of the nation that was once called South Africa. Overtaken by curiosity, 03 did some research of her own when they returned to the base the day before and learned a lot of things about the city, like how it was known for being an academic city housing multiple universities and research centers. It also hosted a certain important sports event at some point before the calamities appeared. To think 2 million people used to live here, the place was empty. Abandoned. It was the exact definition of a ghost city. Seeing it like this made it difficult to believe so many humans used to live there. I wonder how they managed to evacuate all of them in time. 9 said as she landed a small distance behind, it is indeed strange. 05 said, her feet touching the paved road. Such a mass exodus should have left more chaos. It's been nearly a decade since the calamities wreaked havoc on the planet, even so the streets of this city were strangely clean and organized. There are signs of neglect and lack of maintenance, however for a place that was abandoned in a panic it looked strangely in order, rather than being evacuated. 5 said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. It feels like everyone just disappeared into thin air. Now, if that was the case then we would have known already. 9 said, leisurely walking ahead. Don't tell me you're starting to believe in those occult stuff humans keep inventing despite scientific advancements. We are fighting unknown enemies with powers beyond our imagination. We can't say for sure whether such calamities exist or not, their size and shape might differ but at most they all use the same beam attack. 9 said. Besides, what would a calamity gain from keeping a city intact while massacring humans? The ponytailed Valkyrie offered no response. 9 only smiled at her and added, if a calamity really did something here then we should be able to find some signs soon. Right. Suddenly the two turned their heads to the left having heard a strange noise. Turns out it was just the young Valkyrie opening the shutters of a store on the roadside. Chapter 34 Glitch, 9:5. I've detected something. The moment they heard the young Valkyrie's voice the other two exited the shop as well. Each of them took her case in hand and transformed it into a weapon while carefully surveying the surroundings. They didn't bother asking whether she was mistaken or not. Same as everything else, their eyes were superior to those of humans, and if one of them said that she had detected something then something was definitely there. What direction? Asked 05, 30 meters to the east, behind the corner of that building. 03 replied, should we check from a higher altitude? 9 asked, that would be for the best. 5 replied. The buildings create way too many blind spots. It will be much easier to detect an attack if it's coming from one direction. When it came to fighting calamities, the cement jungle only served to obstruct the vision of the humanoid weapons. The buildings weren't even that good as hiding spot. Destroying them was the easiest feat calamities are able to achieve. I'll keep an eye from the ground. Said 03, her dual blades at the ready. Be careful. The three spread their wings and activated their propellers. 9 and 05 took off to the sky while 03 stayed at a low altitude hovering just above the paved road. She moved slowly, her eyes carefully scanning the surroundings preparing for any sudden motion. Scanning for thermal signs was useless as the red paint caused an interference using the heat it constantly releases. All they can do use sound and vision to try and detect motion. A couple of minutes pass and nothing was found. That led to the three being on a much higher alert. This is strange. 03 said, activating her propellers and joining the other two up in the sky, we are most definitely dealing with a calamity but. 9 spoke, her eyes moving around restlessly, this is the first time one didn't attack on sight. The young Valkyrie added, calamities are unique existences with no two alike. They might share some similar traits but each one of them has its own appearance and fighting style. With that said, it wouldn't be strange for one of them to be sneakier in its approach. The problem is that something like this has never happened before. Guess we will need to drag it out. 05 said, tapping the surface of the gauntlet on her left arm causing a blue screen to appear on it. Wait. What are you doing? 3 said, having understood where things were going, the enemy this time is clearly different from anything we have seen so far. 5 replied. If it keeps hiding like this then our only choice is to destroy the city along with it. No. I mean, I get what you're saying, but no. You can't destroy the city. The young Valkyrie was starting to panic. She understood that blowing up the entire settlement is the best choice they have for an enemy that persists on hiding. However, at the same time she still wants to keep everything intact. This place was their best chance at getting a populated human city in the region. 03 still held on to the hope that, if humans came to live there, she might get permission to go out and have some fun experiencing what life outside the military base is like. 3. It doesn't really matter whether the city is intact or not. 5 said. There are too many variables that decide whether humans will want to live here or not. Remember what Doctor said? First, we have to prove that there is a value to this place in order to get humans to invest resources in it. 9 said, yeah, I get it, but destroying the entire city just to get rid of one calamity which has yet to even attack. Anyone would say that's a bit excessive. I'm summoning the proton cannon. 05 said, waiting to see if there is any more objections. When 03 said nothing, she tapped her gauntlet and sent the order, wait, I think I'm seeing something. 9 said as she looked through the scope of her sniper rifle-like weapon. Ha! Weird, the other two followed her line of sight and focused their eyes. Soon enough they understood their fellow Valkyrie's confusion. They did detect motion, however even though they're able to see quite far everything still came out unfocused and blurry. Let's get a closer look. With her weapon in hand, 05 took the lead as the three went down. The closer they got to their target, the more confusing things got, and once only a few meters separated them from it, they no longer knew what to think anymore. The reason things looked blurry from afar is because what they were looking at, whatever it is, wasn't clear. It looked like a glitching image of the black silhouette of a man, with the entire thing made out of squares and rectangles that blinked in and out of existence. The appearance didn't matter though. What the Valkyries found more abnormal was the fact that the thing didn't attack them even after they came that close to it. There is no questioning the fact that it's a calamity, and though it was somewhat believable that those monsters could use the environment to their advantage, hiding and waiting for the right moment to strike, seeing how one revealed itself yet didn't attack was a first. It's doing something. 3 said. The glitching silhouette stood there for a moment before it began to move. However, it didn't head in the Valkyrie's direction. It moved its legs, walking away at a steady pace, showing no reaction toward their presence. There is another one. 9 said, pointing with the barrel of her rifle. A few meters down the road was another glitching silhouette. This one looked somewhat different. It was difficult to tell at first, but when it started moving they realized it was the same humanoid silhouette, but from a profile view. Are they crossing the road? 03 murmured, noticing that both silhouettes were traversing a crosswalk. There is more. 5 warned. Another silhouette appeared. This time it was in front of one of the shops and seemed to be in a sitting position, although it had nothing to sit on. 9 turned to the left just in time to notice another silhouette appear. It was as if the squares and rectangles making it just blinked into existence, slowly creating the form of a human. More and more silhouettes appeared one after the other until the roads became filled with them. The Valkyries immediately got off the ground to avoid coming into contact with any of them and observed the situation from a higher altitude. The strange glitching silhouettes were moving with no set pattern. Some walked, others sat on air chairs. A few were floating on the paved road with their arms extended. The scene didn't make much sense, however after a couple of seconds the blonde Valkyrie realized something, taking in the scene once more before saying, "Are those people?" Chapter 35. Why would a calamity? Are those people? When 9 said it, something suddenly clicked in their heads. Another look at the strange glitching silhouettes revealed a much clearer vision of the actions they were performing. Even though the city is deserted, the silhouettes were acting the way people would if things were normal. Some were walking around, stopping to check traffic lights even if they aren't working. Others were sitting in front of restaurants and cafes even though they're close, with no tables or chairs outside. The ones floating around are obviously driving invisible vehicles like cars and bikes. This is really strange. 03 murmured. Why would a calamity? I doubt those things are the main body, said 05, carefully analyzing the scene. Otherwise they wouldn't ignore our presence like this. Still, wouldn't that mean the calamity is purposefully hiding from us? 9 said. That doesn't change the severity of the situation. I would say it's worse. For now it doesn't seem like those things are bait, but the likelihood that the enemy is hiding somewhere close by waiting for the right opportunity is high. Glancing at her comrades, 05 instructed. You two, be on guard. There was no need for her to bother with telling them, as all three kept their eyes open for any sudden change. They hovered close to each other, covering for the others' blind spots as they tried to find where the calamity was hiding. Time passed and nothing happened. The streets below were getting busier as more and more silhouettes moved around. Seeing that their outing was taking longer than usual today, 05 sent a quick report back to the base. As the matter has yet to be solved, the Valkyries couldn't just retreat. 03 was getting tired of all the wait, and seeing the sun setting in the west she began to get more and more annoyed. We can always draw it out by destroying the city, said 5. I'm starting to consider that. 3 replied. Usually by this time she would be swimming in the pool. Seeing that her fun time was being taken, she began to reconsider the value of the city. I wonder if Doctor is worried. 9 let out a sigh. She had planned to spend the afternoon trying more things with him, however it doesn't seem like she would be able to. Hearing the doctor being mentioned caused 05 to lose concentration for a second. Her cheeks flushed red as she remembered the experiment they performed. As Sam had told her to act normally till he summons her again, she had no choice but to wait. However, for some reason the Valkyrie with the ponytail felt like doing those things him right now and began to wonder whether she should ask him once they return. The old man, huh? He must be freaking out right now. 03 said with a giggle. The time for their examination had long since passed, and with them not returning before then, it was easy to imagine Sam stressing over it. No, the doctor should have been informed already. 05 cleared her thoughts and returned her focus to the task at hand. I have already sent a report, remember. I can see that being the cause of his worries. Now he would be wondering whether the battle was going well for us or not. The young Valkyrie said, and as if that made them realize something, the other two tensed up. Should I shoot one of them and see what happens? 9 pointed her gun at the silhouettes below as she spoke. Her voice sounded a bit flustered. Do it. 5 agreed instantly, her face a bit red as well. They both had one thought in mind. It was a tiring day and they had been out the entire time. Even if they didn't go through a particularly tough battle, they were sure the doctor would indulge them a little if they asked for a reward. It was a conclusion both 5 and 9 reached at the same time. However, since neither knew what the other was thinking, they were both getting excited about spending the afternoon experimenting with the doctor. 9 pointed her sniper rifle at one of the silhouettes walking down the road. The other two focused all their senses, preparing in case anything happens. A loud bang resounded through the city as a light bullet shot out, piercing the glitching silhouette. The atmosphere around them seemed to change at that moment. The silhouette 9 had targeted fell to the ground. It appeared to dissolve, turning into a large puddle of blinking squares and rectangles. The other silhouette seemed to turn in its direction, having noticed that one of them was destroyed. The next moment they all shifted in the Valkyrie's direction, having ignored them all along. We should have done this from the start. As she said that, 03 grinned while preparing her dual blades. Let's get this done with and head back. 9 added, preparing to shoot once again. They all thought the battle was about to start. However, instead of a monster jumping out from its hideout or the silhouettes merging to create the real form of the calamity, something unexpected happened. The silhouette suddenly disappeared without a trace, even the one 9 had shot a few seconds ago. The streets were back to their empty state, same as they were when the 3 arrived for the first time. Feeling the oddity of the situation, the 3 didn't let their guard down. As they waited for the enemy's counterattack, the sky suddenly went dark as if a black veil was spread over their heads. Chapter 36 Eye of Creation. The world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The sun was setting, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. However, looking at the sky, it was easy to guess nothing about what's happening was natural. For starters, it was way too sudden. Then there is the fact that no stars could be seen above them. A loud boom resounded as the Valkyries activated their propellers and took off from the scene. It was the right course of action in this situation. Whatever it is that caused the sudden change, it was large enough to cover the entire city. With them inside its domain, their odds were far too low and a tactical retreat was in order, so it was a trap after all. 9 said, her eyes glowing slightly as she used night vision to scan the surroundings. 5. Tell me the proton cannon is ready. 03 cried, whipping her head left and right nervously. It's just outside the city, said 05, doing her best to stay calm. With the speed they were flying at, it should have taken them less than a minute to reach the outskirts. Though before that could happen, another sudden change occurred. The streets below them began to glow a bright purple color as if they were neon lights that had been turned on. A second later, the same light appeared from above, only this time it was a single large arc. The 3 Valkyries glanced behind them just in time to see the arc move. It split in the middle, turning into 2 thinner lines that slowly separated from each other. More lines formed as the first 2 separated, and soon after a new shape began to form. An eye? 9 said, having stopped to stare at the strange shape above. 9. 05 shouted, noticing that the blonde Valkyrie had halted. Just then the pupil of the giant's single eye moved as if noticing the weapon's presence. A pillar of purple light fell from above, missing 9 by a hair's breadth. However, the next moment it moved at a speed beyond the Valkyrie's ability to react. The purple light enveloped the 3 for a single second before disappearing, and the 3 Valkyries came out unscathed. As they looked at themselves trying to see if there are any changes, they said something the other two agreed with. I have a bad feeling about this. No sooner than the words came out of her mouth, a number of squares and rectangles blinked into existence. Unlike the ones from before, these were much smaller and in greater numbers. Because of that, the silhouette they formed looked much clearer. One glance was enough for them to see the resemblance. The silhouette had the outline of a really curvy woman with a large ass, wide hips, and thick thighs. A side view showed its giant chest as well. The new purple glitching silhouette was clearly modeled after 9. As if that wasn't enough of a proof, the equipment the Valkyrie wore began to take shape as well, ending with what was clearly a rough version of 9's sniper rifle. And as if to confirm their thoughts, the silhouette pointed the long barrel at the blonde Valkyrie. 905's shot was drawn by the sound of a massive explosion as the silhouette shot what was more of a cannon blast compared to the light bullets 9's weapon releases. The blonde Valkyrie moved out of the way just in time to avoid the blast, which collided with one of the buildings a moment later, erasing it in a large explosion. The silhouette wasted no time, aiming its weapon and preparing to shoot once more. Before it could, a pair of blades pierced its right shoulder, cutting right through it in a diagonal line all the way to its left flank. Split in half, the silhouette shattered into millions of pieces before blinking out of existence. "Let's move!" 03 yelled. "This thing didn't have our force field, but who knows if the next one will be the same." The young Valkyrie had disposed of the silhouette quite easily, feeling no resistance as her blades cut through it. Even E-class calamities weren't as fragile, which led to the same conclusion as before: the silhouettes aren't the main body. Noticing the purple squares blinking into existence in multiple locations, the 3 Valkyries took off at top speed. "This is an A-class, huh?" 9 asked. "If it's capable of creating an indefinite number of those things, then it would be an S-class," said 05, her brows knitted in a deep frown. "Seriously?" 03 exclaimed, her expression full of doubt, fear, and most importantly annoyance. Even as they spoke, more and more silhouettes were appearing left and right. It took about 10 seconds for each one to completely form, and by that time the 3 Valkyries would have put quite a long distance between them. However, the moment they started to move, it was clear which one was faster. The silhouettes were weightless, allowing them to accelerate much faster, which made little sense considering the firepower they packed. The ones modeled after 9 pointed their rifles and shot beams of light in the Valkyrie's direction. At the same time, the new ones, modeled after 05 and 03, spread their wings and launched themselves at an incredible speed, chasing after the 3 weapons. As if avoiding the purple beams wasn't enough, they now had to fend against the bladed weapons the silhouettes attacked them with. Seeing the power behind the blasts 9's clones used made them expect the same from the others. However, it seems those using physical attacks weren't as strong, since their weapons shattered the moment they made contact with the Valkyrie's force field. The problem was their great numbers. Even if they didn't cause much damage, all they had to do was hinder the Valkyrie's movements enough for the ranged silhouettes to aim at them. "Keep moving," 5 instructed, cleaving one of the enemies using her halberd. More and more were appearing everywhere. The likelihood of their opponent being an S-class sounded more realistic now. Glancing above them, the Valkyrie with the ponytail glared at the giant eye in the sky. 9. She called, coming to a sudden stop. "We will cover for you, so shoot that thing." "Alright." The blonde Valkyrie was already aiming her rifle by the time 5 finished her order. One of the silhouettes took that opportunity to swing at her, while another one shot a beam of light in her direction. However, the other Valkyries moved to intercept them, with 03 clashing with her clone while 05 charged her force field to its full output and blocked the purple beam. Trusting that her comrades would do their part, 9 smiled, fixing her target with a glare before pressing the trigger. A blue bullet shot out toward the sky. However, before it could travel far enough, one of the silhouette moved, blocking its way, getting pierced right through. As one of them wasn't enough to stop it, more and more jumped in, getting destroyed one after the other until the bullet lost its velocity. 20 silhouettes were destroyed, but seeing as more and more were appearing, the Valkyries couldn't call it progress. "At least we know where to aim." 03 didn't stop, flying around and whittling down the enemy's numbers without pause. 9, keep shooting, 05 said, putting all her focus on blocking the ranged shots. "Don't give them time to recover." "Understood." 9 squeezed the trigger, shooting bullets in quick succession. The silhouettes prioritized covering for the giant eye, and with each bullet destroying 20 of them, they soon had to focus on intercepting them instead of attacking. Things were looking good. The strange glitching figures were almost completely gone. Just when the Valkyries thought their victory was near, another pillar of light suddenly fell on them. "Oh no!" 9 muttered, her eyes going wide as she realized what had just happened. Snapping out of her daze, she quickly returned to shooting at the giant eye. However, even with no silhouettes in her way, the bullets still didn't seem to reach the target. Looking through the scope of her sniper rifle, she realized that a number of squares had appeared just before the giant eye, forming a pair of hands. More followed, and before long 3 new silhouettes appeared. "We need to get out of here," 9 said, her voice devoid of any emotions. One look was enough to tell her that the new creations were completely different from the previous ones. The 3 that stopped her bullets had a much more defined shape with nearly no glitching parts. She could no longer call them silhouettes as well. They were all detailed copies of 05, with the only differences being their hollow eyes and faintly glowing purple color. It was clear that those 3 were much sturdier than the previous version, and guessing what caused the change wasn't a difficult task. The 3 no longer questioned that they were facing an S-class calamity. Chapter 37 Proton Cannon. With the 305 clones in the way, 9 had no hope of shooting the giant, and the purple light that washed over them performed some sort of scan, copying the abilities of the Valkyries and incorporating them into the creations. The new versions were able to stop 9's bullets, and looking at the pose they took as they did so, they might even be capable of using the force field to its full potential. 503 shouted, igniting her propellers and spreading her wings. "Get the cannon! We will slow them down." The young Valkyrie was quick to deduce the right course of action. If they want to win against this calamity, they needed to do so before it gets a complete reading on their abilities. 3 new clones appeared. This time they were modeled after 9. Hiding behind 5's clones, they pointed their rifles and fired. The bullets came out as thin laser beams that were much faster than 9's bullets. However, 03 dodged them easily without lowering her speed. Back to her senses, the blonde Valkyrie began providing cover fire, glancing at 05, telling her to go and leave things there to them. 5 was hesitant for a few seconds before turning around and taking off at top speed. Up near the giant purple eye, 03 was about to engage with the clones. Seeing their hollow eyes and expressionless faces up close was quite disturbing. However, that feeling was pushed aside as she charged her protective force field, spreading it to her equipment, enhancing its capabilities. One of the clones came forward to block her way. However, for some reason it didn't equip 05's halberd, reaching out with both hands instead. "Not gonna work," the young Valkyrie shouted as a maniacal smirk spread across her face. Stopping her propellers for a second, she spun around herself, avoiding the clone's hands before swinging her dual swords. The energy blades, enhanced with 3's force field, struck the clone in the neck, slicing through it like melting butter. No cries of pain or agonized screams came from the clone. It remained expressionless even as its upper half got separated from the lower one. Seeing that distracted 3 for a fraction of a second. However, her propellers ignited once more as she moved away, letting 3 thin laser beams penetrate the clone in her stead. 9's clones had their guns pointed at her. The young Valkyrie ignored the explosion behind her as she moved to the next target. As expected, the clones modeled after 05 focused on defense, while those modeled after 9 stayed at the back and used ranged attack. While cutting the former, 03 felt much more resistance than she did when destroying the previous versions. Even if it wasn't enough to stop her blades, the 2 clones on the defensive were quickly disposed of. However, new ones began to appear, some a bit smaller than the others, equipped with a sword in each hand. Seeing them ticked 3 off, but she kept her eyes on the ranged clones and let 9 handle the rest. "I'm starting to believe that I doesn't have such a good memory," 3 said, slicing another ponytailed clone. "Those things have very limited abilities. Your observation is correct." 9 voice came from the communication device. "Their numbers have dwindled compared to before as well. It might be that the calamity has to limit their numbers in order to create the detailed copies." The clones focused on a single set of moves, either blocking or attacking. Those made after 5 as she covered for 9 were much sturdier but didn't deal any damage, while those modeled after 3 and 9 were capable of dealing damage but lacked sturdiness. "Hey, doesn't that mean it would be really bad if it limits their numbers even further?" Just as the young Valkyrie asked that question, the eye in the sky moved. Knowing what's coming, she turned to the left and blasted off at maximum speed. A moment later, the purple pillar of light came down. 3 managed to avoid being scanned, but the pillar wasn't stopping chasing after her and refusing to give up the chase. 9, get them while you can. Hearing her voice, the blonde Valkyrie resumed firing, taking out her clones one by one. The light pillar didn't bother with her as the patterns of her attacks didn't change. The only problem was 05's clones, who quickly formed to stop any bullets from reaching the eye. "If I knew this was going to happen, I would have brought the second set," 9 said, letting out a sigh as she looked down at her sniper rifle. Nothing we can do about that. 03's voice rang in her ears. Those things consume way too much energy. The humans don't have enough resources to allow us to use them frequently. Still being chased by the light pillar, 03 was losing patience. She glanced in the direction 05 flew in, wondering when she would be back. It was then that she noticed a faint glint in the distance. 9. Let's clear a path. The young Valkyrie took a sharp turn, still managing to avoid the light pillar somehow. Accelerating once more, she closed in on the clones, then held her swords over her head, turning herself into a flying spear that pierced right through the clones. Picking up on what she meant, 9 stopped bothering with the aim and shot bullets in quick succession, forcing the guards to move far from each other, letting 03 pick them one by one. Such a complicated maneuver led to the pillar catching up, and the young Valkyrie got swallowed by the light. However, that didn't really matter, as their ace in the hole had arrived and was ready to go. A short distance away from the location of the battle, 05 was on the paved roads preparing to activate her special weapon. Her equipment was different from before, having changed to a more bulky armor designed to provide her with enough weight to withstand the recoil from the weapon she was about to use. Her legs were fixed to the asphalt, and a tail-like mechanical arm extended from her back, holding her in place. On her right shoulder she held a cylindrical object 3 times her size, from which multiple tubes extended, connecting with a large vehicle parked a short distance away. Charging complete. 05 said, looking at a screen showing a zoom in on the purple eye. Seeing 03 getting out of the way, every part of her body tensed as she spoke the word fire. Pressing the trigger, a loud boom shook the entire city as a blue beam shot toward the sky. The buildings turned orange before melting as the blue light passed between them. 05 had her force field at its full output, but still found it hard to withstand the heat. The ground around her turned into a pool of lava in a matter of nanoseconds. Even so, she did her best to not lose balance until the target was destroyed. Seeing the blue beam heading its way, the giant eye conjured thousands of hands, forming a shield to protect itself. It didn't have the time to form entire clones, so it opted to create layers of the sturdiest part according to the previous scan. But sadly, that would never be enough. The layers of intertwined hands melted away in a second, and the beam passed through, penetrating the giant eye at the center of its pupil. There was no explosion or resistance. No sounds were heard. After a couple of seconds, the black veil covering the city shattered and the star-filled sky above it was revealed. Chapter 38. A tough battle. Cracks spread through the black veil, starting from the giant eye, which had been penetrated by the blast from 05's proton cannon. A moment later it shattered, pieces falling one after the other, revealing the stars above. We won. 03's quiet whisper reached the ears of the other two, causing their lips to curve into smiles. We won, the young Valkyrie shouted, her excitement exuding as she threw her weapons into the air, causing them to return to the form of a case. That was a tough battle. 9 said, placing a hand on her bosom and letting out a relieved sigh. You two did well. 05 said, with the calamity destroyed, there was no need for her to stay in the heavy armor. Unable to bear the heat anymore, she released herself, put on her standard equipment, then moved away from the cannon, allowing it to cool down. Any injuries? The ponytailed Valkyrie asked. I'm fine. 9 answered, turning around and heading in 5's direction at a leisure pace. Those things weren't much. 03 puffed her chest proudly, but then added, well, it would have been a problem if this went on any longer. The giant eye was able to create clones of the Valkyries, and though it had to balance the quality and quantity, the thought of those things becoming even more detailed scared the 3 weapons. For example, if 05's attack failed and the Calamity got a scan of her along with the proton cannon, it would be their loss, as nothing they do could bring them victory in the face of multiple opponents with that kind of firepower. Well, we won, that's all that matters. 9 held a hand to her ear, startled by 03's response to her comment. Cracks spread through the black veil, starting from the giant eye, which had been penetrated by the blast from 05's proton cannon. A moment later it shattered, pieces falling one after the other, revealing the stars above. We won. 03's quiet whisper reached the ears of the other two, causing their lips to curve into smiles. We won, the young Valkyrie shouted, her excitement exuding as she threw her weapons into the air, causing them to return to the form of a case. That was a tough battle. 9 said, placing a hand on her bosom and letting out a relieved sigh. You two did well. 05 said, with the Calamity destroyed, there was no need for her to stay in the heavy armor. Unable to bear the heat anymore, she released herself, put on her standard equipment, then moved away from the cannon, allowing it to cool down. Any injuries? The ponytailed Valkyrie asked. I'm fine. 9 answered, turning around and heading in 5's direction at a leisure pace. Those things weren't much. 03 puffed her chest proudly but then added, well, it would have been a problem if this went on any longer. The giant I was able to create clones of the Valkyries. And though it had to balance the quality and quantity, the thought of those things becoming even more detailed scared the three weapons. For example, if 05's attack failed and the Calamity got a scan of her along with the proton cannon, it would be their loss, as nothing they do could bring them victory in the face of multiple opponents with that kind of firepower. Well, we won, that's all that matters. 9 held a hand to her ear, startled by 03's response to her comment. Flipping to the next page of the book in his left hand, Sam reached for the cup on his destination. He brought it to his mouth, intending to take a sip, just to realize that its contents were already gone. Heaving a tired sigh, he closed the book and stood up from his chair. A glance at the clock on the wall told him it was already 2000 hours. Having received the Valkyrie's report, he had prepared for the worst, skipping dinner as he waited for their return. His gut told him nothing good would come from a monster that's good at hiding, and as if to confirm that, the alarm rang from his phone informing him it was time for work. Picking up his tablet, the doctor tapped a few things, checking the initial scan performed at the landing zone. The results showed that none of the weapons were contaminated, however one of them was heavily injured. This doesn't look good. A few seconds later, the doors slid open as the drones carrying the injured 05 entered the examination room. Doctor, calm down. I'm already at it. More detailed results were showing up, however he didn't need to look at them to know how bad the situation is. The damage was much worse than what 03 had sustained the last time. 05 was stabbed in 2 different locations, and though none of the core components were touched, a part of her spine was destroyed. Old man. Aye. Glancing beside him, Sam saw the young Valkyrie looking up at him with eyes full of tears. He cursed Odin in his heart, asking why he had to go so far if he just wanted some sex dolls. Don't worry, Sam said, bringing his attention back to the tablet in his hand. It's nothing we can't repair. She should be as good as new the next day. From the looks of it, 9 hours wouldn't be enough though. After all, this isn't just surface level damage. I see, the young Valkyrie said, her voice fading as her head went down. Was it that strong? Sam asked, turning his sight to the blonde one. Yes. It was, except for the ponytailed Valkyrie, the other two seemed relatively unharmed. Seeing that, Sam couldn't help but wonder, what the hell happened out there? Chapter 39. Cheer up. Sam opened his eyes at the sound of his phone's alarm. Lifting himself up, he stretched his arms while yawning, only to slump forward a moment later. I feel like shit, he said, rubbing his eyes before grabbing his glasses. Same as the last time one of the Valkyries got injured, he spent the night in his lab. Falling asleep on the desk wasn't that comfortable of an experience, leaving him with a stiff neck that probably won't go away for the next few days. Cursing his luck, he picked up his tablet and gave it a look, standing up and heading to the one-way glass wall. On the other side, one of Air's containers was still full of the green liquid with the naked body of a young woman submerged in it. Sam didn't feel any arousal seeing 05 like that. And how could he? She still had 2 gashes in her abdomen, and although he could no longer see the other side through them, he couldn't help but grimace when faced with the wound. This really is taking too long. Just as he muttered those words, Sam heard the door open. He glanced behind him, expecting to see 9 showing up, however it turned out to be the brown-haired petite Valkyrie 03. Good morning, Sam said. Came to check on her. The young Valkyrie said nothing, only nodding once before returning her gaze to the glass wall. As you can see, there is quite a bit left. He stopped for a moment, carefully picking his words before speaking them. The good news is that the process is what's taking so long. Her recovery is guaranteed, so there is nothing to worry about. I see. The curt reply was disheartening. Sam wished she would say something like, I already know that. Or, I don't need you to tell me. However, it seems he has yet to grasp 03's personality that well. As he pondered over the matter, he began to recall the cause behind her gloominess. According to 9, the 3 Valkyries have come into contact with an S-class Calamity, which was terrifying on its own. However, what made it all the more dangerous was its ability to create replicas of the things it scans. Apparently, on its last breath, the Calamity created a perfect replica of 03 and used it to attack 5, who had her guard down, thinking the battle was over. The young Valkyrie blamed herself for that, saying she allowed the monster to scan her as she used her full power, leading to the replica being able to penetrate 05's protective force field. Are you still upset about what happened? Sam asked, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. The young Valkyrie remained silent for a while before replying in a barely audible voice. It's my fault this happened. Sam couldn't help but sigh. Forget scoring points to become her master. he had no idea on how he should go about dealing with her when she's like this. Trying to make her fall for him was simply impossible. His only experience with sad women came from Alice, but unlike the drunk crying mess of a Commander 03 was doing her best to stay composed. Although her usually cheerful and energetic demeanor was gone, after thinking it through for a few seconds he decided to repeat something he had told her the day before. As I already told you, if you didn't draw the enemy's attention like that it would have noticed 05 much earlier. And you know how bad the situation would have been in that case, right? But if there is someone at fault here it would be 5 for letting her guard down even when you had yet to confirm that the enemy was completely gone, as they had described it. The city was still in the process of disintegrating when 5 got attacked. That should have been their warning to stay on guard until every last particle had disappeared. That said, putting the blame on the victim didn't seem to do any good to 03's mood, making Sam realize he had been a bit too harsh. Well, if you consider what would have happened if you failed this time, I would say you did pretty well. After careful consideration, he lifted his hand and placed it on the Valkyrie's head. Good job, 03 didn't reply, only nodding her head slightly. A couple of seconds later Sam retracted his hand, however he couldn't avoid the awkward silence that followed. As the two stood there looking at the glass wall, Sam received a notification that saved him at the right moment. It was a message from Shizuru asking if she should wait for him. Just then he remembered that the alarm he had set earlier was for when the time for breakfast came. He hadn't eaten anything since yesterday's lunch and his stomach made sure to remind him of it. Guess I should get something to eat for now, Sam said as he turned away. What about you? 03 looked up with a start, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. She made a show of thinking about it for a couple of seconds but then seemed to realize that she had misunderstood what he meant. I think I will stay here and watch over 5. She said, forcing a weak smile on. All right then. Wondering what the reason behind her reaction was, Sam turned around and walked to his desk. The moment he placed the tablet down something clicked in his mind and he felt like he understood what the Valkyrie wants right now. How about you come along? Sam decided to test his guess. As expected, the young Valkyrie seemed to regain some of her energy as she turned to look at him, a faint red coloring her cheeks. Can I? She asked with a small smile. Of course, Sam replied. There is no rule against you coming to our side. As long as you don't cause any trouble, I won't. 03 replied, barely able to contain her excitement. Seeing her mood change for the better caused a smile to appear on Sam's face. He quickly brushed it off, then gave one more instruction: remember to keep physical contact with the soldiers to a minimum. He said, addressing one of the things they needed to keep an open eye on. And make sure to never mention anything about our conversations. Understood, understood. Hearing the young Valkyrie's cheerful reply, Sam nodded to himself then turned to the door. All right, let's get going. Chapter 40. How is it any different? Shizuru stood near the intersection between the male and female dormitories. It has become a part of her routine to wait there for the doctor, who was now her boyfriend. Eating meals together was one of the few things they could do as a couple, even though there isn't much of a difference from when they had yet to start dating. Because of that, she wanted to make sure they don't miss each other, setting up a time for them to meet as well as send a message to confirm it with her boyfriend. Her co-workers pressed her for details soon after the news broke. Apparently they expected her to end up with Jordan at some point. Because of that, they were shocked to hear she went for the gloomy introverted doctor instead. How pitiful, she muttered, sighing as she recalled all the gossip. Not that I expected them to understand. To the other female soldiers, Jordan was the more obvious choice. He was the more attractive male according to them. However, Shizuru didn't care much about what they thought. Although she didn't say it out loud, the entire time she only thought of how superficial their tastes were. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Suddenly a familiar voice shook Shizuru out of her thoughts. She quickly put a smile on and turned to face her boyfriend. However, the moment she saw who it was standing behind him, she froze in her place. Having predicted her reaction, Sam cleared his throat and glanced behind him. 03, this is Sergeant Kurakami. She will be accompanying us today. He then turned to face his girlfriend and did the same introduction. Sergeant Kurakami, I'm sure you already know who 03 is. Please get along with her. The young Valkyrie came forward and said in an energetic tone as she saluted with a smile. I'm the independent humanoid anti-calamity weapon, Valkyrie Unit SFAB 03. You can call me 03. Still stunned, Shizuru stared at the Valkyrie for a couple of seconds before noticing how nervous she was despite the radiant aura she emitted. Straightening her back and saluting as well, the Asian girl returned the smile and spoke. I'm Sergeant Kurakami Shizuru from the 2nd Monitoring and Surveillance Division. It is very nice to make your acquaintance. Likewise. 03 replied, her smile more radiant than ever. Sam was surprised by the ease in which the young Valkyrie handled the situation. For someone who rarely ever interacted with humans, she sure is managing to act normally. Then again, she was programmed for things like this. The same logic as humans couldn't be applied to her. No, I don't think I have seen her this cheerful before. As the thought crossed his mind, he noticed that his girlfriend was giving him a questioning look. Stopping the sigh he was about to release, he turned to 03 and told her he needed a moment to talk with the sergeant. Doctor. Can you explain? Please? Shizuru asked, having moving a few steps away from the Valkyrie. Sam glanced behind him for a moment before speaking. You have heard the news, right? He asked. Yes, obviously. Shizuru said, following his line of sight and glancing at the humanoid weapon. She has been a little depressed after the battle. Sam said, turning to Shizuru with his usual calm expression. I decided to invite her to eat with us to see if we could help cheer her up. Depressed? Shizuru gave a doubtful look, as if what she heard was outright ridiculous. Is that even possible? Sam could no longer hold back the sigh, scratching the back of his head as he tried to come up with a way to explain without outing himself. I don't know if she's really experiencing the feeling, but, as he spoke, Sam found himself getting surprised by his own line of thoughts. Does it matter? What? Shizuru's confusion seemed to grow after hearing his statement. Obviously, Sam only thought of the Valkyries as what they are, computer programs loaded into an android. The level of complexity distinguishes them from mere machines. However, same as everyone, he knew they weren't humans. That said, when he neither confirmed or denied that the Valkyries are capable of experiencing human emotions, he began to doubt his own beliefs. After all, emotions weren't something that can be proven or quantified, even if it's just something chosen by their AI. The Valkyries are made so they would show the same reactions as human under the same circumstances. The Valkyrie project file explained that the AIs are capable of analyzing their surroundings at hyperspeeds and selecting the right actions and emotions to emulate in reaction to that. The precision in which they can do it is incredible, making it seem no different from what happens with humans. Of course, reactions to horrifying and disturbing stuff are very limited, allowing the Valkyries to fearlessly dive into situations that would drive normal humans mad. Without that, it would be impossible for them to effectively operate as weapons. What I want to say is, sighing once more, Sam told his girlfriend the conclusion he had arrived to. It doesn't matter what she is. If we do something to try and cheer her up, she would definitely react the same way as any human. The only thing that came out of giving this matter such serious thought was Sam hating the topic more and more. At the very least, Shizuru seemed to catch on to what he meant, resolving herself to help him with this task. Are you done? Seeing the two walking over to her, the young Valkyrie asked if their little discussion came to an end. Yes. Shizuru said, approaching 03 while doing her best to act normal. We better get going before all the tables get filled. We better hurry, then. The three headed for the cafeteria with the girls leading the way as Sam followed closely behind. Watching as the two chatted away, the doctor couldn't help but dive deeper into his previous thoughts. The Valkyries analyzed their surroundings, then determined the correct actions, expressions and tone of voice to emulate under the right circumstances. If one were to disregard the notion that it's all an emulation, how is the way AI does it any different from what the human brain does, which could be boiled down to electrochemical signals? Chapter 41 Idle. As expected, seeing the young Valkyrie walking around the base drew a lot of eyes. Sam tried to not let it bother him, however it was only a matter of time before the crowd got on his nerves. 03 didn't seem to mind the stares, or to more precise, she was too distracted to notice any of the onlookers. Shizuru handled most of the talking, sparing Sam some of the hostility directed at them by the other soldiers. The three stood in line to get their food, something 03 found quite exciting for some reason. Then when she saw that the cafeteria operated in a buffet system where each person served themselves, she became nervous, getting overwhelmed by the number of choices even though the menu for breakfasts was quite short. If things here are different here, then how are things done in your quarters? Shizuru asked the moment they took their seats. 03 sat near the wall with Shizuru beside her while Sam took the seat facing them. They had decided on this arrangement beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings. Well, we have a dining hall with many tables, but not as many as this. 03 said. Our food is always brought to us by a drone, so we don't get to choose, is that so? Shizuru replied, glancing over at Sam. Is the food any different? He asked before biting into his toast. Doesn't seem so. The young Valkyrie looked down at her tray. It had a croissant, some toast and jam, a small fruit salad and a cup of hot milk. Though she had a lot of options to choose from, in the end she decided to go with what she's familiar with. That's unexpected. Sam looked at her with a start. I always thought they give you special treatment over there. On this base there's something akin to a VIP after all. It never crossed his mind that they might be eating the same food as the average soldier. Well, it's not like we need to eat. 03 said, spreading some jam on her toast then biting into it. Now that you said it. Shizuru's eyes slowly went wide. If you can live without food, then why do you eat? 'Cause it's tasty. The Valkyrie replied while chewing. Swallow before you speak. Sam said with a sigh. Obviously, since they're basically robots, the Valkyries didn't have any need for food, but since they're programmed to behave as closely to humans as possible, eating and drinking regularly was something they are forced to do. That much was what the public were allowed to know. Having read the blueprint, Sam knew that there is more to it than just mimicking human behavior. The Valkyries are more than just weapons. They have been made to serve as artificial wombs as well. Though they didn't have a need for the food themselves, the nutrients it contained could be used to nourish the child in case they're carrying one. Otherwise everything gets disintegrated then disposed of the same way humans dispose of waste. Robots using the toilet isn't something I wanted to think about while eating. But this does taste somewhat different. 03 said, looking down at the toast in her hand. Is it worse? Sam asked, what? No. That's not what I meant. For some reason the young Valkyrie began blushing. She quickly chomped on the toast, finishing it before reaching for her cup. With the milk still steaming hot, she ended up burning her tongue a little. It was an amusing scene to watch, putting a smile on both Sam and Shizuru's faces. What I meant to say is. Coughing a little in an attempt to hide her embarrassment, the young Valkyrie told them what she thought. There are a lot of people here. The atmosphere feels more joyous. I guess I enjoy food a lot more if I'm eating with someone. Is she trying to say the more the merrier? Sam thought, 9 would be really jealous when she hears about this. 03 said, causing Sam to choke on his coffee. Come to think of it, he said, quickly wiping the coffee he had spilled with a paper napkin. Does the three of you usually eat together? Yes? 03 said, a hint of sadness in her smile. Last night's dinner was a bit gloomy though. 5 wasn't much of a talker, but without her around it was tough to say anything. I see, excuse me. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a new party. Sam turned around to check, seeing a female soldier standing close to their table and looking his way. She held a white cardboard close to her chest and what looked like a marker in her right hand. He searched his memories but couldn't recall who she was, meaning they never interacted before. Sam glanced at Shizuru and saw her confusion. He guessed that the two weren't acquainted. Shifting back to the stranger, he plastered a polite fake smile and asked, "May I help you with something?" The female soldier appeared somewhat surprised by Sam's response, taking a step back despite herself. A moment later she seemed to gather the courage to speak. I wanted to ask if I can get an autograph. By that point Sam had already guessed her intentions. He was expecting something like this when he invited 03, but now that it was happening he was suddenly struck with a sense of unease. That said, he couldn't just shoo the woman away, so he turned to the young Valkyrie. With all eyes on her, 03 blinked repeatedly, then pointed at herself and asked, "Me? Why yes." If possible, the female soldier said, a huge smile spreading on her lips as if she just had a delightful experience. 03 glanced at Sam with an expression of nervousness. He simply shrugged at her, then said it was her decision to make. I guess it's fine. When the young Valkyrie voiced her approval, she was stunned to see the female soldier positively beaming with sparkles in her eyes. After getting the cardboard from her, 03 asked for the soldier's name, then wrote a dedication and signed it. Thank you very much. Happiness could be felt from the female soldier as she hugged the cardboard. The other soldiers, having watched the interaction from start to finish, went into a frenzy before storming out of the cafeteria. A couple of minutes later they returned, gathering around Sam and the others holding things they wanted to get signed. While some brought notebooks and papers, others had shirts and hoodies with them, most of which were merchandise depicting the young Valkyrie. Sam tried to calm them down, reminding them that physical contact is absolutely prohibited. They all glared at him, hatred oozing from their eyes, but when he said that there is time for everyone, they all calmed down and organized in a single file. And just like that, 03 spent the next 2 hours giving autographs while Sam and Shizuru kept watch. Soon enough everyone dispersed, being forced to return to their posts. Shizuru had to leave as well, so Sam and 03 headed back for the lab. That was wild, the Valkyrie said, her shoulders slumped over as she heaved a tired sigh. I never expected to go through this at all. Do you understand why you're told to not wander into the rest of the base? Yeah. I think. Looking up at him, 03 asked a question that had been on her mind for a while. I thought humans only saw us as tools and weapons. That's why I never expected to be treated like that. Well, you could say you're something like an idol here, Sam said, bringing a cup to his mouth and enjoying the aroma of the coffee substitute. Is that why they have all those things with my face on them? 3 tilted her head slightly as she asked, yes. Though I don't know where they got them, Sam was as surprised when he saw the merch. He had no idea where they got those things, but that might be another result of his introverted personality and lack of interactions with his fellow soldiers. Humans sure are strange, 03 said, looking down at the cup of iced coffee in her hands. To think they would treat a weapon as an idol. A slight smile touched her lips and a faint rosy color tainted her cheeks. It was clear just from looking that she enjoyed the whole experience, even though she complained about it a little. Well, if we weren't at war, it wouldn't have been strange for you to be an idol, Sam said. You're this cute. After all, Odin had created the Valkyries to be as attractive as they can be. If the calamities never appeared, he would probably have had an easier time getting the funds he needed just by selling the idea of the Valkyries to entertainment companies. Idols, pop stars, actresses, models, he would have been a billionaire just by capitalizing on their appearance. Humph. I already know that much. Hearing 03's flustered voice, Sam looked up to find her blushing to the tips of her ears. Wondering what caused her to react like that, he remembered what he had just said a moment ago. He didn't give it much thought at the time, but apparently just calling her cute earned him quite a few points. Chapter 42. I'm just curious. 05's treatment went on for far longer than expected, which forced 03 to leave for her duties. With just 9 accompanying her, the 2 were ordered to not move too far from the base. 2 Valkyries weren't by any means weak, but after the incidents from the day before, it would be too reckless to let them do the usual, especially with one of their teammates still recovering. Time passed and the Valkyries returned. 05 was still recovering, leading to 03 getting depressed once more. She asked why it was taking so long, and why Air is incapable of determining the amount of time it would take. Sam explained that the device provides a rough estimate of how long it will take. However, some things happen on the microscopic level that might result in that estimate being extended. The damaged parts are basically being 3D printed using nanomachines, but due to the complexity of the Valkyrie's bodies, some mistakes are bound to happen. Doctor, before they started the daily examination, 9 approached Sam with what he could only describe as a terrifying smile. What is this I hear about you inviting 3 for a meal? Sam glanced at the young Valkyrie, who turned away and pretended to be clueless before running to the examination room. During their little outing, 9 noticed that 03's mood had improved. She guessed that it had something to do with the young Valkyrie not being around for breakfast. But what she didn't expect was that Sam had invited her to eat with him and his colleagues. 03 didn't hold back when bragging about her experience, only realizing that doing so fueled the blonde one's jealousy even further. 9, you're supposed to be the mature one, Sam said with a sigh, placing his hands on her shoulders and pushing her away. I'm sure you already understand what led to that, even if you say that. 9 turned away and puffed her cheeks. You were angry at me for going to the library where very few people go, but then you turn around and take 3 to a crowded place. I thought we weren't supposed to make too much contact with the soldiers. Well, and it's not like I was doing just fine. I want to be comforted too. Unable to argue with what she said, Sam sighed in defeat. I get it already. Next time I will invite you instead. Are you satisfied? Sam could already see how the situation will develop. Now that he had brought one of the Valkyries with him, the soldiers will definitely ask him to do the same with other 2. Refusing would be way more troublesome, so he would have no choice but to go along with it. Sam began to feel that he had accidentally turned himself into the Valkyries' manager instead of their physician. Just organizing their outing to the public will definitely be far more stressful than his actual job. No, that won't be enough. Sam turned to the blonde Valkyrie, looking at her with icy cold eyes. He didn't like the sound of it, a weapon trying to emotionally manipulate him into doing things. 9 wasn't fazed by Sam's glare. With her usual smile, she slowly moved forward until her chest began pressing against his. As she looked up at him, her right hand began gently caressing his crotch area. Soon enough her smile deepened as she felt the bulge forming. "I want to perform another experiment, doctor." Sam quickly glanced at the door to the examination room, then at the one-sided glass wall. 03 was already waiting at her container, so he didn't have to worry about her peeking on them. Turning back to the blonde Valkyrie, he looked her in the eyes for a few seconds before stealing her lips. Afraid that the young Valkyrie would get suspicious if they took too long, he cut the kiss short. "I will let you know when the time comes," Sam said, pushing 9 away with a solemn expression. The blonde Valkyrie licked her lips then smiled at him. "Don't make me wait too long," she said before heading to the examination room. When the door closed behind her, Sam looked down at his pants and let out a tired sigh. "Patience," he said, pressing a few keys on the keyboard on his desk. "I already got the security clearance. There is no need to rush, I can do it whenever I want." Watching the green liquid fill the glass containers, Sam wondered when it would be a good time to visit Nine's bedroom. A couple of minutes later he heard a beeping sound coming from Air's terminal. With the lack of sleep slowly drawing him toward the dreamland, he turned to check what it was about. What he saw shook him awake immediately, and he whipped his head in the direction of the examination room before turning to the terminal again and pressing a few keys. Nine's treatment was done, so he went and emptied her container. A few seconds later she opened her eyes and began looking around. Realizing where she was, she heaved a sigh and came out. "Good morning," Sam said, holding out a large bath towel for the Valkyrie to cover her naked body with. "Good morning, doctor," 05 said in her usual calm voice. "The fact that I'm here means we won the battle." "Correct, yes," Sam said. "You let your guard down far too early. Better stay careful next time." "Understood." Unlike 03, 5 took the advice he gave her without showing the least bit of displeasure. The way they react to such things was also programmed into them. Being easy to predict shows that in the end they aren't really human, no, Sam thought, remembering the question he had asked himself earlier. Humans aren't that difficult to read either, and their actions are as predictable. "I can't really say those weapons are that different, Doctor." Sam jolted back to reality, having heard 05's voice. It seems that he had been spacing out for a few seconds. "All right. Why don't you go take a quick shower before those two come out?" Sam said, attempting to shake the weird thoughts out of his mind. "They have been worried sick about you." For a moment 05's eyes widened a little, followed by a smile and a slight blush. "I see," she said before turning to leave. "Five," 03 cried, running toward the ponytailed Valkyrie with outstretched arm. "Hold it." 5 stopped her with a single finger, pressing it against the young Valkyrie's forehead. "You need to shower first." Not long after 05 returned to the lab, the other two were done with their examination. Noticing that her container was empty, they rushed out, finding her having a chat with the doctor. Though 03 tried to go for a hug, 5 denied her because of the stickiness left behind from Air's green liquid. She had just showered and changed into new clothes, so she wanted to stay clean for the time being. "I'm glad to see you up again, 5. 9 said, her smile warm and soothing. "Yes. Thank you," 5 replied. "Doctor had briefed me about what happened after I passed out, but I want to hear more directly from you too." "All right then. We will go have a quick shower then come back," 9 said as she pushed the young Valkyrie toward the door. "I bet you want to hear about what Doctor did with 3. A few moments later the door closed, and when it did 05 turned to Sam with eyes devoid of light. "Not you too," Sam said with an exasperated sigh. "What do you mean, Doctor?" Tilting her head a little, 05 spoke with an expressionless face. "I'm just curious about what you did with 03. For some reason Sam felt like he was in some mortal danger, so he quickly explained what had transpired. "I see," 5 said after hearing the story. "I guess I should thank you for always taking care of her." "Well, it's not much," Sam replied, happy that she didn't seem as jealous as 9, or so he thought, "but I expect that you would do the same for us as well. Right?" 05 asked. Oh, of course, he was already beginning to regret inviting 03 back then. He did it because he felt bad seeing her feelings down, but at the time he didn't expect that the other two would feel jealous of the young one receiving some special treatment. At this rate he feared what would happen once he starts banging them. Would it end up the same as it would if they were humans? The level of headache it could bring made Sam hesitate to go forward with his plans. Just as those thoughts went through his head, he felt something wrap around his waist, then a soft feeling press against him. "Doctor is really nice," 5 said, resting her head on his chest and closing her eyes. 05? Sam looked down at the Valkyrie, surprised that she hugged him without a warning. "Can I stay like this?" "Just a little." She was acting strangely, however, Sam was unable to guess the reason behind it. He did make sure to instruct her to not get physical with him unless he gave his permission, and she didn't seem to be the kind to ignore such instructions. He was worried about the other Valkyries coming back and finding them like that as well, and that caused him to panic a little. After a couple of seconds, Sam started to feel that the ponytailed Valkyrie didn't plan on letting go of him for a while. Hoping it would speed up the process a little, he returned the hug and slowly patted her head. He wasn't able to see her expression from where he was, however, at that moment the Valkyrie's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Chapter 43 Fan Club. Right around dinner time, Sam was feeling rather exhausted. He was looking forward to going back to his room and getting some rest, but first he had to meet with Shizuru so they could have dinner. Same as with lunch, the cafeteria was crowded more than usual. A lot of people started gathering there after hearing about what happened at breakfast. Sam hated how people he never talked to before were approaching him and asking questions. The worst of it was those asking when will be the next time he brings the Valkyries with him. Sam had to keep a good grip on his nerves as he risked snapping every time someone came to him with a variation of that. He told them that it's not something he plans on doing often, and that it all depends on if the Valkyries feel like it. While what happened improved his image among the soldiers a little, the opposite was showing as well. Some claimed that he was trying to keep the Valkyries all for himself, which looked like a childish tantrum thrown by those jealous of his position. Little did they know that what they accused him of was actually happening. At any rate, with the hatred directed at him being magnified as time passes, someone decided to step in and help him with the situation. "This is Sergeant Melissa Ranford," Shizuru spoke with a smile, introducing a female soldier who sat on the opposite side of the table facing Sam. She was a slender and tall woman in the later half of her 20s with long natural red hair. Her face wasn't much to speak of when compared to Shizuru or the Valkyries, however Sam could say she was attractive enough. Her sharp green eyes glared daggers at him as she crossed her arms and leaned on the back of her chair. It appeared like she was there to pick a fight with him, and... "May I ask what she wants?" Sam said, keeping his cool as he sipped his coffee. "Sergeant Ranford is the president of the 46th Base's Valkyrie Fan Club," Shizuru said. "She was hoping to discuss a few things with you." "Valkyrie Fan Club?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "It's actually real." "Of course it is," Melissa spoke, her glare growing sharper. "There is one in each military base. Ours isn't an exception." "This is the first time I hear about this," Sam replied, unfazed by the way she looked at him. "Well, I expected it to exist in one form or another. The Valkyries were all beautiful females, it's to be expected that they would amass some kind of following among the public." Sam knew from the get-go that a lot of soldiers were their fans. What he didn't expect was that they would be organized enough to form a club. "You're supposed to be humanity's last hope. The soldiers fighting to end the reign of calamities." Thinking that to himself, Sam let out a sigh. "So? How may she help you?" Sam asked. "You don't plan on asking me to set up a way for you to meet the weapons, right? You sure are perceptive," Melissa said. "But sadly, that's not what I am here. If we wanted to organize such events, we would have gone to the commander." "Well, we tried and got rejected. Then why are you bothering with me?" For a moment Sam thought it was strange that their request was denied. There is nothing harmful about letting the soldiers meet their idols, and the Valkyries are on standby most of the time, so it wasn't like it would interfere with their job. Don't tell me they submitted the request while Alice was going through a breakup, Sam thought. She might have redirected some of her anger onto them. "I'm sure you have heard about it already," Melissa said. "The news about Jormungand are being defeated." "Did they make the announcement already?" Sam asked, glancing over at Shizuru. Seeing that his girlfriend's eyes were wide in shock, he understood that most people have yet to hear the news. "I have my own sources," Melissa said with a shrug. "Anyways, like pretty much every place with living humans, our base plans to hold a big celebration. We were wondering if you could invite the the Valkyries." It wouldn't make much sense to keep them out of this. Having predicted that it would come to this, Sam leaned on the back of his chair, took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose. Shouldn't you be taking this to the commander? He spoke, not bothering to hide the annoyance in his voice. Oh. But this isn't that kind of event. The redhead replied. We are just celebrating humanity's first big victory. Our Valkyries aren't the center of this event. We will still hold it even if they don't show up. Looking at the redhead for a couple of seconds, Sam stopped to think things through. He had no reason to go along with her request, however he also had no excuse to refuse her. Actually rejecting her would most likely lead to him becoming the arch nemesis of their club. If he isn't already, even if he doesn't care what others thought of him, Sam realized that he could use this opportunity to lessen the headache they're causing him. It wouldn't hurt to get in their good side, and all he has to do is invite the Valkyries, who would definitely be overjoyed by the idea. Though that in itself might cause the most trouble, having made his decision he looked up at Melissa and spoke. First of all, you need a new source. If you don't even know what happens on this base, then your club is meaningless. What? Melissa lowered her gaze, sensing that he knew something even she has yet to find out. When do you plan on making your little celebration? Sam asked, a couple of days after the announcement. All right then. Sam said, sipping from his cup and noticing that the coffee was getting cold. His eyes wandered around the cafeteria. It was almost empty, with everyone having left after seeing that none of the weapons were there. With no one around to eavesdrop on them. He spoke in low voice that only the two women sitting at his table could hear. I'm sure this club of yours has at least one person who tracks the weapons movements, right? Yes. Melissa replied, having no clue where this was going. Then you must know that one of them was damaged yesterday. Sam leaned forward, picking his cup and pretending to sip from it. By now the red-haired woman had already guessed that the doctor was about to reveal some information even her sources have yet to obtain. I heard that they had an encounter with a strong calamity yesterday, and that they returned later than usual. Melissa said. I also heard that only 2 were seen leaving the base today. Yes. The 3 had discovered a calamity hiding in the city they found the day before. The battle resulted in 05 receiving some really bad injuries that took almost an entire day to repair. I see. Melissa was fighting the urge to get up and slam her hands on the table. That alone was some really big news. Most of the soldiers wouldn't know about what the Valkyries go through until an official announcement is made, and those usually don't include if the weapons were damaged or not, the calamity they fought. According to the data they collected, there is a big chance that it might be registered as an S-class. The redhead shot up from her seat and slammed her hands on the table. What did you say? She shouted in his face, but he kept staring at her with an unchanging expression. A hint of embarrassment showed on the woman's face as she sat back down, but it disappeared the moment she turned to ask Sam for details. Are you saying we defeated an S-class? Well, from what I've heard they managed to catch it by surprise and finish it off before it could use all of its powers. If the giant eye had used the resources that went into recreating the city, then the likelihood of it coming out on top was quite high. Thankfully it underestimated the 3 Valkyries and ended up getting destroyed by the proton cannon. Only 5 S-class calamities have been registered so far. It was still unclear whether the giant eye will be given the S rank, seeing that it was destroyed before causing any major losses. However, the reality is that it had the potential to be on the same level as the Ragnarok Heralds. Even if it isn't given the S-class title, it would still go down history as one of the strongest and most terrifying calamities. I see. Melissa muttered, her eyes wide with shock. A minute later she looked up at Sam with a knowing smile. I think I get what you're trying to say. If they're going to celebrate something, then it should be their own victory. The 46th base had just defeated a powerful calamity on their own. That was as good of a reason for celebration as the defeat of one of the Ragnarok Heralds. Chapter 44 Unexpected Guest. That was exhausting. Sam said, hunching forward, unable to keep his back straight. It sure was. Said Shizuru with a giggle. The two had finished their discussion with Melissa, the president of the 46th base's Valkyrie fan club, and were now heading to their rooms to get some rest. It took far longer than any of them had wanted, and having had to deal with everything that happened throughout the day on top of lacking sleep, Sam was just done. All he wanted was to go to his bed and sleep 16 hours straight. Still, even with his eagerness to meet the Sandman, Sam chose a longer route so he could spend a little more time with his girlfriend. They didn't get much time for themselves all day, so this was the bare minimum he had to do. The base was brightly lit, but the stars above were still visible. They passed through the small park where they kissed for the first time. The silence was overwhelming, only the rustling of leaves could be heard. "Sorry for dragging you into this." Sam spoke, feeling it was a good time to apologize. "No, it was a wonderful experience, I would say." Shizuru replied. "It's as if I've discovered another side of you, really?" Sam raised an eyebrow at her statement, but the Asian girl only smiled. "Despite how you look, you're a really kind person, doctor." "What do you mean despite how I look? Is there a problem with my appearance?" Sam asked jokingly. "Well, you always look tired and grumpy. And you tend to isolate yourself from others. Aren't we the same in that aspect?" "The isolation part, I mean, I still interact with the other soldiers frequently, you know. Especially those in the same team as me." Turns out Shizuru wasn't as much of an introvert as she lets on, so, even though you have other acquaintances and friends you can spend time with, you always come to eat with me," Sam said teasingly. "I see how it is. Well, you wouldn't have noticed me otherwise," Shizuru replied, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "What about you, then? I would believe it's a coincidence if it was just lunch and dinner, but how do you explain breakfast? You always made sure to show up even when you need rest." "Well, isn't that obvious?" Shizuru felt herself getting pulled into the darkness. It happened so suddenly she didn't understand what was going on. When her eyes opened, she saw Sam's face close to hers. With the feeling of a tree against her back as well, she could easily tell what kind of situation they were in. "I was looking for the right opportunity." Saying those words, Sam leaned in and placed his lips on hers. Shizuru was startled at first but then closed her eyes and submitted herself. After a while their lips parted. Shizuru looked down despite herself, attempting to hide her bashfulness. Sam had yet to have his fill, so he kissed her again, this time taking much longer than before. "So, does that mean you were after me all along?" Shizuru asked. "I don't know when it happened," Sam said. "One day I just realized I had a thing for you." "Really?" She looked up at him, her eyelids lowered. "And why didn't you say anything until now?" "Well, I was going to, eventually," Sam replied. He felt that they were going into dangerous territory, so he made sure to choose his words carefully. "Eating with you was one of the few good things in my life at the moment. I was afraid I would lose that if I made the wrong choice. Still, keeping me waiting for so long. Doctor sure is slow when it comes to those things." "Well, I won't deny that," Sam replied. "Were you so busy playing with the weapons that you failed to notice the hints I gave you?" Wah dash! Before he could argue her last statement, a bright white light was suddenly projected on them. "What's going on here?" The two heard a voice, but with their eyes blinded they could only see two black silhouettes a few meters away. "What in the world is going on here?" a voice asked. "Oh no, Sergeant Ranley. It seems we have accidentally happened upon a couple while they were having a private moment." Another followed. "To think we would be so careless that we ended up intruding on a couple while on patrol completely by accident." The two didn't even attempt to hide it. They were purposefully trying to, and succeeding at, ruining the mood. Sam let out a sigh and shook his head. First they envy him for working with the Valkyries, and now for having a girlfriend. He doubted the day they would leave him alone will ever come. "Oh, isn't that the doctor?" one of the soldiers said. "Come to think of it, I heard he started dating that Asian chick from the monitoring division." "Seriously?" the other added. "Leave some for us, man." Sam turned to glare in their direction. He couldn't see their faces because of the light, however with his increased security clearance accessing the patrol schedules will be an easy task. Those two dared to ruin his time with his lover. Sam promised in his heart that he will make them pay. "Well, we better get going," one of the soldiers said, turning the light in a different direction. "Oh, but don't go doing anything naughty out here. You know, public morals and all." The two soldiers walked away, not bothering to hide their laughter. Sam let out a sigh, and so did Shizuru. The two stared at each other for a moment, then began giggling in the next. After a while they came to a stop. Sam leaned in and kissed his girlfriend once more, but this time he decided to cut it short just in case those bastards were still around. "I really am the luckiest man in this base, huh?" he said jokingly. "Because you have me, or because you have the Valkyries?" Shizuru asked with a mischievous smile. "Because I make them all seethe in anger just by existing." The two laughed a little, then decided to call it a night. Sam wanted to invite Chizuru to his room so they could continue what they started. However, after taking one step, he realized that he was quickly nearing his limit. Having escorted Chizuru to the female dormitory, Sam sluggishly walked to his room. He would change his clothes, brush his teeth, then drop onto his bed. That was what he planned on doing at the very least. However, when he walked over to the closet, something on his bed entered his vision: long white hair, pale white skin, and a slender body. Sam rubbed his eyes a few times, thinking his exhausted mind was playing tricks on him. After all, there is no way such an angel would be sleeping on his bed. Right, a minute passed, then a second. Finally deciding to accept reality, Sam crouched down and reached with his hand about to shake the sleeping beauty. "Wake up, Alice." He took out his phone and checked if she had sent him any messages, but there were none. She didn't have the stench of alcohol on her, so she most likely didn't wander there while drunk. This was the first time she came over, so the situation was far too unusual. Sam was in no shape to deal with his childhood friend's sorrows. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't need much brainpower to realize that, with her being here, it won't be happening anytime soon. "Come on, Alice, wake up already." With very little patience left, he shook her again. This time a little rougher. Thankfully, he didn't need to do much more as the long white eyelashes slowly parted. Documentor, yeah, the doctor who's exhausted because he had to work overnight but can't rest with you on his bed. A few seconds pass and Alice finally began to get a read on the situation around her. Her eyes shot open and she quickly lifted herself, her face heating up to the point she felt like it would fall off. "Sam. This is. I just." She stammered, her hands moving erratically. Yeah, you came here and fell asleep while waiting." Sam waved his hand dismissively. "How did you get in anyways?" Seeing how annoyed he looked, Alice quickly regained her composure. Her eyes slowly swam to the lower left corner as she answered his question with a nervous smile. "Well, I'm the commander, you know. I can enter any place on this base." Sam realized the stupidity of his question right away. The rooms on the base use digital locks that can only be unlocked using the occupant's ID. The commander, the person with the highest level security clearance, has the ability to enter any room on the base she runs. All she has to do is swipe her ID and the door will just open to her. "Alice, I'm seriously exhausted right now," Sam said, supporting his wobbling head with a hand. 46 61 69 72 79 20 74 61 60 65 20 43 37 37 0A. Chapter 45, Final Attempt. Part 1. Alice, I'm seriously exhausted right now. If it's not urgent, then please leave it for another time. Seeing how bad his condition was, Alice realized that she chose the wrong time to visit. There was no reason behind it, really. She just felt like spending some time with her childhood friend, that's all. That's right. The commander thought. I definitely didn't come here expecting anything. After what happened the last time she had him comfort her, Alice was very hesitant to contact Sam. The kiss she received from him made her forget all about her broken engagement, and ever since he was the only man on her mind, today she finally gathered the courage to go see him herself. She hoped that he would make a move while they were alone in his room, and that things would develop from there. Sadly, seeing Sam's condition, she could tell that the likelihood of anything occurring was non-existent. "I understand," Alice said with a weak smile. "Let's leave it for another time." As she was about to stand, Sam let out a sigh, scratching the back of his head furiously. "Listen, Alice, I'm sure you're going through a lot, but you can't just pop up whenever you feel like it," Sam said. "You are the commander of this base. It would be bad for both our reputations if weird rumors begin to spread." "Well, that's logical, I guess," Alice said. "I will make sure to be careful. You must keep in mind that I have my own life as well. I almost invited Chizuru over earlier. What do you think would have happened if she saw you on my bed?" "That's..." Alice suddenly went stiff, turning to Sam with a questioning look. "Chizuru, HM? Oh. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, didn't I?" Sam spoke, wondering what made him forget something so important. "Her name is Chizuru Kurakami. We transferred here around the same time and we're hanging out together ever since. Recently we decided to start dating and it's been working out pretty well." Unbeknownst to her, Alice stumbled a step backwards. "Why, you have a girlfriend?" "Of course I do," Sam replied, her reaction irritating him. "What? Did you expect me to be a loser who would never find anyone?" "And no. That's not what I meant. Alice's voice was shaking. An uncomfortable feeling was slowly growing through her heart. I mean, I know you had girlfriends before, but I thought you didn't have anyone right now. Alice thought, her eyes becoming moist. If you had saw me on, then why? Why did you kiss me back then? Noticing that the emotions she was doing her best to suppress were going out of control, Alice turned around intending to leave before Sam notices. Well, I guess I was just surprised. You need to rest now, right? You can tell me everything another time, so. I will be going now, with heavy steps and a heart that threatened to stop. The white-haired woman headed for the door. What was I even thinking? What did I come here for? Her thoughts began to run wild, mocking her forever, thinking that she still has a chance. She ignored him all this time, and now that her youth is fading and other men got to have her first, she still had the audacity to think he might give her a chance. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. As she reached for the doorknob, fighting the tears that were about to overflow, Alice felt something grasp her arm, forcing her to stop. Knowing the state her face was in at the moment, she didn't want anyone to see her, especially him. Sam, I think it's better if I leave now. You don't want any misunderstandings. Right, though she did her best to act normally, the trembling in her voice was hard to miss. Sam, who wasn't in the mood to deal with her usual emotional bullshit, just yanked her toward him, and before she knew it she was in his arms. A moment of silence passed. As she realized what was happening, Alice felt that she had to push him away, however her body refused to move. It had grown used to the warmth of his embrace, so much that every part of her relaxes when he is holding her. Sam, I don't know what you're thinking, but. Don't you dash, oh shut up. Sam interrupted, his tone telling of how annoyed he was. You never cared before, so why would you care now? Even though he spoke as if he couldn't stand her sight. The arms wrapped around her and the hands slowly caressing her hair were as gentle as ever. Now that I think about it. The only one who has ever held me like this was him, seriously. I know you're a woman, but. Sam sighed, trying to rein in his anger. You need to get a better grip on your emotions. You're this base's commander, you know, unable to hold back anymore. Alice let her tears silently fall. Here. Sam said, handing a cup steaming black coffee. Thanks. Alice said, accepting it gratefully. Bringing it close to her face, she blew on it a little before taking a sip. The taste was as bitter as it could get. She was used to drinking it like this all the time, however after crying her eyes out she felt like having something sweet for a change. She was rather ashamed of her behavior, however her heart was finally at peace. Sam's embrace never failed to ease her aching heart. She wondered why she never realized it before, even though the same had happened dozens of times. You feeling better? Sam asked, casually taking a seat beside her, and just like that Alice's heart almost jumped out of her chest, this time beating faster than ever before. The two were on his bed right now. She didn't pay it much mind while crying on his chest, but now that she thinks about it, they had been in a somewhat dangerous area for a quite while. No, it's not like that. Alice thought, taking a sip of her coffee. Just because he hugged me a little doesn't mean we will suddenly start doing things. I mean, it's not like this is the first time this happened. And he has a girlfriend now too. There is no way he would do anything. Maybe I should just RA.PEU, Alice, eh? Ah. Sorry. I was just spacing out for a moment, remembering the words he spoke that night. Alice froze for just a moment, and no, I'm just overthinking it. There is no way. She tried to shake the idea out of her head, but to no avail. I need to calm down. Think of something else, by the way. Her mind was rather chaotic at the moment, so she could think of only one thing to ask. What's your girlfriend like? What's she like? Sam closed his eyes and thought for a moment before answering. She is a petite Asian girl, a year or two younger than me. She has short black hair and a small face with large eyes. The way she speaks and acts is simply cute. Her smile is one of the few things that make life here bearable. You sure made it sound like she's perfect. Well, she might not be, but I would say she's close. Sam said before taking a sip from his cup. I will introduce her to you later. You will see for yourself. I will look forward to it. Then, for some reason, the negative emotions she released a couple of minutes ago began to gradually return. She didn't understand why, but hearing him talk about another woman like that made her heart ache. No, Sam is right. I can't keep going like this. I need to be mature about this. Alice understood that she had no right to feel jealous of the girl named Shizuru. She had her chance and never took it. It was only a matter of time before someone with better eyes came along and swept him away, but I guess I can't really help it. Alice muttered, smiling wryly. Did you say something? Sam asked. Taking a deep breath, Alice decided it's time to put an end to this mess. It was nice when it lasted, however the two of them were never fated to be together. Hey, Sam, but before going through with it, the white-haired woman decided to make a final attempt. You used to have a crush on me, right? Alice was a fighter. She never let anything get in her way, always doing her best to achieve success. Romance was the only thing she failed at. She felt a little guilty for doing this to the girl named Shizuru, but that wasn't enough to stop her. She didn't like the idea of giving up without a fight, at some point. Sam said after a short moment of silence, although she had braced herself for his answer. When he spoke it so nonchalantly she felt like a bucket of cold water was spilled on her head. It wasn't even close to the reaction she expected him to have when faced with such question, but, well, that was a long time ago. We are grown-ups now, we can't let the past keep binding us. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alice said while forcing herself to smile. Well, of course he's over it, she thought, taking another sip from her cup. As she stared at the surface of the black liquid, she began to feel something wasn't right about what he said. If that was the case, then why did he? Chapter 46 Final Attempt. Part 2. It's somewhat funny that you only noticed after so long. Sam let out a short laugh. To be honest, with how dense you are, I never expected that you would notice before I die. Well, if you just told me, then things might have been different now, she said, turning away with puffed cheeks. I can't argue with that. The two glanced at each other for a moment, then a second later they burst into laughter. So, anyways, I'm really curious. How did you find out? Putting his cup away, Sam stretched his limbs, feeling his mind being forced awake by the power of caffeine. He had some during his conversation with Melissa earlier, but its effects had worn out soon after. Now that he had another cup, however, he felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep for another hour or two. Noticing that Alice was taking way too long to answer, he turned to ask why. He was surprised to see her face completely red, blushing to the tips of her ears. It was a truly wonderful sight. Contrasted by her pure white hair, her flushed skin looked all the more alluring. Seeing her like that awakened something dormant in Sam's heart. Actually. Alice kept her gaze down, unable to look him in the eyes. It was the most she could do considering what she was about to say. I only noticed recently. After you kissed me that time. Sam was confused for a second, but then his eyes went wide, followed with blood draining from his face. You were awake, Alice only nodded. That alone had all the answers he needed. Suddenly the memories from that night resurfaced. Everything he did, everything he said. One horrific realization after the other almost made his heart stop. Alice, Sam didn't know what to say. His mind went blank as he finally came face to face with the consequences of his actions. He betrayed the trust she put in him. Nothing he says could fix the mess he created with his own hands. Alice, I won't try to explain myself, and you can hate me if you want, but I just want you to know I'm really sorry. Sorry for taking advantage of you. That was a lie. He didn't feel sorry. He never regretted doing what he did. What scared him the most at the moment was what the white-haired woman would do now that she knows. She has every right to hate him, and if it's her desire, he would suffer any punishment of her choosing, but the thought that he had ruined their relationship for no logical reason scared him the most, and no need to apologize. Noticing how pale he got, Alice became even more flustered herself. She put her coffee cup aside, afraid that she would drop it by accident. She then balled her fists on her lap, staring at them as she did her best to not die of embarrassment. Of course, it's still a crime to take advantage of a woman like that. But in the end you stopped before crossing the line, and I'm willing to overlook it. Alice, also, part of it is still my fault. Even when considering our relationship, Sam is still a man. It was careless of me to act like that when we were alone. Though he wanted to tell her that blaming the victim was wrong, Sam's focus was directed elsewhere, freezing his mind on another part of what she said. I never saw it coming, you know. While Sam's mind was busy trying to understand what's going on, Alice continued to gather her courage, doing her best to convey her feelings and desires. But thanks to that, I was able to forget about the broken engagement. Normally it would have taken her days or even weeks to recover from a breakup, however Sam's bold move occupied her mind, making him the only one she could think of. "I started to wonder if you had feelings for me." She giggled a little, remembering the thoughts that led her to his room. "Silly me. I even came here thinking something might happen. Turns out I was just living in my own fantasy." Having said everything she could think of, Alice fell silent as she waited. She wasn't sure what Sam's response would be. It could go either way. However, that didn't matter to her anymore. No matter what his answer would be, she promised herself that she would accept it and go on living the way she always did. No, as the wait grew longer, Alice began to have second thoughts. If he says he doesn't see me that way anymore, I don't think I could go on living. He is the reason I made it so far. If we can no longer be together, Alice. Hearing her name, Alice prepared herself and turned to face the man. She expected to see a stern look or a troubled one, however what met her was neither of those as she felt something press on her lips. Sam stole a kiss from her, throwing her mind into chaos, but as she began to understand what that action meant, her face flushed red once more and all the negative thoughts and worries she had before vanished. Placing his hand on her side, Sam pulled her into his embrace, making sure to not let go of her lips all the while. "Sam." Alice opened her eyes. Slightly, the man in front of her looked different from what she remembers. Nothing had changed about his appearance or expression. He was still the same Sam she always knew. It was her feelings that had changed, and seeing him this close made her heart beat abnormally fast. Sam pulled Alice's body, moving her onto his lap, and without hesitation he stole her lips again. Alice wrapped her arms around his neck, closing her eyes and allowing herself to enjoy the kiss. "This is different. It's nothing like any kiss I had before. Is it because of Sam? Is it because he shares my feelings?" As the thoughts ran through her mind, Alice began to feel jealousy toward a female soldier who got to be his girlfriend. "No, I shouldn't be thinking like that. I'm the one wronging her right now." As he caressed her long white hair, enjoying the smooth silky feeling, his hands went down to Alice's bottom, moving along her hips to her thighs. Arriving at the hem of her miniskirt, Sam pushed his thumbs inside, then pulled it all the way up, revealing the soft meat buns covered in the thin layer of her stockings, and processed to sink his fingers into them. Alice's whole body trembled, forcing a surprised moan out of her. However, her lips were sealed once again the next moment. The sensation had jolted her mind awake, causing the sliver of reason and rationality she had left to fill her heart with guilt. Alice, as he indulged himself in the softness of the gorgeous white-haired woman. Amazed with how close it was to the Valkyrie's perfection, Sam was suddenly pushed back as Alice retreated. "Sam. I'm sorry," she said, her face cast down out of shame. "We can't keep doing this. It's unfair to the girl you're dating." Though she was determined to fight for him not that long ago, Alice was suddenly reminded of her last fiancé and how he left her for another woman. When she went to see him the last time, she found that he had escaped with his new lover, leaving only a letter behind in their empty apartment telling her of what led to him making that decision. "I don't want to become that kind of woman," Alice thought, her shoulders slightly quivering. "Stealing someone's lover. Breaking their hearts. I can't become like that." Remembering the pain she felt from the betrayal, Alice couldn't bring herself to subjugate another woman to that kind of experience. She didn't wish for others to suffer because she chose her own happiness over theirs. Sam said nothing for a while, the silence increasing the tension in the room. A few seconds later, she felt him placing his hands on her shoulders, and as she waited for his voice to reach her, the scene around her abruptly changed as her body was thrown, forcefully yanked aside. "You really are cruel, Alice." As she recovered from the impact, Alice slowly opened her eyes to find Sam looking down on her while she laid down on the bed. "If you keep playing with my feelings like that, I might grow to hate you, you know. That's not what I dash." Before she could refute his claim, Sam leaned in and kissed her once more. She tried to push him away, but he grabbed her arms and held them in place. He forced her mouth open and twined their tongue. The slightly bitter taste of coffee slowly faded as their saliva mixed together, and as she felt her mouth being invaded, Alice could no longer resist the feeling and her body began to relax. Only then did Sam let go of her. "You came to a man's room at night expecting something to happen, right?" Alice's mind became hazy after experiencing such passionate kiss. As she looked up at him, her brilliant red eyes seemed to ask for more despite what she previously said, and Sam was about to give her just that. "I won't allow you to run now." Chapter 47. Don't stop now. "I won't allow you to run." Hearing those words, Alice's heart skipped a beat, and before her mind could form a response, her lips were taken once more. "It can't be helped," she thought to herself. "I tried to stop him, but he made it clear that he won't. If anyone is at fault, then it's him." Though she tried to ease her guilt by putting the blame on Sam, the white-haired beauty was still aware that what they were doing is wrong. It's just that she had lost the will to resist and her desire for love was overtaking her rationality. Sam separated their mouth a while later. Looking down at the beautiful woman on his bed, he couldn't help but smile. He had dreamed of this situation many times and it's finally here. Noticing the way he looked at her, Alice was filled with shame and couldn't help but shift her gaze away. "Pete, you're so cute, Alice," Sam said, going down for one more kiss. This time, however, he chose her forehead instead. Alice was confused for a moment, having expected him to go for her lips like before. She understood a moment later as Sam backed away from her. He reached for her skirt, undoing the zipper and side buttons, holding it in place before pulling it off, then throwing it on the floor. Alice watched in silence as he removed her clothes one by one, her heart beating so fast she feared it would jump out of her. She felt especially nervous when only her underwear was left. But a few seconds later it was gone as well, leaving her stark naked. Sam undressed as well, leaving only his boxers on. Alice noticed the huge bulge in his crotch, causing her to shudder in excitement. "As I thought," Sam spoke as he looked down at the naked woman on his bed. "You really are the most beautiful woman I know." His words caused Alice to blush further, moving her hands to cover her private parts. "Don't stare," she said in a hushed voice. Seeing how embarrassed she was, Sam's rod twitched, signaling for him to hurry up and remove the seal. However, he couldn't help but stare, trying to burn the beautiful figure into his memory before doing anything else. Not long after, he felt an unbearable desire for Alice's lips, which had swollen a little, becoming red as an indication of her arousal. "Ah!" Alice couldn't help but gasp as Sam's hand touched her abdomen. He gently stroked it in a circular motion, watching as she squirmed in reaction. Alice, leaning in for a kiss, he continued to gently caress her body, massaging it until she began to relax. His hand eventually found its way to her inner thighs. Going up, he then arrived at her nether. With the hand covering it moved out of the way, nothing stood between Sam and Alice's secret flesh. He listened to the muffled moans as he slowly slid his fingers on entrance, which had long since become soaking wet. Alice's legs rubbed together as he continued the teasing. However, when he decided to insert his middle finger into it, her whole body suddenly went stiff, releasing a transparent tide, showering Sam's hand with her love juices. Realizing what had just happened, Sam waited until Alice relaxed, then lifted himself and checked his hand. A second later, he glanced down and let out a short laugh. We have barely started and you came already." Overwhelmed by shame, Alice could only cover her face with both hands. Even though Alice is an experienced woman. As he spoke, Sam wiped his palm on the bedsheet. He was enjoying how embarrassed Alice looked, so he decided to tease her some more. "Or could it be that your previous fiancés weren't any good? That's dash." Just as she was about to say something in return, Alice felt her entire body forcefully bend. Looking through the gap between her fingers, she learned that Sam had placed his hands behind her knees, then pushed them all the way up to her shoulders, then dash. Wah dash. Before she could react, he split them wide apart, revealing her soaked pussy. "It's this bad already?" Sam said teasingly, but the reality is that he was surprised by the shape and color of her secret flesh. Alice was already in her 30s and had gone through multiple engagements, so he expected it to look much worse. However, with an almost closed opening and the healthy pink color, it was easy to tell that it had barely been used, and new. Don't look," Alice pleaded with him, the shame and embarrassment tormenting her. However, Sam wasn't about to stop. No, in fact, he had yet to even start. Holding her legs in place, he leaned down, bringing his face closer to her honeypot. And just when she began to wonder what he was doing, Sam took out his tongue and began licking her labia. Alice's back arched as she felt the foreign sensation for the first time. Sam didn't stop working his tongue, licking the sweet and sour love juices that flowed out, trying to savor the odd flavor. Ripples of sexual excitement were spreading across Alice's body. Noticing that Sam wasn't looking at her, she stopped covering her face and instead tried to suppress the sweet moans leaking from her, but that was utterly useless as he began invading her entrance. Not, she struggled to understand how he was able to make feel such excitement with his tongue alone. But as she started to enjoy it more and more, Sam came to a sudden stop. Since she was about to climax, Alice felt a bit annoyed that the stimulation had ceased. Looking up at her partner with furrowed brows, she was once again faced with the same teasing smile as before. "So, Alice, are you enjoying yourself?" Sam said with a smirk. He expected her to cover her face again or look away in shame. However, to his surprise, the white-haired beauty only averted her gaze a little, then said with pouted cheeks, "Don't stop now." her reaction took him off guard, causing his heart to skip a beat. The smile returned to his face a second later, this time containing none of the playfulness from before. "All right then," Sam said, deciding it was time to get serious. Alice watched in anticipation, however Sam didn't move back in to continue licking her honey pot but instead began caressing it with his hand. Then, without a warning, he inserted both his middle and ring fingers into her hole. Sam pushed in as deep as he could before beginning to move his hand, thrusting in and out while curling his fingers as if trying to spread her love meat open. Nuawa. Ha. I'm coming. Reaching her limit, Alice climaxed, releasing another shower of the transparent fluid. Chapter 48. Normal woman. Sam waited until the transparent fluid stopped flooding before taking his finger out of her hole. He then let go of her legs, allowing her body to stretch. He checked to see how Alice was doing. He found her in a daze, panting with her tongue slightly sticking out. "Hey, if this much is enough to make you orgasm, then what will you do when we get to the real deal?" Thinking that to himself, Sam shook his head slightly with a wry smile. He wiped his hand, then invited himself to her lips, tangling their tongues before kissing her. Alice heaved a sigh full of sensuality, her unfocused eyes looking at Sam. "Hey now, Alice, you can't let yourself become like this from a little foreplay," Sam said in a gentle voice as he stretched on his side beside her. "It can't." "Ha! It can't be helped," Alice said, the red color on her cheeks getting brighter. "It's been too long since I did this, really?" Sam asked. "Yes. And it's not like I'm that experienced, you know," she added. What he said earlier had bothered her this entire time. "I never told you this, but I only did it once with each of them." "I see." Sam found it a bit strange, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Well, at least a little. Alice is a big shot in the military, and so is her father. She had both their reputations to preserve, so she couldn't just sleep with anyone. She only ever moved in with her fiancés, and with her being busy most of the time, they probably didn't have the time to have their fun. That said, only once with each of them? Is that even possible? Or could it be that she forced them to wait till they get married, then gave in at some point? That wouldn't make sense as well. If it was just the first or second time, then it would be plausible. However, 5 times in a row? That seemed unlikely. Unless, Alice. Could it be? Sam spoke, his expression turning serious. "Did they leave soon after you slept with them?" Alice stayed silent for a while before nodding. "Sam, did it ever occur to you that I resembled the Valkyries?" Sam swallowed audibly, then replied with a nod. "Then you should understand what led to those engagements in the first place." Alice's gaze became distant as she recalled the men that had approached her. "Seeing my white hair and red eyes, they all had this weird expectation of me. Then they learn that I'm just a normal woman and lose interest. I guess you could say they get disillusioned, just like everyone else." Sam had always been curious about Alice's hair and eyes, though since they had been together for as long as he could remember, he had gotten used to it very early on. According to her father, what caused the strange colors was a rare gene present in their family's DNA. The chances of it manifesting was almost non-existent, but sometimes it would manifest itself. Apparently some of their ancestors had the same features. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn, leading to the mood they had before being ruined. Noticing the shadow looming deep in Alice's eyes, Sam began to curse himself for not revealing his true feelings for her much earlier. If he did them, maybe she wouldn't have had to go through such painful experiences. "I'm really an idiot," Sam murmured before lifting himself and getting off the bed. Alice watched him silently. She was afraid. Now that he had heard her story and the details she had even from him, she feared that he would have second thoughts about being with her, but her worries were unnecessary as she saw him reach for his underwear before removing it. When he turned to face her, Alice reflexively turned away. However, she kept stealing glances at his meat pillar, which was hard and ready to go. Sam climbed back onto the bed, spreading Alice's legs once more and positioning himself between them. He then took his tool and placed it at the entrance of her womanly hole. Feeling the throbbing hot rod that was about to invade her, Alice's eyes went wide all of a sudden as she remembered something very important. Wait. Sam. What are you doing? Sam turned his sight to the white-haired woman, looking at her with half-closed eyes. "What, aren't you? Aren't you forgetting something?" she asked, doing her best to keep eye contact. We're still in the base, and you know the rules when it comes to such things. Sam immediately understood what she was referring to. As soldiers stationed in one of the Resistance's military bases, everyone has to abide by some rules, like the one telling the soldiers to be professional while on duty, and the other one which states that those engaging in sexual activities must always make sure to use protection to avoid unnecessary pregnancies. Humans were a scarce resource these days, so much that women had to be drafted as well. The Resistance has to put every last soldier to good use, which means they can't afford maternity leave for those careless enough to get pregnant in a war zone. Among the necessities given to each soldier every month was a pack of condoms. More can be obtained from the supply store near the cafeteria, so there was no excuse for not using them. Sam was sure he had quite a few stashed somewhere, however he didn't feel like looking for one, not to mention he has plans of his own. Sam suddenly moved his cock, firmly rubbing it against Alice's flesh trench. Hiya! Alice threw her head back sharply. Having suddenly been subjugated to strong stimulation, her vaginal hole contracted, squirting some of the transparent love juice. Sam. What are you, Alice? I won't pretend that it doesn't bother me. As he spoke, Sam slowly rubbed his meat pole against her slit. It took you so long to realize I have feelings for you, and in the meantime you had slept with 5 other men. That's on. It's not your fault, I know that. But if we're going to do this, then you have to go along with whatever I say. Stopping his movements, Sam leaned in on Alice, looking at her with a serious expression. I will train your body so my cock will be the only thing it remembers, and when I'm done with that. Closing in on her left side, he whispered in her ear, I'll impregnate you with my child and make you mine forever. Before Alice could even process those words, Sam thrust his hips, penetrating her deepest part. Chapter 49. I don't care. Sam rammed his rock-hard rod deep into Alice's vagina. However, a moment later his whole body went stiff, forcing him to realize that doing so might have been a mistake. Alice's flesh hole was way too tight. Though his thing had slid in without a problem, her vaginal walls were pressing on it with such a force that it felt like they were intent on crushing him. Every muscle in Sam's body contracted as he did his best to not ejaculate right then and there. Fearing that his efforts might be in vain, he slowly pulled back until most of his rod was out. He then thrust it in with the same force once again. Hiya! Sam repeated the process, going slow at first, then gradually increasing his speed. He leaned with all his weight on Alice, mercilessly pounding his hips against her as she yelped coquettish moans while digging her nails into his back. Sam. Jen. Please. Slow, high on. She tried pleading with him to go easy on her. However, the intense pleasure they were experiencing prevented Alice from forming coherent words and Sam from focusing on anything besides stopping his dick from exploding. Wawa. Menen, Han. Alice's inside felt different from that of any woman he had slept with before. It was especially tight and densely covered in flesh bumps in all directions, to the point that he could even tell with his meat rod. They stimulated him by rubbing the glands and stroking the shaft, pushing him toward the brink of ejaculation each time he moved. Sam. I'm. NGHNN, feeling her vaginal walls pressing on him even stronger than before, Sam realized that Alice was about to orgasm. Thrusting his cock into her deepest part, he released his restraints and a violent torrent flooded out into Alice. As the burning hot semen filled her inside, Alice's body twitched while hugging Sam tightly. It's Sam's seed is filling me. Sam exhaled in satisfaction. Strength left his body for a few seconds, leaving him unable to move and laying on top of Alice. It was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. It was stronger and much more intense, making even the time he lost his virginity seem like nothing in comparison. As their breathing became steady again, Sam slowly lifted himself up. He looked down at Alice, who had been drowned in pleasure she had never experienced before. The white-haired beauty gazed up at him, her red eyes filled with affection, and as if invited by them, Sam went down and kissed her lips. Geez, Sam. Alice spoke, still gasping for air. Don't you? Know how? To be gentle, sorry. As he spoke, Sam moved some of the white strands aside before slowly caressing her cheek. Alice is just way too beautiful. And your pussy feels extremely good, idiot. Don't say it like that. Shifting her gaze away from embarrassment, Alice then added. And take it out already. You. You released way too much. Sorry about that. Doing as she said, Sam pulled his meat pillar, which had shrunken back to its normal size. With the only thing blocking the entrance removed, white fluid began oozing out of Alice's womanly hole. Seeing it caused her to shudder in fear, and she turned to the one responsible and complained, "Look at what you did. You know how dangerous this is, right? What will you do if I get pregnant?" Sam was dumbfounded, staring at Alice with wide open eyes. Regaining his calm a moment later, he shut her up with a kiss and didn't let go until she stopped resisting. "Didn't I make myself clear, Alice?" Sam said, his face still close to hers. "I'll make you mine and impregnate you with my child, but we can't." Alice looked away shyly, unable to look him in the eyes. "I have responsibilities, and the calamities are still around. I don't care." Sam replied insanely, I want a daughter, Alice." Stopping for a moment, he shook his head once and followed. "No, one wouldn't be enough. 3? Or maybe 5? The sooner we start, the more we can make." For a moment Alice thought he was joking, however, looking at his expression she understood that he was being completely serious. You want them all to be girls?" she asked, deciding to play along with what he's saying. "Aren't you supposed to want more boys?" The impression that men always want their kids to be boys was deeply ingrained in society. However, while there were reasons behind it in the past, they had changed at some point in the recent few decades. Raising a girl became more difficult, and a father had a lot to fear, seeing how wretched society had become, and that's without counting the disasters brought forth by the calamities. One would be much more at ease if they had a son instead, or so Alice thought. However, Sam's goals were beyond her understanding. "Our daughters will definitely be as cute as you were back then," Sam said with a smile. "Isn't that enough of a reason to want them to be girls?" Hearing him call her cute, Alice's heart throbbed harder. She knew he was referring to when they were little, however that didn't stop her from getting bashful about it. "Even if you say so. We can't just start making babies, you know," Alice said. We have to be responsible about it. And we can't let it get in the way of our work." Seeing how she's still being reluctant, Sam let out a sigh. He reached for the drawer beside the bed. He took some tissue from the box that was on top, then proceeded to wipe the sticky fluid staining Alice's nether. "Alice, could it be that you don't want to have my child?" Sam asked, his voice sounding a bit down. "And no, that's not what Alice tried to respond. However, she released a sweet moan despite herself sensing her honeypot getting rubbed. Then, looking up at her, Sam asked with a serious expression, "Didn't you enjoy doing it with me?" Alice's eyes went wide for a moment, the words getting stuck in her throat. Thinking about it for a moment, she then arrived at her answer, and the second she did, her hands moved to cover her face as she felt it heating up even more. Finally getting the courage to speak, she uncovered her eyes but still couldn't look at him while saying it. I really enjoyed it, is that so?" Hearing her answer, Sam let a smile play on his face. "Did my cock make you feel good? Don't you know a better way to say such things?" Alice said in protest. But then she added in a hushed voice, "It felt really good." "I see." Done cleaning the mess he made, Sam tossed away the tissue, then looked up at Alice. Knowing what's coming, she moved her hands and closed her eyes. The next second she felt the now familiar sensation of his lips touching hers. Separating a few seconds later, Sam made her turn around and lay on her stomach. He brushed the long white hair aside, revealing her beautiful back. He then went on to massage her ass for a while, placing his now fully erect meat pillar between the plump cheeks. "I will make you feel even better, Alice." Sam leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Please, be a little gentle." Even though she said those words, Alice was sticking her hips out a little as if to invite him. Sam grabbed his meat and placed it at her entrance. Then, while still leaning over her body, he slowly pushed inside. "Nuane, you. Cool. Cool." Alice hugged one of the pillows, burying her face into it in an attempt to muffle her moans. However, that proved futile, with her coquettish voice leaking as the thick rod made its way to her deepest parts. Sam had a better time withstanding the stimulation from Alice's tight pussy. Still, it took all of his concentration to not start pumping his hips roughly like he did before. He slowly slid back and forth, the warm slimy vaginal walls squashing his dick, inviting it all the way inside. Alice's soft buns flattened each time Sam's body pressed against them, and sensing their bounciness, he began to have the urge to speed things up. How do you feel, Alice? Sam leaned down to ask. Good. It feels. Ha, Alice said, glancing behind her before adding. You can. Go faster, I'm fine. Ha. You don't. You don't have to worry. Ha, Alice contradicted her earlier statement, seeking the strong stimulation she felt from getting pounded roughly even though she asked him to be gentle this time. All right. Sam said, pushing himself up with both arms. As he prepared to go on with the act, he remembered something important and stopped to contemplate it. Wondering why he wasn't moving, Alice was about to turn around and ask, but then she heard his voice close to her ear. Alice. Sam said in a whisper. I love you. The moment those words reached her, Alice's heart almost stopped before beginning to throb like never before. An inexplicable sense of happiness filled her chest and tears of joy gathered in her eyes. Me too, she said, her lips drawing the most beautiful smile. I love you too, Sam. As if that was his signal, Sam thrust his hips with everything he got. His movements resumed, loud clapping sounds filling the room as he hit her deepest parts as fast as he could possibly go. On. Sam. I love you, on. Sam, I love you. I love you. With one final thrust, Sam's rod kissed Alice's cervix before unloading his thick semen into her for the second time. Chapter 50 Consequences. Hey Sam, having heard his name being called, the boy's eyes slowly opened. Geez, you shouldn't be sleeping in a place like this. Looking up, he saw a little girl no older than 12. Her pure white hair was so long it almost touched the ground. Her eyes were crimson, the color of blood. The strange combination gave her an uncanny beauty, one that was very difficult to ignore. Ollie.ce? The boy muttered with a hoarse voice. His throat was dry, making a glass of water the thing he desired the most right now. Yes, the one and only. The girl said with a proud smile. Anyways, you'll catch a cold if you fall asleep here. Your parents will get angry again. As he listened absent-mindedly, the boy looked around him, trying to get a sense of his surroundings. He was in a garden covered in bushes and grass with trees surrounding the area like a fence. On his lap was a thick book, so his guess was that he had fallen asleep while reading under the shade of a tree. Quantum Physics for Beginners. The white-haired girl said, leaning beside him to read the title of the book. Whoa. No wonder you fell asleep. No, the weather is just nice, so I took a nap. He said, getting up and stretching his limbs. You mean to tell me you understand those things? She asked, and when he nodded in response, she backed away as her face grew pale. Are you really 7 years old? Seeing her reaction, the boy felt a bit offended. I don't want to hear that from you, miss. I'm good at anything and everything. I might be good at my studies, but I know I will never understand anything in that book. The girl replied, having sensed that she had angered him a little. Yeah. I meant that Sam is really amazing for understand something so difficult. Really amazing, really, yes. Reaching out with her small hand, she patted his head and added. I'm sure you'll grow up to be an amazing scientist. The boy's mood improved on the spot, but his face was heating up for some reason. Just when he was about to ask her to stop patting him, the two heard a loud beeping sound. I must go. The girl said after looking at the small watch on her hand. Another checkup? The boy asked. It's happening a lot more these days, even though you look just fine, right? I never feel bad, but father still insists that he checks on me. The girl sighed. He says I won't grow up unless we do it every day. Seeing how bothered she was, the boy looked down at the book in his hands and thought for a moment. Maybe I should study biology instead. He said, the girl had a sickness of some sort, and it had something to do with the gene that gave her white hair and red eyes. Her father was an amazing scientist doing his best to find a way to cure the genetic disease. However, from the looks of it, he has yet to make any significant progress. The boy wanted nothing more than to help his precious friend. That's why he decided to dedicate himself to science from a young age. However, he was afraid he won't make it in time at this rate. I'm sure you can do very good no matter what you choose. The white-haired girl said with an understanding smile. Then, see you tomorrow. Waving her hand, she then turned around and walked away. The boy watched her go silently, his eyes locked on the long white hair. When he opened his eyes, Sam still felt somewhat exhausted. He didn't know how long he had slept, but from the looks of it, it hadn't been that long. As his brain booted up, he began to feel something pressing against his left side. When he turned his head to check, he saw a white-haired sleeping beauty using his chest as a pillow while wrapping her arms around his waist. Still a bit dizzy, he lifted the blanket and saw that they were both naked. Just then he began to recall everything that happened the previous night and his whole body trembled. They went at it for 9 rounds, and if he hadn't passed out, he was sure they would have gone for more. Not even his ex was able to achieve that much in a single night. Alice was able to bring out the beast inside him, resulting in some really intense stuff. His head wasn't in the right place to begin with. However, the pleasure he experienced made things worse. That was probably the reason why he didn't hesitate to cream her each and every time. This is bad, Sam thought, getting up and sitting on the bedside. While he was happy that he finally had his chance with his childhood crush, now he would have to face the problems that will definitely come with it. For starters, the likelihood that he had just impregnated her. Not only does it mean that she would be discharged for failing to uphold the rules despite being the base's commander, but his position would be threatened as well, since the only reason he got it is because of her recommendation. It's easy to guess what people will think if it gets out that they are together. Then there is her father to consider. Alice was Sam's neighbor and their families were on really good terms. However, if there is one thing he remembers about her father, then it was how over-affectionate and overprotective he was. He remembered his mother making a joke about saving Alice for him so the two can get married once they're old enough. While he was happy about it at first, once he saw the scowl Alice's father showed as he said it was too early to talk about such things, he realized the situation might be helpless. So that's what the dream was about, he thought, holding a hand to his head as he felt a slight headache. Though he never got to learn the specifics, at some point the disease Alice suffered from when she was little was cured. Apparently the main symptom was that it halted her growth, resulting in an early death. However, seeing how she had become such a stunning adult woman, it was clear that her father did a really good job. Guess I will need to discuss things with him sometime soon, Sam sighed, reaching out to grab his phone from atop the drawer. I hope he doesn't kill me. A second later, Sam's eyes went wide. Looking at the small screen, he noticed that it was already 10:30, but that wasn't what rang the danger bells in his head. There was a message notification waiting to be opened, and the sender was none other than Korakami Shizuru.